Well, good morning, 5 to 11. Welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium for day 3 here of Gloucestershire against Lancashire. Day 3 out in the middle, and Schools Day at the club. There are 9 schools here today to watch the morning session. They'll be here till about 2 o'clock, largely primary schools, and Dan's going to just give us a checklist to them because they're here to effectively be introduced to cricket and hopefully enjoy a morning with us. And who are they?
Yeah, morning Ian. It's firstly, it's fantastic to see what Gloucestershire County Cricket Club are doing in the community here, and we've got 300 youngsters here today from Cabot Primary School, Chester Park Junior School, Ashley Down Primary, Westbury-on-Trim Academy, Wick Church of England Primary School, Abbotswood Primary School, Holy Family Catholic Primary School, St John's Primary, Horfield CEVC Primary School, and Rod Martin. And welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium, and if there's any parents tuning in, we hope that you enjoy your time on the stream with us as well. But as for the cricket, it's going to be a fascinating morning's play because Lancashire resume 111 runs behind here, and Gloucestershire will be looking to make inroads. There's a little bit of cloud cover which will aid bowling conditions. The weather's set fair. I think we're going to be okay until maybe this evening, but I think that will be too late for the cricket to be interrupted today, and I think it's going to be an absolutely wonderful day's cricket. Lancashire, meanwhile, will think they've got a chance, while Phil Salt's at the crease, who's a dangerous customer. He will, Lancashire could take the game away from Gloucestershire just as easily here. If they get 200 by or a lead of 150 by tea, it could be a very awkward last day for Gloucestershire tomorrow, couldn't it, Ian?
That I think is tactically the way Lancashire will probably look at it. But a couple of things they do have to deal with. Number one is that there is a new ball due in just 3 overs time, so whether Gloucestershire will open up with their new ball pair remains to be seen, as just to get into some rhythm. And also George Balderson will be due in next. He's can bat as an opener, so he's a reputable batsman. But in reality, Lancashire know that they've probably got 2 wickets, which were going to get them the bulk of their runs. And in Croft and Salt, who are 49 and 33 not out respectively, they have got people who can play big innings. As Dan said, there is a little bit of dark cloud overhead, but the forecast is for it to stay dry until, well, the radar I think said around about 7 o'clock, and we should be done by then, albeit 2 overs have been added from time lost earlier in the match, so there are 98 overs in theory to be bowled today.
Yeah, we've had some emails overnight as well. You can email us today at commentators@glosscc.co.uk, and you'll see it up there in the top right hand corner. But we had an email yesterday from a guy, I think from the club, a chap called David Taylor, and it's only in the interests of balance that we read out this following email.
Yeah, so there are a couple in response to David Taylor's email yesterday. One came from a gentleman called Mr. A. Pritchard, who says he'll be tuning in later. So welcome, Mr. Pritchard. And his email said, I was appalled to hear the information on your coverage by Mr. David Taylor yesterday. Put simply, Lancashire Cricket has seen its record levels of membership disappear and is now one of the poorest supported clubs in the country. LAG, that's the Lancashire Action Group, is in most cricket supporters' view the last hope of saving the club. There's a lot of chat about Lancashire taking a game to Sedbergh, or taking first team cricket to Sedbergh. Mr. Pritchard goes on that Sedbergh is barely any nearer by car to Blackpool than Old Trafford, and is unreachable for spectators relying on public transport. There's not even a bus stop in the village. Sedbergh's ground has no facilities and can only cope with 1,500 spectators, so even a full house guarantees a multi-thousand-pound loss. The final day of the championship game, when all results were possible, saw a crowd of only 500. He goes on, the East Lancashire area has never been granted a single match by Lancashire, despite holding the famous Lancashire League within its geographical boundary. The working class area of Liverpool was passed over this year. One can only speculate why the fabulously expensive private school should be awarded a guaranteed loss-making event by a county cricket club. That was Mr. Pritchard's email, and there was also one from Ian Lomax, which I'll get to in a moment, but my internet has just gone down, which is very inconvenient.
Yeah, I know Ian from... he used to tune in to me back in the days when I used to do Test Match Sofa and Guerrilla Cricket, and he's a good guy. But listen, let's put a stop on these emails now, because we don't want to get into a civil war between the club and the Lancashire group either. So in the balance of fairness, we've read out one of each, and hopefully that it doesn't rip the club apart, because Lancashire County Cricket Club is a proud and wonderful establishment up there, and as we said yesterday, 9 county championships, God knows how many one-day trophies as well, and what an institution it is. Anyway, umpires Neil Pratt and Rob Bailey have made their way out into the middle, as has Stephen Croft and Phil Salt, and looks like we're going to see Tom Price start us off today, who bowled absolutely beautifully yesterday. He was the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, and the new ball is only 3 overs away.
Correct.
Yeah, so not long to go. But we saw signs yesterday of the pitch. The bounce was a little bit inconsistent, and I'm expecting that to only get more inconsistent as this game goes on.
And that's not in a sense that it was dangerous. It was actually
low.
getting lower.
It's keeping low, yeah. And nothing went sort of through the top, nothing bust the surface, as the Australians like to say, which is, as a batsman, you don't want it doing that and then keeping it low. You don't mind if it does one or the other, but when it does both, that's when you're in trouble. So
here is Price from the Ashley Down Road end, in first up, with Salt and Croft, the overnight pair. They joined forces with Lancashire at 177 for 4, so they put on 49 so far. Price has got 3 slips. I think there is real evidence that Price is making steady progress with his bowling from the midpoint of last season, when he really came back into that second phase of Championship cricket, looking like he'd picked up quite a bit from the experience up to and including the festival at Cheltenham, and then obviously he's been away at Durham University until the midpoint of this season, and now he is back. There he is, bowling once more in quite breezy conditions.
yes, Salt going hard at the ball again. It's the way he plays, isn't it?
Yes.
Hard hands.
Almost a run a ball last night, when you might have expected him to come in and play a little bit cautiously, but that's not him. I think I thought about this on the drive home. He's sort of in, if I can call it that, was kind of Ben Stokes mode mentally, isn't he? That's, see ball, hit ball.
Yeah.
Price, and once more, nice line again. That's the line he was bowling yesterday. Sort of 4th stump, and just see if he can get a little bit out of the pitch. And then with a new ball, more so, hopefully. It's not quite as foggy as it might appear on the screen there.
Bad light would stop play, I think.
In that it would, unquestionably. Past umpire Pratt goes Price, and he fields on the bounce off his own bowling. First over of the day here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Of the other games, the one that might be over today is at Chelmsford between Hampshire and Essex, and that will be of particular interest to Lancashire, bearing in mind where they are in the table. Hampshire with quite a big chase on, 299 in all. Salt again defends out on the offside, and Tom Price starts with a maiden. A couple of wickets already for him. I wonder whether David Payne will have the opening over from the other end. The answer to that is no. We're going to see Matt Taylor with the old ball at the moment, but that may be perhaps only for a short spell. I suspect David Payne's in the long sleeve jumper at the far end of the ground, just taking the ball. He will be at mid-on, and I suspect that it won't be long before we see him.
Taylor bowled very well last night. Last couple of overs last night, he asked questions of the Lancashire lineup. And Stephen Croft is going to face one short of his 50.
Yeah,
go on in.
Sorry, I say Dan White is on the PA duties today. Cameron Hastie's back on the cameras with us, but Cam was on PA duty on Sunday and was. I think he was. How can I put this? Were you nervous about the Dent 100 announcement? He's just chuckling. It was one of those ones you just want to get right.
He just said his palms were sweating. Here's Matt Taylor. In, and Croft leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves.
That's probably sufficient information at the moment, I think.
Goes through to the gloves of James Bracey. Glenn Phillips at first slip. Chris Dent at second slip. Phillips has got a little bit of growth going on there. Dent's got a full-on beard. I'm not sure if they're like ZZ Top or maybe like a West Country Chas and Dave there, perhaps.
Well, no, the beards aren't long enough for ZZ Top, are they?
No. Well, Dent's getting there. But Ollie Price makes up the trinity of slips. Taylor approaching the crease. That's a thick edge. And that goes through to George Scott in the gully. We've got Miles Hammond out at point. We've got Higgins at mid-off. David Payne, as Ian pointed out, mid-on. Zafar Gahar is sort of floating between mid-wicket and square leg. And Tom Price is down below us at long leg, or fine leg. More long, really. He's not fine enough. Although he's a mighty fine bowler. Here's Matt Taylor in. Croft plays that out, and that's going to be his 50. Well batted Stephen Croft. He picks up a couple, and that is 112 balls with 7 fours. And that's in his 199th game. And well batted Stephen Croft, because he's had a little bit of work to do. He came in with the score on 122 for 2. And he's looked very calm, hasn't he? He's been the sort of the voice of reason.
Yeah, and he actually played some very nice shots off the back foot yesterday. I mean, we saw some really punchy shots from Jennings when he was in, but Croft certainly matched those.
Taylor into him, and that's his trademark, just nurdled back with a square. Zafar Gahar sliding, stop, cuts off the 2, so Phil Salt will face his first ball of the day from Matt Taylor, or from the pavilion end.
Tom Price is down at long leg. We have to just peer around our commentary position just to see him. He is right on the rope at the Ashley Down Road end. Zafar Gahar at deep square leg. Big gap at mid-wicket on the leg side if Salt wants to play through there.
Taylor into Salt, who looks to work that leg side, just gets squared up a little. He's alright though, he plays it back down the pitch. So 226 for 4, Lancashire trailing by, well it's not, it's 229 for 4 because 3 runs have been added. Lancashire trailing now by 108. Could be an interesting morning's play here. Taylor in, Salt going hard-handed at that, goes out to David Payne at mid-on, takes the single, and he'll retain the strike. 230 for 4 now. And as Ian pointed out, George Balderson's a decent batsman. Tom Bailey can bat. He's scored some runs. He's
yeah, I mean, first-class averages. I mean, in fact, the Lancashire, you look at their tail. There really isn't a tail you might recognise. Luke Wood's first-class average is 27.
Yeah.
Bailey's is 18. Will Williams is 13. Morley's only played one game, so it's hard to know, where he will bat.
Yeah, Bailey's got a 59 this season.
So, but a lot will depend on these two and Balderson. You would have thought, depending to see where Lancashire can get to. Price running away from us, and that's down the leg side and clipped away by Salt. That will be 4. That was a reasonably comfortable shot, still with the old ball at the moment, but didn't appear to be much help there for Price. His line generally has been very good. He hasn't bowled much on in that sort of hip thigh pad kind of area, but that was one which Salt was able to pick up relatively comfortably.
Bit of a freebie there, wasn't it?
Yeah, 234 for 4. Price running in. This quite high stepping run of his, and again Salt gets that firmly out in the middle, but Price takes the pace off the shot and it goes to Ryan Higgins, whose hair yesterday, as we were advised via an emailer, was described at Canterbury as short sides and broccoli, which I think was a great description. You can just visualise it. You could just completely get when you pick up a piece of broccoli. That's a good bit of bowling and a big appeal, which is upheld. Salt goes and Price gets a 3rd wicket.
Looked absolutely nailed on, didn't it?
Neil Pratt took a little while, but made sure in his own mind that he knew what was happening. His back leg, and that's why Price was so enthusiastic about it. And a wicket with the old ball, just what Gloucestershire wanted. And the fast scoring Phil Salt has to go for 34. For 38, I apologise, after that boundary. And that might just change the culture of the game a little bit. As Dan was saying, an hour of Salt and Croft together might have got Lancashire quite rapidly up towards the Gloucestershire total. Now you've got to have a thought that there is the prospect of Gloucestershire getting a first innings lead here, with the new ball to come. George Balderson's come out at number 7.
Yeah, it's quite an expensive shot so early in the morning, but you can see Lancashire are stating their intentions.
And that's the way Salt plays anyway, isn't it, by and large?
It is, yeah. But you can see that they're laying out their stall for the day, because they look like they want to move the game on. They want to make the running in this game, don't they? And it looks like Hampshire could well lose over at Essex, and Lancashire would make inroads into that 2nd place. And Surrey don't look like that could well be a belting batting track at the Oval. That could be a draw. So Lancashire, if they do win this game, can make headway.
But they've got to work out how they can win it. And the one tactic might be bat as long as you can, get a lead and try and bowl Gloucestershire out cheaply. But if it comes down to a parity situation, then someone may have to get up to some creative thinking. Price then to the left-handed Balderson, who, as I say, can bat as an opener, so to see him at number 7 is just shows the depth in their batting. I suspect that Luke Wood will bat at 8.
Yeah, he's not had the best of seasons, Balderson. He's top scorer 33, averaging just a shade over 17.
But Lancashire will then, more importantly, his teammates will know that there is genuine ability in there for a lad of 21. Having said that, Price is only a year ahead of him. 4th slip is in, and a short straight mid-off. Balderson lets that go through to Bracey. So George Scott's gone in as quite a tight 4th slip there. There's not much depth in that slip cordon, particularly where Scott is, but they're just conscious that if the bounce is receding, then they don't want chances to go begging because they're too deep. They drop short. See Price's shirt billowing in the breeze here. Comes in the balls again to Balderson. Defends. And the young man will be buoyed up by that early wicket. Had quite a long spell yesterday either side of lunch. It was 7 overs his first spell, so he might well have the chance of another, say, 4 here with the new ball. It's not being taken yet, though. We have had 80 overs, but there's no indication that Gloucestershire are going to take it yet. They're going to stick with the old one. And Matt Taylor's going to continue as well. So just to remind you of that Essex Hampshire situation. 299 was what Hampshire was set. And Tom Price just acknowledging the applause of the spectators down below us. It's a very simple thing, but it's just the etiquette of cricket, isn't it? That, you know, the players acknowledge. But if you've taken a wicket, you know, just touch your hat or just put your hand up to acknowledge the crowd.
Certainly is Taylor. And that's left alone by
Did
Croft.
that happen when you batted?
No, not really. Sometimes. Sometimes. Very occasionally.
What was your line yesterday about acknowledgement of crowds? And I think it was to do with the Lancashire League, where it said, you know, in most club games you acknowledge the crowd. In the Lancashire League you get a collection.
You do. In the south of England you're expected to go and get a jug in if you
that's
get
right,
50
yeah.
or 5 wickets.
That's it.
Up north you get the collection off the crowd. Taylor in. Croft doesn't really know where that is. That's well bowled there by Matt Taylor, but no harm done. George Balderson just comes to the crease. Educated at Cheadle Hulme High School, which is well known for being the part of the world where Tim McInerney, best known for his role as Lord Percy Percy in Blackadder and Captain Darling. John Mayall, blues musician, he's from Cheadle Hulme. As Matt Taylor is in, and Stephen Croft plays out. Dame Felicity Peake, who is the founder of the Women's Royal Air Force, and Stuart Pilkington, who was a housemate in Big Brother in 2008.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he was the man who invented that well-known glass product.
Unfortunately not.
No.
Unfortunately not, no. And there's Cheadle Hulme for you in a nutshell. We're educational here on the Gloucestershire stream. Taylor around the wicket, asking questions of Croft there, making him play. It's good bowling this. We bowled well last night, Matt Taylor, at the end of play. But Ollie Price, pick of the bowlers yesterday. Fantastic bowling from the youngster, and well, we can see he's 3 for 35 of 17 overs, just a shade over turnover. Taylor in. Croft runs that down to Price, backward of square on the offside, down at third, and Taylor's going to get his first bowl at the man who's from the same town as Lord Percy Percy in Blackadder.
I never quite got that.
Well, Blackadder? Oh, fantastic. That's fantastic. Some of them weren't so good. I didn't think the Georgian one was all that, but I thought the ending to the one about the First World War is sad. It's comedy all rolled into one, and it's a fantastic bit of writing. It really is. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket. Matt Taylor to George Balderson, and Balderson plays that. Not to be confused with Chris Balderstone, who
Now he was one of those people who played cricket and football.
He did. There were a few of those around, weren't there, at the time?
At that time.
Yeah, Jim Coombs.
Yes.
Ted Helmsley.
Jim Coombs, of course. Was he not? I want to say CEO at Lancashire.
He was.
Or that role may have a different title now compared to when Coombs was there, but he was definitely in that role at Lancashire for quite some time.
He was like the big dog up there, I think, at one point.
Yes, I think that's the phrase you could use.
I don't think that was like the title on his door of his office, but he was the big chief, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
Ted Helmsley, he was around at that time. He played football. I think he was at Sheffield United, wasn't he? Played for Worcestershire.
Helmsley played at Worcestershire. He did, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Coombs played at Worcestershire. No, did
he did. Yeah, he did.
Was it Worcestershire?
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think he was was he not one of the few players who played for certainly might have played 4 counties, I think. 2 slips and a floating 4th for Tom Price, and Croft has got him away through mid-wicket past Ryan Higgins, and Zafar Hart runs off at 236.
Balderstone was
Balderstone was Leicestershire.
And Carlisle United?
Yes, and obviously also became an umpire.
Right.
When he finished playing.
Right.
Phil now Neal? Then, Chris Balderstone. I think he played a test match as well. He might be one of those.
He played one in '76 against West Indies.
I got a suspicion that he's one of those sort of the one cap international players. Here is Price in, and outside the off stump, let go by Balderson.
I think Phil Neal was probably the last of the guys who played a bit of both. We had the guy yesterday for Gloucestershire who played in that 71 game, didn't we? Who played at Bristol Rovers.
Harold Jarman,
yeah. And
in fact, 2 tests for Balderstone.
Okay.
Top score of 35. Tom Price in again from this Ashley Down Road, and Balderson leaves that go. In fact, he was an international. He actually umpired. Not only was he a domestic umpire, but he umpired 2 ODIs as well. So that takes some doing, doesn't it? So you've played a test match, you've umpired at test level, and you've been a professional in another sport. That takes some doing.
Reasonable, very reasonable. Yeah, very reasonable. Ian Botham, in the days before he was knighted, he played league football and cricket. Dennis Compton springs to mind.
Arthur Milton. Here is Price in, punched away. That's a nice shot by Balderson. It will go all the way for 4. It'll just beat Zafar over the rope into the Kennington Avenue boards, and have to go scrabbling under the covers to get the ball back. But he took a ball from Taylor in the last over, and I thought, either the pitch is really slowing up, or he's got a lot of time to play that.
The new ball hasn't been taken, has it?
It hasn't yet. Ryan Higgins sort of keeping that as another option up his sleeve, but yeah, that's a pretty dull red, the one they're bowling with at the moment. Round the wicket, Price changing the angle to Balderson. Comes forward, as in defends solidly. Talking a little bit yesterday about pulling academy players through, and part of that, or the ability to do that, you've got to think that an area like Lancashire, where there are greater density of population. I'll come back to that after this ball from Price, which is clipped away past Matt Taylor, who is at mid-on. That will run all the way, I think, to the rope. Taylor's on the chase, he won't get to it, and it just crosses the rope. Now, so pleasant shots from Balderson in this over. One through the offside, one through the leg, and Lancashire have got the deficit down below 100, 244 for 5. Yeah, you would think, given the big cities in the northwest, you've got to have haven't you? Question mark. A better chance of getting a good number of good number of decent young cricketers into your academy, and then converting a better number of those into professional players. I remember doing what I will refer to as a sports forum. This is going back some 15 years or so, and one of the gentlemen on the panel was from a different sport, and he said, if you can convert one youngster out of 20 from an academy prospect into a professional player, you're doing well. And I thought that was a frighteningly low number, actually.
Yeah.
You know, it's such. The impression is that the funnel is so wide at one stage and so narrow at the next.
Here's Taylor in, and that's played off the outside edge, and that's well fielded down there by Ben Wells on a substitute fielder.
Now, why is Wells out on the field? Let's just see who is not. There's a Gloucestershire player in the dugout at the moment. I wonder if they're just putting sort of pads on and such like, as in the lightweight pads. So Phillips Dent and Tom Price are in the slips. I wonder if Ollie is just off the field at the moment.
Got some emails coming, which I'll get on to.
Yeah, I'm struggling with my connection to my email at the moment, Dan. So
I'll do them, Ian. That's a dot ball played out to Zafar Gahar at mid-off. Right, firstly, Mark Halliwell.
Morning, Stats. Sorry, yeah. I didn't know Mr. Halliwell.
I just call him Darling because he's got a thing about Captain Darling. Tim McInerney also lived in Stroud when he was growing up and was a pupil of Marling School, so he's got a foot in both camps.
Aha.
So, Captain Darling, if you're listening in, who are you supporting? Are you a Lancashire lad, or are you supporting the glorious Gloucesters? As Taylor bowls to Balderson, who defends that off the back foot. Alex from Winterbourne. Hi all, often wondered this, but in Gloucestershire history, of a 6-ball over, which ball has taken the most wickets? Also, which ball over has taken the least? Alex, you're having a laugh, mate. You expect me to commentate on this game and look up that information at the same time?
Where is?
No, I'm only joking.
Where is Andy Zoltzman when you want him?
Oh, having a well-earned day off after a test series, as Balderson defends that off the front foot. And Duncan joining us from Lancashire. So he said was in Cumbria, but part of the Yorkshire Dales National Park. And Lancashire play there. Wonderful venue, but controversial, as you say. Green Hill, 628 metres high, is the highest hill in Lancashire and also part of the Yorkshire Dales. Lancashire has 2 mountains above 2,000 feet, both part of the Yorkshire Dales National Park. Taylor comes in, and Balderson is not in control of that one. Gets a little bit of a think inside edge as it's angled back from Matt Taylor. So the Lancashire about the 2 mountains, and the current Duke of Lancaster, Ian, is...
Pass.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Oh.
And Duncan's first ever cricket match was 75 Gillette Cup semi-final, Lancashire v Gloucestershire.
75?
At Old Trafford.
Was there another one?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll check that.
Balderson defends. A wonderful occasion. This ticket was from the following year, not quite such a great match. And keep up the good work. Well, Duncan, thank you very much for your email. Ian is now checking, and if you don't hear any commentary for the next 2 hours, Alex from Winterbourne, that's because Ian Randall is looking up which ball in the 6-ball over has taken the most wickets. So there's our email address in the top right hand corner of the screen, commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and keep them coming in.
There was, and it was here, and Lancashire won by 3 wickets. Gloucestershire 236.
Manchester.
No. Oh, sorry. So semi-final Manchester. Sorry. Yes. Gloucestershire 236, of which Sadiq made 122, and David Shepherd 45. Nobody else very many. Wickets shared among the Lancashire bowlers. and Lancashire won, say, with 2:39 for 7. Jack Simmons and David Hughes contributing at the end after Barry Wood made 63. Here is Zafar Kahar into the attack with the old ball, bowling to Stephen Croft with a slip and a short leg.
Peter Lee in that Lancashire side.
Yeah, and Bob Ratcliffe as well.
Yeah.
Who I'm sure is no longer with us, actually. Slogged down the ground by Croft. 1 bounce 4. That was tossed right up by Zafar Kahar, and Croft couldn't resist the invitation.
Bernard Reedy, who we mentioned yesterday quite a bit, Ryan Higgins seems to be modelling his hairstyle on Bernard. Got 18 in that game before falling to the bowling of Roger Knight, caught behind by Andy Stovald.
Yeah, so I must confess, so much focus is put on that game in 71, you kind of forget the one that followed 4 years later, so thanks for reminding us of that. Down the leg side from Zafar, and Croft will scamper through for 1. It didn't come off the bat though, and leg by signalled by Neil Pratt. 1 wicket gone this morning, 250 up for Lancashire, so a second batting point for them. And the 1 man out, Phil Salt, LBW to Tom Price.
Clive Lloyd had a bowl in that, 2 for 41 off 9.
I listened to a podcast with Clive Lloyd during the winter, and just that very deep voice of his, you could still hear the enthusiasm for cricket coming through it. Must have been 40 minutes, this conversation, and it was just one of those very relaxed kind of chats you sometimes get in podcasts, where there's, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 40, there's no specific time, and a great player. Out on the offside once more from Balderson, fielded by Miles Hammond, I think, under that cable knit sweater. Zafar over the wicket, Balderson goes back and just plays it out on the leg side. I just a thought about Lloyd. I have to bear in mind my age here, and that the World Cup final in which he made 100 against Australia, you just remember the commentary of that day so clearly, and walks of this very sort of leisurely walk out to bat that Lloyd had, and the commentator said on the way, he's not known to be a good starter, and you thought, okay, fair enough, and you looked at some of the shots he played later on, and I think that was the famous one from John Arlott, where he said, like knocking a thistle top off with a walking stick, no trouble at all. And that is still a great line.
Croft plays Taylor out to mid-off.
It was like a pull to mid-wicket, and that's how John Arlott described it, and you thought, oh.
I've got a photo here on my phone of me having my picture with Clive Lloyd, who looks absolutely thrilled to be with me.
It's a nice shot, actually, but it's fair to say one person is smiling rather more than the other.
Yes, Clive doesn't seem to be overly happy to have his photo taken with me. I don't know why. But there you go. Matt Taylor over the wicket now to Croft. Plays that out to George Scott at point. 250 for 5, Croft 59.
Perhaps we're looking at things through, very deep coloured spectacles here, but that era in the 70s, there were some tremendous overseas players. Absolutely tremendous overseas players.
Yeah, well, Lancashire, Farouk engineer Clive Lloyd. Obviously, Zahir Abbas, who's not well here at Gloucestershire. Matt Taylor. And that's played out to the covers. And if Don't know if you're listening in, Zed, but we hope you get better. And he's not well at the moment. Sadiq Mohammed, as you just mentioned there, he was another Pakistani batsman who made hay here on the West Country wickets. And you think...
Yeah, Greenwich and Richards at Hampshire.
Greenwich and Richards weren't bad.
A little bit later, but...
Richards and Garner weren't bad at Somerset.
You can just go on, can't you?
Wayne Daniel, Vincent van der Bijl at Middlesex. Matt Taylor into Croft, plays that out to Payne. They scamper through for a single. Croft retains... No, he doesn't retain the strike. It's just the umpire crossing over for the right-left hand combination.
Steady start from Lancashire. They're not changing the tempo which they batted at yesterday.
I'm sure that the new ball hasn't been taken.
No, there's not been a signal.
No. Taylor to Balderson, lets that one go.
Perhaps, I mean, Ryan Higgins is thinking that an old soft ball on a very benign pitch might be more difficult for Lancashire to get away. I mean, there is that much quoted theory that the new ball travels faster.
Yeah. Talking of Van der Bijl there and South Africans, I mean, Mike Proctor, what a wonderful South African overseas, and he's here tomorrow at the Seat Unique ground. That's just nudged into the onside for a single.
He's taking part in the walkers and talkers, as it's known, which is Andy Brassington's part of his sort of brainchild to get the club and the community to go together a bit more.
Yeah,
never a bad idea.
Fantastic to see. But with South Africa being banned from international cricket because of their abhorrent regime at the time, there were some wonderful cricketers who couldn't play Test cricket who came over here back in the 70s. You think of people like Peter Kirsten, Eddie Barlow up at Derbyshire, Garth LaRue at Sussex. Alan Lamb was one before he qualified for England due to residency, wasn't he, at Northamptonshire? Barry Richards, as you mentioned.
Zafar in from the Ashley Down Road end. No shot play by Balderson. Eddie obviously was here as a coach. Callie, if you're watching, good morning. That's the late Eddie's wife, but a regular watcher on the stream.
Oh, is she?
Mm-hmm.
Aha. Hello, Mrs. Barlow.
Here is Zafar again. A gentleman in the Thatcher's Bar this morning asked if Zafar was turning it much yesterday, or indeed does he turn it much, full stop, I think. And we're not right behind the bowler's arm here, but there wasn't a lot of help for Zafar yesterday, really. We couldn't tell because Keaton Jennings was climbing into him a bit.
Yeah.
And here he is once more with a short leg in. Balderson just defends out on the leg side. I mean, the impression I think that we've had so far on the pitches here is that he's turning it slowly.
Yeah, he bowled one towards the end of play which ragged properly, which he pushed through a little bit quicker. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here he is once more.
That one did.
That one did. And there is some wear at that end of the ground now, particularly from the right arm bowlers bowling over the wicket to the left. So he bowling to the left-hander, Zafar bowling to the left-hander. There are some areas that may assist him. That's fired in a bit more. And again, Balderson defence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of spinners bowling it slower, getting a bit of loop and getting it above the eye line. But I think on these wickets, they're so slow, you have to push it through a little bit quicker. As we mentioned, I thought Jack Leach bowled beautifully for Somerset here a few weeks ago, and he bowled at just the right pace for this wicket. He pushed it through a little bit quicker, and I think you do because the turn otherwise is too slow, and batsmen have got time to adjust and correct their shot. Whereas I think if you push it through quicker, it will still rip, it will still grip on the pitch, but it will actually go as well. And that's when you start to worry batsmen.
Right, so David Payne's introduction, I think, will mean the new ball is probably a couple of deliveries away.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of looseners.
Yeah, that will be my suspicion. 252 for 5. There's the deficit on your screen. 85 for Lancashire at the moment.
Yeah.
We've had 40 minutes this morning, so unless these two really get a move on, Lancashire will probably still be behind at lunchtime. And then you've got, right, 5 sessions left in the match. Who is going to take the initiative?
Here's Payne to Croft, just tickled down the leg side. He's going to get 4 runs. He bisects Tom Price, and is that Ollie Price down there?
That is Ollie Price down there on the right in the cable knit sweater, yes.
Bisects the Price brothers and gets, is that 4 runs or 4 leg buys? I think it might be 4 leg buys. I took my eyes off umpire Rob Bailey there. Payne in, Croft defends. Croft on 64 now. David Payne 1 for 54 off 16.2 overs.
I should say Hampshire made a good start at Chelmsford. They need 299 to beat Essex, and they are 94 for no wicket.
Payne in, Croft nudges that one backward a square. They look for 2. They're going to take 2. Tom Price has to make a lot of ground, and the throw comes into James Bracey.
And while Kent are a long way behind at the Oval, they are equally 168 for 2, still trailing by 505, but still only 2 wickets down. So you know, the game at the Oval and the game at Northampton, you would say at the moment, both look like they're heading for draws. Here is the second new ball then.
Yeah. Taken in the 87th over. They've had a little look.
Payne asking Ryan Higgins just for a change of field here. They're going to push George Scott down to 3rd man and bring Ollie Price up into 3rd slip. So you've got a 3rd man and a long leg. That's very old-fashioned.
Yeah, you said yesterday you like to see David Payne going back over the wicket, don't you, at the right-handers?
Particularly when the ball is new.
Yeah.
Particularly when the ball is new.
He's got natural hoop back into a right-hander and late hoop as well. Here he is. Oh, and there we see it. That cuts Croft in half. Oh, what a delivery. How has that not taken the inside edge or the top of the stumps? Here we go. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Angling across Croft and then cuts back.
That's the shape that Payne likes.
Yeah.
That's when he's in his good rhythm.
Here he is. And that's carved back with a square cut. And that's going to be 4 runs. That's the other thing about the new ball. It does go faster off the bat. And that's a good shot there by Stephen Croft. Takes him into the 70s. We had a lovely bit of interaction on our social media channels here yesterday at Gloucestershire, where there was a gentleman asleep in the mound stand. And David Payne's wicket woke him up with a startle, it has to be said. It's like, you know, when the alarm clock goes off. Here's Payne to Croft, defends that one. And when the alarm clock goes off and it's that horrible jump that wakes you up, you know.
So you're not one of the people who actually beats the alarm clock with you're mentally awake 5 minutes before it goes off.
Generally I am, but sometimes, you know, when it does give you a startle, you feel like throwing it straight through the closed window. The Glaziers do a lot of good business out of me. It's got to be said.
And I think the difference with somebody who gets up at the same time of day every day,
yeah,
to to go to work, and people who who go to work at different times of day and finish at different times of day, maybe that business of literally beating the alarm is harder to do.
Well,
So
I've been getting up in the night as well recently with all the test match stuff that I cover elsewhere from Gloucestershire.
So Zaffa, that was a short experiment with the old ball, and Tom Price is back. Overall figures for him: 18 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 44. Good from an economy point of view, and also good from a strike rate point of view. So with the new ball to Balderson, who has not come in and looked to play as I tend to think of batsmen at 7. You think of them being a sort of busy. I don't know whether you can call them creative, but constructive is a better phrase to use. Batters, but he's come in almost as if he might be opening the innings.
He's quite a stylish player, George Balderson. Looks very composed, knows where his stumps are. Like the look of him.
A little bit of hazy sunshine now as Price in. We tried to work that on the leg side, but got just a little bit too far inside it to do that, and the ball went out to George Scott at that point.
There's some good young left-handers around. Jacob Bethel was very impressive when he was here on that lone game, wasn't he, against Somerset? I really like the look of him. I thought he looked a lovely player.
Is it just left-handers that look graceful?
Yeah.
There's that thing, isn't there?
Cameron Hastie's one here.
Price into Balderson again. Organised defence. Out to Hammond.
Personally, Ian, being a level 2 umpire, I like to gun them nice and early. I like to get rid of them because they stop me from running from square leg to square leg each side. Get rid of the left-hander, get rid of the southpaw, and then you can just stand there all day at square leg for the right-hander.
Just to say, our emails are open. Cam will just put the email address top right corner of the screen for your thoughts. Here is Price in. That's a nice shot from Balderson. A good partial stop from Hammond. He's taking the pace off that. They'll only take one. Good bit of work, but he saved 4 there. That was travelling. There's the email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. We'll try our best to settle the War of the Roses over Sedbergh and other things. And you can also just see in the stands just down below us the schools that are here, some of the schools that are here today, enjoying a couple of hours at the cricket. All sorts of attire for those youngsters this morning. Fleeces, hoodies in some cases, 1 or 2 even in shorts.
Oh, that's brave.
Which was brave.
Ooh.
But hopefully enjoying their first experience. Well, I say first, that's perhaps rather too assumptive here at Gloucestershire, but they say they're all largely primary school age, so you tend to think that in the majority it will probably be a first experience of coming to the ground, and the club has generally had a schools day here. There is, Cam may nod at me on this, is there a schools day at Cheltenham? There tends to be sometimes one. Maybe the last 2 years there hasn't been, but in the past certainly, pre-COVID, there was generally a schools day for schools closer to the college ground. Price to the right-handed Croft, who again defends, but Lancashire just toddling, if that's an appropriate adjective, toddling along at 3 and over at the moment. But if they want some more batting points, they'll have to up that. There are the overall bowling figures, and as you can see down at the bottom, Zafar, who you might have thought might have had a long bowl in this game, has yet to do so, largely because Keaton Jennings attacked against him yesterday, and so far today Gloucestershire only with 3 overs with the old ball. It was not a surprise in a way that the seamers quickly took the balance of the work. Not that that work hasn't been shared out. Payne 17 overs, Price 19, Matt Taylor 17, Ryan Higgins 16, and George Scott's had 9 overs too, so it really has been a question of a team effort. 5 wickets down, but those 5 wickets have taken 88 overs.
Yeah, Payne in. Oh, that goes past the outside edge of George Balderson's bat. Pete Maximchik, is that how you say it? Pete? I don't know, he's got involved on Twitter and said, I love Glos, Dan. Well, he didn't quite put I love Glos, he put an expletive in between there, but there you go. Here's David Payne. And that goes past the outside edge of Balderson's bat. But do you really think we can get the next 6 wickets for 40 runs? Well, I thought there was a little bit of cloud cover this morning, Pete. And I thought that might aid things perhaps a little bit more than what has been shown this morning. But I don't know. Ever the optimist, Pete. Ever the optimist, mate. So glass half full and all that. It's David Payne. And that's just clipped pleasantly by Balderson down to Tom Price at fine leg.
I mean, how can I put this? If Lancashire bat too slowly, they will stifle the life out of the match, won't they?
Yeah, they will, and they'll be looking on this as an opportunity to, as we said earlier, to catch Hampshire potentially and Surrey at the top of the table. They're playing little old Gloucestershire bottom of the table, so they'll be looking for a lot of points out of this one. There's David Payne, bowls to Croft, who
it's a different issue if they're bowled out.
It is a different issue.
But if they bat until, if they were to bat, we are at 9 minutes to 12. If they were to end up batting till tea with a small lead, not sure where the game's going from there.
No,
really.
No.
They would have to bowl very, very well based on what we've seen so far to force a result.
Payne in and Croft plays that into the onside. When Phil Salt was at the crease, I thought he was trying to force the pace a little bit and trying to carry on. That's the end of the over. 265 for 5, 88 overs gone, so 22 overs left, or 89 overs gone, sorry, so 21 overs left for Lancashire to gain batting bonus points, and I think they'll possibly be looking at the 350
350
mark.
would be the target, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think 400 would be a stretch. 135, it's not the end of the over actually, as Balderson gets one off a thick outside edge. 4-2.
Well chased by George Scott.
Yeah. So that now is the end of the over.
Dan does umpire at weekends.
my clicker does go up to 6. I promise you, it's not go up to 5. So,
at Taunton, the England women are 42 without loss in reply to 284 against South Africa. That's day 2 of the test match there.
Oh, do you see that catch? Yes, was it Tammy Beaumont?
Tammy Beaumont stealing.
What a catch! What a catch!
He has 28, and Emma Lamb, Danny's brother, not playing in this game. She has 18.
Danny's sister?
Danny's sister. What did I say? Danny's brother.
Yeah.
that would be
moving swiftly on. It's lovely weather for the time of year, and
that'll go on the bloopers tape. Matt Taylor, as he goes to come across here to mid-on, and Higgins is going to go to short mid-wicket. He's asking Zafar to move round just in front of the square leg umpire, so extra man on the leg side. Price to Croft. He's trying to stop that clip through where Miles Hammond had to make a good stop in the last over. Higgins also doing a little bit of limbering up. We've not seen him with the ball yet today.
Yeah, Tom Price bowls very straight, doesn't he? He doesn't like bowl that fourth stump line like a lot of seamers. He bowls wicket to wicket, and as such he can get clipped through the leg side, so Higgins just giving him a little bit of protection there.
Hammond is quite a wide mid-off, and that's straighter past Hammond, and he's got the chase down towards the boundary, but he won't hold that in. That will go for 4. Leaving the gap there, inviting Croft to play through it, and that was... It's a good shot. It's
a lovely shot.
It's tight in the V. They've left a gap, and Croft said, "Okay, use the full face of the bat."
Fantastic shot there.
Just a punch, really. Timed it well, and regular watchers here at the Seat Unique Stadium will know that the shorter boundaries are the straighter ones. Pricing once more.
There's the bounce.
There is the one that just occasionally causes a bit of a jumpy defence, and that was what Croft had to do there. But Keaton Jennings missed out yesterday when he got into striking distance of a century. Croft, from a team and personal point of view, won't want to do the same. Price to bowl to him, and there's that gap on the offside with Higgins in a mid-wicket. There is that space if he plays it carefully out through the covers, and just a comfortable single for, dare we say, the veteran all-rounder at 37. Can we say veteran?
Yeah, he's not quite as veteran-esque as me or you, Ian, but we're not playing, are we?
Sort of those. He's in that sort of age of his career where he probably takes one season at a time. Stephen Croft. Price to Balderson now. And he looks an organised young bat, George Balderson. Got the last wicket when Gloucestershire batted themselves, so handy to have the second string to his bow. But here, trying to offer good support to Croft. Faced 33 balls so far, and quite content to play patiently. And Glen Chapel obviously has a long association with Lancashire, and I think he was still playing at 39 from memory.
92 to 2017, I think.
Well, that's a very long. It's a very long.
Yeah,
it's a very
fantastic servant.
Very, very good career. And there'll be a certain, again, mental attitude amongst that playing group about what is expected. Price's last ball of his over is again defended, and I get the fact that in certain teams, and this was the case I think under Richard Dawson at Gloucestershire, there was a certain ethos among the playing group that was kind of picked up on by anybody that came in, and it became that the team was more than the sum of its bits because of that mental approach. And I'm sure at Lancashire that the Glen Chapel ethos is quite deep in the club now to that playing group.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think they've always had that, haven't they? I think they're a very proud county, and they've got a lot of wonderful ex-players. I've had a direct message on Twitter from a chap called Craig Tranter, who's a good man and a wonderful man on quizzes, I believe, as well. And he's loving the work. He's enjoying watching on the live stream. As Ryan Higgins is bowling now to Croft. Those first couple of deliveries from Higgins tend to be rather sort of round-armed, don't they? Anyway, Craig sort of put us in the loop regarding the emails that we read out earlier on from Ian Lomax and the one we got yesterday from David Taylor. And, you know, as we said at the time when we read that out this morning, we don't want to go on any more about what's going on with the Lancs Action Group and the club officially. There's a dot ball there. Because, I mean, we've read out one from each side, and we, you know, in the interest of fairness, we don't want to sort of keep on the same subject. But Craig, thanks for putting us in the loop there, mate, and hope you're well, hope you're enjoying the stream. And he's a Lancashire man, home and away, and he's not happy with the situation there, to paraphrase his email, as Higgins comes in, and that goes through.
And we were talking yesterday about a couple of the gentlemen who were here in very striking blazers, and Dan bumped into a Lancashire supporter this morning. I think I get this right. He played cricket with Josh Bohannon's granddad. Was that right?
He did, in the Bolton League. Yeah. Yeah. Can't remember his name now as well. He told me his name.
Brian, his name was.
Brian. That's it. Yeah. That's a dot ball there. Croft plays Ryan Higgins out to mid-off. Yeah, Brian.
And you're going to get those sort of connections, aren't you, with all round an area which has got such strong league cricket as Lancashire has.
They're good people, Lancashire people. They're good salt of the earth chaps. That's just left alone outside the off stump. You know, they're very proud of their county and proud of their area, and they're warm, friendly people, and we're glad that you're enjoying listening to us on the stream, because in the West Country here, and even not being from the West Country myself, I think Gloucestershire as a club pride themselves on the warm welcome that they give visitors, as Croft plays that into the offside. The warm welcome they give to visitors who come here, and the welcome that they're giving to people in their communities, we see with the 300 school children that are here today. So fantastic. Both clubs are warm, friendly clubs, and you can't say that about every club. Possibly one not in the north of England and one down the M5 perhaps. But anyway, moving swiftly on.
The rivalry exists as strongly in this part of the world as it does either side of the Pennines.
Yeah.
There's the overall situation. 274 for 5. As Dan said, 19 overs to go.
Yeah, Pennines or Mendips. The rivalry is there.
Yeah, and we can see the Mendips, you'll be pleased to note, today. There is some high cloud about, but the day is much as forecast this morning. David Payne's going to change ends here.
Yeah, I can see Cameron Hastie's farm from here.
Can
actually.
you? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, his small holding, his squire.
Yeah, Cam is on duty with what you can see on your screen today. And here's David Payne with 3 slips from the Ashley Down Road end this time. Coming in and bowling to Balderson, who pleasantly, off the front foot, drives up to Higgins at mid-on. So Scott is at backward point. Ben Wells still out on the field. They're trying to work out who has gone off tempo. I wonder if where's Zafar at the moment? He's down at long legs, so
Matt Taylor? Oh, no, that's him in front of us, isn't it?
Matt Taylor's in front of us.
That would be him. Is it Miles Hammond? Where's Miles Hammond?
Where is Hammond? Is Hammond?
That's Scott at backward
yeah,
point.
Hammond may not be on the field temporarily. Certainly, I mean, Wells is somebody who I think would definitely play in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, I've heard good things about him.
He could play as a genuine bat, although he does obviously keep wicket as well. Might be that James Bracey will play as a batsman only. That may be a different stance to give Wells some first team keeping experience. Oh, that's nice shape from Payne again. That's just held its line outside the off stump. Balderson looked round. There's a second look at this. This is Ashley Down Road End for David Payne now. First over of a new stint, having changed ends. Yeah, just held its line. Balderson playing inside it. And Hammond is actually ready to come back on at the end of this over. He's standing down on the rope in front of the players' dressing room. It's suffice to say, although we've had some warm elements to this match, we've not. Have we had a day yet here in Bristol this season then where we've had drinks brought out for all the players? I think they tend not to do that so much in first class games. It has to be individually. If you want a drink, we'll bring one out to you. But
yeah, Twelfths brings them on, doesn't he, these days?
But I don't think there really has been a session where it's been so hot that literally drinks have been brought out for everybody. Here is Hammond back on the field. It was he who was temporarily absent, so Wells trots off once more.
I saw a lovely picture actually. It was Lords. I think it was the 1929 Australians. And Bradman batting. Was it 33 Australians? I can't remember. Anyway, the drinks are actually brought out by a proper waiter on a silver platter in full waiting apparel. It's Higgins, and that's played nicely by Croft. Oh, he was run out if that was hit directly. Brilliant bit of work out there in the covers.
It's Hammond having just come back on again.
And he's
nice,
the sort of guy that
was a
hit.
nice bounce for him, but direct hit, you say, Croft had gone.
Croft was struggling here. He wasn't even in the frame. He wasn't even sliding his bat. Gloucestershire will want to pick up 1 or 2 wickets now before lunch. We've got just over 50 minutes to lunch. As Higgins comes in around the wicket to Balderson.
Oh, it's interesting. I mean, Lancashire scored 49 this morning for the loss of Phil Salt, and that's the same steady tempo by and large as we've seen through much of the game.
Yeah.
They're not really forcing the pace, but there may come a point where they'll have to if they want to win.
Ryan Higgins around the wicket. Balderson defends that one back down the pitch.
And I mean, Dale Benkenstein, I think was it after the Kent game or was it after the Somerset? It might have been after the Somerset game. I think he was asked, 6 rounds of matches, what are the trends that you've learned, or what are the trends that you take away?
Higgins into Balderson, who plays that one on with the angle into the leg side.
And his top line answer was, we can't be in the field for 150 overs every time.
No, we can't.
And this might be the sort of good batting pitch, or the easy pace batting pitch where again they might be.
That's a gorgeous shot there from Balderson. Bit of width from Higgins, but Balderson just really climbs into that one and plays it off the front foot through the covers. Lovely, lovely cover drive. 279 for 5. This is starting to just tip into the Lancastrian favour, I think, Ian.
It's a very slow tip, isn't it?
It is. Higgins, and that's a big shout for LBW, but Rob Bailey says no.
Rob Bailey says no most of the time, based on the evidence of this match.
Yeah.
If it's absolutely stonewall plumb, he'll give it, but other than that, he's tended to answer in the negative. Here's a replay.
Going down. Probably. Possibly.
Well, in Rob Bailey's view, definitely.
Indeed, and he's the man that matters.
Yep, there's only one
Rob Bailey
person whose opinion is important. So Will Croft look to try and slowly raise the tempo here. It's a bit like being in third gear for Lancashire at the moment. They're cruising along quite comfortably. Are they going to put their foot on the accelerator? And if so, when? Croft turns that around behind square. There'll be a couple down to Zafar Gahar down in front of the club offices. It's a Tuesday today, of course. It's unusual to have a Sunday start. And actually, there's an interesting, just a thought's popped into my head about something I was told by, and I think you can understand this in a way. There's been a lot of argument for this. A former MD in a different sport said, spectators like what they call an appointment to view. That's the phrase that he used to use.
Yeah.
Darted out by Croft on the offside, but Hammond will prevent the single. In other words, a consistency of when your team is playing. And if that's a consistent Thursday start where you've got the potential of 2 days on a weekend, or a consistent Friday, or for your T20, then people can organise your diaries. It's when it's
scattergun.
Yeah, that's when it's hard for spectators to really, come to your team on a regular basis. And I know there's been a lot of argument about the schedule next year, and what it may or may not be. And I have to say that Dan and I have no inside line on this at all. And here is Payne in again, and again off this slightly shorter run, which he's using from this Ashley Down Road end out to Hammond. But the argument, I think it may have been Ian Botham's, or Sir Ian Botham's concept of the 10-10-10. So you've got 10 matches in the Championship, 10 matches in the Royal London, which would obviously be up from the 8 at the moment, and 10 in the T20. Payne from the end closest to our commentary position, again, is just worked by Croft into the leg side for a single. And that wouldn't be to everybody's taste. But if the teams were in groups of 6 and you played the other team home and away, there is an element of fairness to that I think some supporters would say, okay, we don't perhaps like the fact that we've lost games in certain competitions and gained them in others, but it is a fair pattern for each tournament. And Payne again in, and Balderson tries to fire that down the ground. He doesn't really time it, and Matt Taylor fields. I mean, the ultimate, of course, is that you end up with 2 divisions of 9 in the Championship and you have 16 matches. But to go from 14 to 16 looks far less likely than going from 14 to a lower figure.
Am I allowed to get on my soapbox?
Yeah, you are, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a travesty that no one knows what they're playing for next year. Whether the sides are going to have, whether we're going to have 2 divisions of 9 or 3 groups of 6 in the county championship.
To extend that point, do you think that the announcement, when it comes, let's say it comes in September, will say we're going to start in 2024, and that 2023 will be a parallel of this year?
Who knows? Who knows? I've seen also being mooted around, and I wouldn't mind seeing this. I don't think the counties will go for it, but rather than having a north-south group, having 3 groups of 7 in T20 cricket and inviting in Scotland, Wales, or Scotland, Ireland,
and Holland,
and the Netherlands. Higgins in, and that's out. Croft goes for 80, caught behind by James Bracey. Ryan Higgins just a little bit of shape away, finds the outside edge of Stephen Croft's bat. And this game remains in the balance. As soon as one side threatened to get away, the other side comes back into it. And that's well bowled That's good captaincy there from Ryan Higgins. He's pitched the ball up and he's gone for a few runs as such. But he's pitched the ball up and he's finally got his just desserts there. And that is the end of a very, very good 80 there from Stephen Croft.
Yeah, 153 balls, 154 balls was the 154th was the dismissal delivery, and 11 boundaries for Croft. Will he raise his bat?
Just shy of the 50 partnership there.
Yeah, he does raise his bat.
That's Ryan Higgins' second wicket, and he's got rid of the two guys who've been the mainstay of this Lancastrian innings, with Keaton Jennings and Stephen Croft with 94 and 80 respectively, both being caught behind by James Bracey. And if they can winkle out another one before lunch, then Gloucestershire will fancy their chances of extending their lead.
What did Chris Traynor say? 6 wickets for 40? Question mark.
Pete
oh, sorry, he did. Yes.
Sorry, Pete, if I've got your name wrong, mate. I do apologise.
Do we see a clatter though within this Lancashire team? Luke Wood has come out to bat at number 8. So 2 left-handers together now. Wood's got a first-class 100. So again, I think it was Pete Lamb, who's looking after the community stuff here at Gloucestershire today and with the schools, said as we left the ground last night, don't forget Lancashire bat deep, he said. And when you've got a man at number 8, Zafar Gahar's got a first-class 100 and batting at 9 for Gloucestershire yesterday. So,
that's Division 1 cricket, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
You know, that's the scenario. You know that you've got to get everybody out.
Here's Ryan Higgins coming around the wicket to the left-handed Wood, who goes hooking and gets a glove on it, and it drops down at his feet, perilously close to dragging that one back onto the stumps. I think Higgins knows Wood and knows if he drops it short, he's going to take him on. And we've got the man who's gone back. Zafar Gahar's gone back at deep backward square. Tom Price is down here at long legs, so they've set the hook trap, and Wood is still looking to take it on. This game is alive, Ian Randall.
There's 2 wickets this morning.
Higgins. Wood leaves that one alone. That bends back a long way. Generally after it's past the stumps. James Bracey tumbling away. Luke Wood, no relation of Barry Wood, although has the same straw-coloured hair. I don't think he's a relation of Barry Wood anyway, is he?
No, I'm sure not.
No relation of Mark Wood?
No, I think Mark Wood... Does Mark Wood not have the tag of, quote, the nicest man in cricket? I think that a lot of people have a lot of nice things to say about Wood, don't they? I think generally.
He's a good guy. Tom Abel's a very nice lad at Somerset. I know Gloucestershire fans won't thank me for saying that, but he is genuinely one of the nicest guys around. Tim Murtaugh's a good guy at Middlesex. Wood plays that out to mid-on. Jack Brooks is a very nice guy. John Simpson at Middlesex is one of the good guys in the game. Steve Kirby's one of the good guys.
Steve Kirby is a very funny guy.
Very amusing, man. I can't actually tell
some of the stories.
No, absolutely not. It would be career defining perhaps if I did. Here's Higgins in, and Wood flicks him through the leg side. Bit of bottom hand coming into the shot. Zafar Gahar.
But on a wider topic though, we do say about the characters in the game of cricket, but because of the way the game is, it is a long game. It's a very different mental game from a short form 80-minute rugby game or a football game at 90 minutes.
Yeah. That's left alone there by Balderson.
And
that completes the over.
And of course it's a team game, but it's 11 individuals. So the team can personally be the team can be doing very well, but you personally could be doing very poorly, and therefore, I mean, there are, I would say dozens, but the game is littered with stories of players with tough mental challenges, and some cope and some don't.
Yeah, they do. Steve Kirby's got a link to both counties. Obviously, Gloucestershire fans will know that he was here, but he's actually from Bolton originally, or Bolton area, and grew up in the Lancashire age groups where he played cricket with Gary and Phil Neville back in the day. I'm sure everyone's got a Steve Kirby story up their sleeve somewhere.
Steve Kirby's probably got 101 about everybody else. Here is Payne in to Wood, who lets that go outside the off stump. I mean, I know that you did a charity evening with Kirby back in the spring. I mean, Kirby can do one of those on his own because he was part of a panel, but Kirby can do one of those by himself.
Steve Kirby's about to be announced as an ambassador for Melanoma UK, of which I'm an ambassador for. I'll come on to it after this ball from David Payne.
Wood waits, it's very wide outside the off stump, and Payne puts up his hand in acknowledgement. That wasn't well directed.
And the charity are actually based in Lancashire. They're based in Shaw, which is just outside Oldham. And Steve Kirby, I've done 3 of them. We did one at Yorkshire, we did one at Middlesex in London with Steve Kirby, and we did one just recently at Somerset. And Steve Kirby's exactly the same off the stage as he is on the stage.
Payne in, and Wood again lets that go.
And you sort of talking to him over a beer after the show, and you say, oh, what about such and such? Go, oh, Dan, I've got a story about him. Oh, Dan. But great guy. Great guy.
Update you on the matters at Taunton and in the other games in Division 1 if I can during this over. England have lost a wicket in the test match. Well, that didn't bounce very kindly for James Bracey. Just in front of him, as Wood let that one go. Yes, England have lost a wicket. Tammy Beaumont's out. LBW to Bosch for 28. There's 65 for 1 in reply to 284. That wicket's just gone down. Emma Lamb still there on 33.
Bosch.
They're dropping a man out at deep square now for the short ball potentially, but Wood isn't given a short ball. Hammond is out there. They're on the hook potentially if Payne decides to drop one in. So yes, England 65 for 1, and in the other games in the first division, Hampshire 131 for 3 now against Essex. Their position not quite as solid as it was previously. A couple of wickets there to Simon Harmer. Felix Organ made 65, Ian Holland 37. They are now both out. That is clipped away off his pads by Wood. There's a long boundary out there, and well fielded by Miles Hammond. They're going to come back for a couple, but right on the rope, he saved 2 runs, and Zafar Gahar's got the throw in. So it's Gubbins and Vince now in for Hampshire. Their target is 299.
Fantastic bit of work. We've had some emails come in, and John Wilson has dropped us a line and saying he heard you mention about people who play multiple sports, including cricket, and it would take a lot to beat Max Woosnam. It's not Ian Woosnam, Max Woosnam. He made a century at Lords. He captained Manchester City at England. He got an Olympic gold in the tennis in the 1920 Olympics and won the Wimbledon tennis doubles. And then he went on to captain the Davis Cup team. And he also made a 147 at snooker for good measure. Great commentary and best of luck, lads. Well, that's fantastic. Used to be an old mad bloke around our way who, when we were kids back in North London, who would embellish us with stories about his sporting exploits, none of which were true, I don't think. And he'd, ridden 3 Cheltenham Gold Cup winners. As Ryan Higgins comes in and Balderson plays that out to Gully, no run. This guy would tell us that when he played for Surrey as well, Peter Parfitt could never score a run off him for Middlesex, which, I struggle to believe. Will in Albacete in Spain. Chris Balderson's, well, I'll come on to it after this ball from Ryan Higgins. That's played down the pitch. Chris Balderston, best football years were at my own dear Carlisle United, but this is worthy of note. Balderstone made history on the 15th of September 75 by taking part in a county championship match and a football league game on the same day. He was 51 not out against Derbyshire at the end of day 2 of Leicestershire's match at Chesterfield, and at the close of play he changed into his football kit to play for Doncaster Rovers. Higgins comes in, Balderson plays that out to mid-off. So he changed into his football kit, played for Donny Rovers in an evening match 30 miles away, which incidentally was a 1-1 draw with Brentford. He then returned to Chesterfield the following morning to complete a century and take 3 wickets to help wrap up Leicestershire's first ever county championship title. I think that was under Ray Illingworth. That's got to be a close shout there. Higgins fancies it, Rob Bailey doesn't. Well, that's Boy's Own stuff. It's going to be a leg by. Just one there. It's Boy's Own stuff there, Ian Randall, isn't it?
Off the bat, I think.
Oh, it was off the bat.
No signal from Rob Bailey, so that's why, to be fair, only Higgins was really interested. Here's a replay of it. Yes, I think the reaction from behind the stumps told you everything you needed to know there. They heard the sound off the bat. He's just taking some deposit off the sole of his boot with his spike. Just over half an hour to go till lunch. Lancashire still short of the Gloucestershire total. Still quite a way short, actually. 51 short.
That's played out into the offside. Tom Wade. Afternoon both, hope we are well. Just dropping a line to say hello once again. Currently watching on the live stream, chatting away with Nathan and Mike. First game of the season for me now that his schedule's cleared. Hoping for an enjoyable one. Keep up the good work. Any chance for a quick overview of the match so far and how things are looking? Well, Tom, Gloucestershire won the toss, elected to bat. That's just a thick inside edge, runs away down to long leg. Wood moves on to 4, 287 for 6. So Gloucestershire batted, 337 all out. Chris Dent, 110. Zafar Gahar, 62. Tom Bailey, 3 for 66. Jack Morley, 4 for 91. And we're in the Lancashire first innings. Keaton Jennings, 94. And Stephen Croft, 80, have been the mainstays of their 287 for 6. Tom Price being the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, as you'll see there on his screen, with 3 wickets. And that's about it. So it's in the balance.
Dan's rather underplayed it there. The impression is you haven't missed very much. And the truth of the matter is the game has been played at a very even tempo. We have not had really... perhaps the only period where there was a change was in about the first hour after tea on the opening day, where Lancashire did take 5 wickets in relatively quick succession. Slower ball bouncer from Payne, taken by James Bracey as Wood Trystock. He's got a man back for that shot, who is Miles Hammond.
Well, that brings me nicely on to Andy of Southport's email, which says, "Morning gentlemen, I'm a bit perplexed at what Lancs are trying to achieve here. Not pressing for bonus points or victory, batting for a draw a day early." And I presume Andy's a Lancashire fan coming from Southport.
Or was that a statement, do you think?
There's an exclamation mark.
Oh, an exclamation mark, so it's a statement then.
Yeah. So,
They certainly aren't going as quickly as I thought they might have done. I appreciate they lost Salt early, but it does appear that, I mean, they may change tactic as the ball, this second new ball, gets a bit older. but they're certainly playing for the long game. Payne to Wood, who again defends. This maybe balls Balderson has faced. He's faced 53 for his 18 at the moment.
William Lawrence has been in touch as well.
He was the gentleman who sent us a very long email on the first day, and very thoughtful it was too.
He did, and he says, first and foremost, thank you for reading that out, about his Lancashire England selection gripes.
Short from Payne, very short, and Wood sways out of the way.
He says, I must say the newsy commentary style of your team is quite superb. Along with R. Scott, I presume you mean Scott Reed, you stand at the top of the league. But while reminiscing about the glorious 70s imports, did you leave out Mike Proctor? No, we didn't. We never would. This is a Gloucestershire stream. We never would. The televised hat-trick against Hants, I can almost recall Richie Benno's words heart by heart.
Again, Wood goes back.
And he's got Richie's words here. As the tall John Rice gingerly makes his way to the wicket, Benno says, well, this is a very nasty little situation to have to walk into. And then a millisecond late after he is yorked to give the great man the hat-trick, and 4 in 5 balls, the legendary Aussie shrieks.
Payne in, and again that's let go, probably 5th stump that, so Wood didn't want to play it. 287 for 6, the deficit is exactly 50, and there are 12 overs left.
Not that Richie
for
shrieked
Lancers,
that. Not that Richie shrieked that.
For the
That was Ian Randall.
Lancastrians to get some more batting bonus points.
Richie Benno shrieked, oh, got him. What a performance. The superb 70s when Test players were sent back to their counties straight after the Test match, and when the cricket fixture diary pattern was set in stone. William, what a lovely email, mate. Thank you.
And that comes back to the quote appointment to view, doesn't it? In terms of, I know that in a sense, and Chris Broad made this appointment, he was with us on Sunday, the thought of playing 2 3-day games in a week and a John Player League Sunday League 40 over game on the Sunday squeezed into the middle of a championship game. I mean, it left you no time to practice, but the logistics were just horrendous. Here is Higgins.
Higgins to Balderson, who plays that one out past David Payne, who's on the chase out at mid-off.
And I get the fact that there is thought to be, a better balance now for the players, in that sense there is some practice time, but it just needs to be thought out a bit better. And the most telling thing for me was when Chris Broad said he didn't think the players played too much.
Higgins around the wicket.
So the question is, if they don't play too much, then you just have to balance the schedule better.
Yeah, and the problem with that is, yes, you do want to balance the schedule, but members are starting to get less and less value for money. And the long and short of it is there is a certain elephant in the room, isn't there, which takes place in August, which is chewing up or, putting a massive block in the county championship season. Higgins, that's left alone by Balderson, goes through to the gloves of James Bracey.
And so at one level, or in fact maybe more than one level, the 100 has done a great job. So it has enabled the profile of women's cricket to go through the roof.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's a very good point. But is it offering us anything that the KCL or whatever, KSL or whatever wasn't doing previously? Higgins. Oh, and that's out. That finds the edge of Balderson's bat. Higgins again, caught Bracey, bowled Higgins. Trinity of dismissals that way in the Lancastrian innings. 289 for 7.
This is a good spell from Higgins. Bringing himself on with a little bit of wear on this second new ball. Not a huge amount, only 10 overs worth. But it's an important wicket with Balderson looking like he was going to stick around for a while there.
Yeah, Lancashire still trailing by 48 runs here.
And increasingly you feel that, I mean, we felt, I think, coming into the ground this morning, that the first session of this day would tell us a lot about where the game may end up, and it still will, but the emphasis is going to be more and more for Lancashire on how their bowlers bowl rather than how their batsmen bat. By Gloucestershire taking 3 wickets this morning, they've now, you might say, they've got one end open a bit.
Yeah, they have.
They don't have a really established batter still left at the crease.
They certainly have, but I think what will be going through the minds of the Gloucestershire fans here in the ground and tuning into the stream will be Gloucestershire had first innings parity with Kent in the game 2 weeks ago, and they made a very good first innings score. They got 500, was it 450?
Was it 4? Yeah, it was
450.
Yeah, nearly.
And they still lost that game by batting badly in the second innings. And Lancashire have got a decent attack. Tom Bailey's a good bowler. Luke Wood's a good bowler. Will Williams is a fantastic bowler. And Gloucestershire will have to bat well themselves.
Things starting to happen at Chelmsford too.
Higgins in, and Tom Bailey's the new batsman.
Hampshire, having been 97 for no wicket, are 140 for 5. And Aaron Beard has got a couple of wickets, and Simon Harmer, needless to say, has got 3. He's bowled unchanged from one
11
end.
in the game he's got there. Higgins in, that's a short ball. Bailey goes pooking, and that is a good shot. Rolls his wrists over it and pulls him for 4 through square leg. Lovely shot.
So to say, Harmer's bowled unchanged from one end in that match.
Quelle surprise.
He's opened the bowling and bowled 18 overs unchanged.
Well, we mentioned yesterday about the Essex lads loving the 4th day of a county championship game. They call it Harmy Day because he gives them a day off and they go and play golf on it.
Well, Chelsea may get another one with that game as it is. And
Somerset fans have got real issues with Essex, haven't they? Because that pitch turns just as much as Taunton used to, yet Somerset got the points deduction. Somerset fans don't seem to like it.
So 293 for 7 here. Still to come, Will Williams and Jack Morley. How quickly can David Payne get one of them in by breaking this partnership? That's a good shot, cracked away by Wood through the offside. Chase for Hammond, he won't haul it in. That'll go all the way for 4 to the cover boundary.
It's quick, Miles Hammond.
So maybe Lancashire have decided, well, we need to get what we can as quickly as we can here. And get bowling.
These two are quite aggressive though.
Still the 3 slips for Payne. Out on the offside this time from Wood. So I find it's strange how you associate certain players with certain counties. If you said to me Luke Wood, my first thought would be Notts.
Yeah.
You know, that's the, and it's that thing. I remember a former colleague saying to me, people tend to remember you where you came in, where you started, not necessarily where you ended up. And Wood obviously a long association with Trent Bridge.
Yeah, you could say that, but I think now you associate Ryan Higgins with Gloucestershire, don't you, as opposed to Middlesex? You wouldn't say he's a Middlesex man.
Yes, and I suppose because it depends whether ultimately you stay a long time in your first role, whatever that is. And this won't be a long story. My first role when I left school was for 3 years. I then went somewhere for 6 months. That didn't work. And then 11 years after that, and 18 years after that. So I think in reality, I tend to think of having basically two main jobs in my working life.
Was that the BBC?
The 18-year one was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 11 years before that working outside the B. But
you're listening to Dan Whiting, and
Dan Whiting spent how many years in your previous role? 20 odd.
Yeah, the company 17, I think, but in legal recruitment, I think I've done 94. I started and left there 2 years ago, so 25 years.
Yeah, gold watch time. Here's Payne in short and pulled out of the reach, I think, of Tom Price. Yes, it will go to the boundary at deep backward square. Payne looks a bit aggrieved at that, as if that ball didn't get up as much as he thought it might. And Lancashire are up to 300, so they have their third batting point. And yes, there's a little bit leg side, truthfully, as you see on the replay, and Wood aggressively put it away. So will they now, we wonder, with exactly 10 overs to go to get the next batting up, will these two try and have a dart?
I think so.
In the 20 minutes up to lunch.
I think so. I think that will please Andy from Southport as well. You're listening to Dan Whiting and BBC runner-up commentator 1990 Ian Randall here on the Gloucestershire live stream.
A good memory you have. I think I was actually third. But
were you third?
I was third, yes.
It's bronze medal. It's as good as a silver. Higgins to Bailey, defends that one.
Was the radio always on in your house when you were a youngster? It was always on.
Yeah.
It was always on in ours.
I quite like the radio. I'm one of those people who needs like noise in the morning to wake me up. I need a bit of, I need TVs on. I need radios on. Higgins. Oh, and that's a good delivery.
Oh, it's a no ball.
It's a no ball, but wow, he did all sorts. Bailey's looking to play that one through the leg side, and it shapes away and goes over the top of middle and off. But 2 more onto the Lancashire total.
Glenn Chappell's having a wander round down below us with, I think that's Danny Lamb with him, is it, with the beard?
Yeah, I think it is. Is that Mark Chilton as well?
Yes, the tall man I think is Mark Chilton. I mean, they look fairly relaxed about things, but there's still 34 in arrears.
All 3 of them on their holidays in the West Country in their shorts. Higgins in. Bailey pushes that into the offside.
And you did mention about the schools here earlier on. They, I don't know whether they will take part in any activities out on the outfield during the lunch interval. It's possible they will, particularly as it's a dry day. But I know they're going to have almost a mass photograph, and all done with clearances through parents and such like. I think after lunch, and then they'll head back to their various schools after that. But good that they've come here on a day when there is actually some cricket, as opposed to the weather interfering, which is just terrible when you've organised that sort of a day and you find that the weather just completely puts the kibosh on it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ian, and I think maybe the sun might even come out this afternoon. Seeing it in the distance, the sun. That's a dot ball again. The sun bathing Cameron Hastie's large freehold
estate
over in the distance. Yes, his large estate, where his serfs and peasants are tending to the farm as he runs the stream here.
3 wickets to Higgins, 3 to Price, and 1 to David Payne on the Lancashire card at the moment.
Higgins in over the wicket. That's a good delivery as well. That completes the over. 303 for 7. Luke Wood 12, Tom Bailey 4. The last man out, George Balderson. So we started the day on 226 for 4. And Lancashire lost Phil Salt LBW to Tom Price for 34. They lost Stephen Croft, who was caught by James Bracey off the bowling of Ryan Higgins, for 80. And then they lost George Balderson in exactly the same fashion for 20.
So there's a bowling change here. Matt Taylor's coming on from the Ashley Down Road end. I wonder if there's a thought here that sometimes Taylor would tend to bowl a slightly shorter length than David Payne, and if Wood is going to take on that shot, then Taylor might just give him one or two different questions to answer. Tom Price, he's gone just behind square. There's a massive gap on the leg side, only one player in front of square. So Taylor bowling over the wicket, actually pitches that one up, and with 3 slips, an orthodox cover, a mid-off and a backward point on the boundary on the offside, it is very much a packed offside field. Zafakahar's got a massive space to patrol at wide mid-off. Taylor over the wicket and chopped away off the back foot by Wood, down to George Scott, who's the fielder out on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
Talking of Blackadder earlier, Luke Wood has, with his sort of bristling blonde moustache, he's got a bit of Lord Flashheart about him.
You see, that's gone completely over my head.
Okay. Rick Mail played Lord Flashheart.
Taylor over the wicket to the left-hander, but round the wicket to Tom Bailey. And a different field. He's asking Scott to come into an orthodox square leg, and he's got 3 men saving one on the offside. Bailey solidly forward.
Do you ever have a moustache in with your moustache?
No, probably look completely wrong.
They were very in sort of early 80s. A lot of the Lancashire side had them. Steve O'Shaughnessy had one, didn't he? Graham Fowler had one for a bit. Sort of modelling themselves on Eddie Shoestring, who was a detective at the time.
Oh yeah,
Trevor Eve.
Yeah, well he was at Radio West, wasn't he?
He was.
Taylor in, clipped off his pad by Bailey, but straight to, I think is that Hammond without the sweater there? It's Hammond. No, it's Scott without the sweater. Breeze continues to blow across the ground quite strongly, but we've got some hazy sunshine now. 3 slips retained for Taylor, and again Bailey goes up to mid-off, this time where Higgins fields.
You can see it with the players' trousers there on your screen, how strong that breeze is, with Dent and Phillips trousers billowing. As is my paperwork here on my desk. It's about to billow all over the Mark Lane and Jack Russell stands in front of us, so I'm not careful and don't tie it down.
Taylor, this spring-heeled approach. A nice shot, well stopped. He'll get a single, Bailey, but Miles Hammond probably saved 4 there. That was low to his right and travelling at a rate of knots, and a good diving stop.
Got a lot of time for Miles Hammond as a cricketer. I think he's a wonderful fielder. I think he's got potential to be a fantastic bat. He's got all the shots. I think it's maybe his shot selection that perhaps lets him down at times, as opposed to any sort of talent there. And I think he, if harnessed in the right way, he's still got time on his side. He's going to be an absolutely fantastic cricketer.
Well, he, of course, will be away at the 100. Gloucestershire will lose, I think, half a dozen to that tournament.
So Dent's going, Hammond's going. I'll come on to it after this ball. from Ryan Higgins. Bailey plays that out to Miles Hammond.
So
Dent.
I think it's Cobain, Howell, Hammond, Higgins,
Dent.
Payne, Van Buren. I don't think Dent has a 100 contract.
No,
I think it's 6.
6. And Glenn Phillips.
Yes, well, his time at the club ends after the end of the group stage of the T20 anyway, so we need a helmet.
Here we go. Bracey's going to stand up. We spoke about this yesterday. A lot of the Lancashire batsmen have batted out their crease, which negates the swing and potentially even takes LBW out of the equation. And it's good tactics this from James Bracey, standing up to the stumps, pinning the batsman back into his crease and not allowing him to actually get forward, skewering the batsman back. Here's Higgins, and I saw it quite a bit with John Simpson last year with Ethan Bamber, and Bamber gets the credit because he bowls a lot of people or gets them LBW, but it's actually Simpson who was pinning the batsman back into the crease who should be given the credit for it, really.
Add to that about Ethan Bamber in a moment.
Here's Higgins.
He was on loan in the 2019 season when Gloucestershire got promoted out of the second division, and you would not find anybody who was more enthused about just playing, and no matter that he wasn't at his parent club, he'd come out on loan. Great, get me in the team, give me the ball, I want to do some work. And he was the most amiable off the field and enthusiastic on it.
Higgins in. That's taken by Bracey at the second.
And I've not been surprised that actually he's got back into more regular cricket with Middlesex and taken wickets.
He's a lovely lad, he really is. Father's an actor, and he's one of a number of the guys from North Middlesex Cricket Club in Crouch End who've come into the Middlesex side. Here's Ryan Higgins, who would have played against North Middlesex at some point when he was at Richmond Cricket Club in the Middlesex County League. But there's Ethan Bamber, there's Joe Cracknell, there's Luke Holman, and there's a guy called Max Harris as well, who've all come from North Middlesex Cricket Club. In fact, 3 of them played for England under-19s at the same time, which I think is the first time you've had more than one person who aren't brothers or aren't siblings who've come and played from the same club for England under-19. Here's Ryan Higgins. Bracey's gone back and thick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4. Takes the score to 309 there. There's Wood. Is that Wood or Bailey? Bailey, I think.
Bailey scored that.
Bailey scored that. Thick outside edge. That's the end of the over. 309 for 7. Wood's on 13. Bailey's on 9. And we've got 8 minutes left to lunch.
It's amazing, isn't it, how the tempo of this game has been so steady. In the first day, 279 runs. So within an error factor, a small error factor, it's kind of 90 runs a session. Yesterday, 284 runs in the day, give or take 90 runs a session. We've had 85 runs this morning, and I think what you have to say is that, and I thought about this on the car on the way down, Lancashire would have wanted to have batted all day, but Gloucestershire have scrapped really hard to make sure that they're not going to get anything straightforward out of this.
No, who's going to blink first, I think, in this game.
Zafar Gahar's going to have maybe a couple of overs before lunch from this Ashley Down Road end. Various protective gear has been brought out. Ollie Price has got the lid on. He's going to go in at short leg. Zafar bowling from the Ashley Down Road end with 1 slip. 371 on the offside. And the left-handed Luke Wood lets that go. Yes, they've really been prepared to have an arm wrestle with Lancashire over this, over the control of this game. Lancashire arguably had it at 210 for 7. Zafar and Chris Dent then brought it back round Gloucestershire's way.
214 for 7.
214
yeah.
for 7. And then Wood forward. Zafar strikes him on the pad, but there's no appeal. He's outside the line. And then Lancashire threatened to get it when Jennings was still in, albeit they weren't scoring very quickly. And then Gloucestershire just chipped away at the order. They hasn't really had... looking through the biggest stand of the innings was actually for the second wicket, which was 115. But since then they've just found a wicket when they've needed one. Zafar in again, that's into the footholds, and it does spin a little bit, and Wood lets it go. But it looks as though Lancashire are only going to end up with 3 batting points here, unless there's a real shift. Oh, that's beaten everything. It's going to go all the way down. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. Was it off the pad? No, nothing at all. And Bracey's missed it, Woods missed it, and Lancashire pick up 4 more. See what the keeper's reaction is here. There's a second look. Oh, untidy from Bracey, really. And Lancashire get to 313 for 7. Zafar's overall figures, he's not really been overworked in this innings. 104 overs, and he's only bowled 8 of them. He's got none for 35.
Strange, isn't it? Because we suggested that he might have a good bowl, considering we saw Jack Morley, and spin was, the pitch was taking spin from the first day, wasn't it? Jack Morley bowled 29 overs.
It was gentle, though.
Yeah, he bowled 29 overs for the visitors. Matt Taylor around the wicket, hit firmly off the front foot by Bailey.
You've mentioned some kind of captaincy before, and Ryan Higgins has tried things this morning. He's tried Taylor from both ends, Payne from both ends. He and Tom Price have both had a bowl. Price has had 2 spells.
I really like his captaincy. That is a thick outside edge, and no justice there for Matt Taylor. Moral victory. But in the book, it's 4 runs to Tom Bailey.
I try to compute that. He might be talking something like 10 bowling changes this morning, which would be a lot in one session.
Yeah.
But
good not allowing the batsman to settle. They've taken 3 wickets.
They've tried to make things happen.
They can winkle out 1 more before lunch, they'll be happy. Taylor comes in to Bailey, who lunges onto that front foot, gets forward a long way.
This might be the last. I thought that they might get 3 overs in before lunch, but the clock has ticked round to 12:58.
Oh, that's bounced a little bit, and Bailey plays that one well, takes his bottom hand off the bat.
And just to say, Gloucestershire are -1 on the over rate at the moment, so that's why Matt Taylor is hurrying back to his mark to try and squeeze 1 more in.
And Luke Wood slows it down by doing a bit of gardening. Taylor into Bailey, who again lunges forward onto that front foot. Taylor's sprinting back to his mark. Last ball of the over. Taylor around the wicket. That's the end of the over. And
Gloucestershire players are getting quickly to the other end.
yeah, I think they'll get
to
one
be fair,
more in.
Neil Pratt is walking purposefully in to the stumps at this Ashley Down road end. He's taken Zaffa's jumper, and the clock still says 12:59, so we are going to get one more over in. So Lancashire will have only 4 overs after lunch if they're going to try and attack that 350. Wood, though, I think at this stage will probably be content to see Zafar Kahar's over out. This will be the last one of the morning. He defends out on the offside. If you do want to send us an email during lunch, we will pick them up and work them into the commentary from 1:40 when we'll be back with you. Defended by Wood out on the leg side. There is our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Thank you for your input this morning, wherever you may be, either in the north of England or indeed further afield. You know, we have watchers from some far-flung parts of the globe. One or two of the spectators in front of the Thatcher's bar, perhaps going for a sandwich. Change of field, though. They bring
Phil O'Rourke's been in touch on Twitter.
a man across. Oh, Scott is going to go to that straight, short, mid-on. Try and close up any potential angle for Wood. You just pats that away off the toe end of the bat in this last over before lunch. Phil O'Rourke says?
Yeah, he said he used to live in Spain. Albacete. It's pronounced Albacete.
With a TH.
With a TH. Alba, T-H-A-Y, T-A-Y. Albacete.
Zaffa tosses that right up, and Wood again defends. That's pretty clear he wants to be there at the resumption. With Bailey, still Morley, and Will Williams to come.
Muchas gracias, Phil.
Lancashire are 20 runs behind, and that is where they will be when they come out again at 1:40. So a morning where they've added 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. Overnight pair of Stephen Croft and Phil Salt, both out. Salt first to go, Elby to Tom Price for 38. That was still with the old ball. And then with this second new ball, Croft caught by Bracey off Higgins for 80, and Balderson caught by Bracey off Higgins for 20. Wood and Bailey both have 13. I used the word arm wrestle, Dan, about the morning. Is that a fair description?
Yeah, and I think neither side has slammed the back of the other one's hand down on the back of the table yet, have they? They're grappling still. Bowling figures for Gloucestershire: David Payne, 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 77. Tom Price, the pick of the bowlers in my book, 20 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 52. Matt Taylor, none for 50 off 19. Ryan Higgins has bowled 23 overs. He's had a good morning, 3 for 49 with 7 maidens in there. And then Scott, Gahar and Phillips all wicketless, none for 34, none for 35 and none for 9 respectively. So Lancashire going to resume in about 40 minutes time on 317 for 7. They're going to have 4 overs left to have a dart at that bonus point total of 350. And as Ian Randall mentioned, the kids are coming onto the outfield, so I think that's a perfect opportunity for us to go and grab some lunch, and we hope you do too, and we'll see you back here in about 38 minutes, something like that.
See you at 1:40. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium, where the youngsters who've been with us this morning have just had their photographs taken, all compliant of course with GDPR regulations, and the end of their visit shortly. They'll be heading back to their various schools in the BS7 area and surrounds. Here Lancashire resume 20 runs behind, 317 for 7, 13 each to Tom Bailey and to Luke Wood. Scores from elsewhere at lunch: England's women 86 for 2 against South Africa, so they still trail by 198 in the test match at Taunton. Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont out. Lamb for 38 and Tammy Beaumont for 28, so it's Nat Siver with captain Heather Knight. Western Storm in England, of course. They resume 86 for 2. Hampshire, having been looked like they were well placed against Essex at lunch, 184 for 6, so they still need 115 to win. That game, weather permitting, almost certainly to be over today. 4 wickets so far for Simon Harmer, but Ben Brown and Nyrin Donald are the not out batsmen, and they are 2 decent wielders of the willow, so that's not a done deal yet, albeit you'd probably say Essex probably favourites. Warwickshire 92 for 1 in reply to Northampton's 451 all out, and Kent now 5 down against Surrey, and they're still 408 behind, 265 for 5 despite 102 from Daniel Bell Drummond and 75 from Jack Neelan. Both those two though are now out. Also had a nice email from Phil O'Rourke, which we'll try and integrate into the early afternoon play, but Ryan Higgins, Dan, is going to continue.
Yeah, he's going to start us off. Lancashire just 20 runs behind.
Just a pick-up point you said earlier at lunchtime, do you sense that Higgins is kind of relishing the batting, bowling, captaincy sort of triumvirate?
Yeah, I certainly do, and I think he's a very, very good captain. He tries things, not all of them work, but captaincy is calculated gambling in a way, isn't it? And I think he's trying things, and he's trying to make things happen. He doesn't just let the game drift, and I like the look of his captaincy. I really do. He's innovative, he tries things, and we've seen it with England with Ben Stokes. Anyway, he's about to take us away from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Bailey, who gets onto the front foot and plays that out to mid-off. So what's Phil had to say, Ian?
Yeah, just say that it has been a very blustery morning here, and we can tell how blustery it is now because most, if not all, of the Gloucestershire fielders have sweaters on.
Higgins approaching the crease. Bailey again gets on the front foot and defends.
So Phil O'Rourke says, afternoon Ian and Dan, having enjoyed the entertaining and absorbing first 2 days, day 3 sees the pull of the washing machine and the hoover.
Oh, Phil.
So in order to keep in tabs with matters, I'm relying on the live stream and the high tech via Alexa and YouTube, he says.
Higgins approaching the crease. That's just worked behind square, open the face. It's not going to go all the way, although it's a very fast part of the outfield. George Scott reins it in for 2.
So Phil says, the joys of watching the game on TV and having your dulcet tones fill the living room. How kind. Not quite the same as being there though. Day 1, a hospitality package that coincided with the former Players' Day, and day 2, as a punter, watching from the Thatcher's Bar and the Mound stand, keeping warm in that brisk wind with coffee and flapjack from the very nice vendor by the Marker Lane stand. Bumped into Glenn Chappell, who offered a very honest assessment of Lancashire's batting.
Higgins in, no run.
But thanks to you, I'm able to keep up with the game, and I think it's been a proper thriller so far. Gloucestershire's bowlers have stuck at the task well and picked up important wickets. So Lancashire have done what they had to do and advanced the score. The second dig should be a thriller. I hope to see you tomorrow for day 4. Best wishes. So,
well, Phil, you're watching on Alexa, and I'll come on to this after this ball from Ryan Higgins. Played firmly out to mid-off. Phil, watch this. Alexa, are Somerset a big county, having never won the county championship in their history?
Now, I'm conscious of what Alexa is, but how does it always come up with the right answer? Does it always come up with the right answer?
Well, Phil, get in touch. Let us know if Somerset are a big county or not. That's played firmly out to Tom Price at extra cover, who retains the ball.
So I'm aware that you can say, Alexa, turn the radio off, or turn the kettle off. Will it stop a kettle from boiling, for example? It will. The cam says it will. Okay.
Yeah.
But extraordinary gadget. Extraordinary gadget.
Yeah. Phil, let us know if that's worked.
Here, 2 runs added since the resumption. It is quite overcast now, actually.
It certainly is.
And Tom Price is going to have a third spell of the day. He had a couple with the old ball, in which he did take a wicket first thing. Then a second spell with the second new ball. He's coming back again here now after lunch. So Gloucestershire looking if they can to wrap up this Lancashire tail. And Price to the left-handed Luke Ruddy works that into the leg side, only get a single. I wonder if Phil is around and the Hoover isn't on. I know this is a very personal message, but do drop us a note with the gist of what Glenn Chappell said about Lancashire's batting, because that would be a really interesting thing to know, given that they've been out there now for 107 overs. They were out there for 77 overs yesterday, and Glenn would have clearly had a view about tactically how they were going about it. So Phil, if you can hear us through the washing machine and the Hoover, do drop us another note with what Glenn had to say. 3 slips then for Tom Price. And Bailey drawn forward as the appeal goes up and is turned down by umpire Neil Pratt.
I think you can just about hear the appeal over the sound of the kids down below us.
I mean, I hope they've really enjoyed their day. They were on the outfield playing some catching ball games at lunchtime.
No, fantastic to see, isn't it? That's the next generation.
And that's what you do when you first go to cricket. Yes, it's a bat and a ball game, but you start with the ball only generally, and a soft ball at that. Bailey waits for Price, drives, doesn't time it though, and it goes to Matt Taylor in the sweater at mid-off. I think Phil's day will be mine on Thursday.
Yeah, I've got
tends to be the way after a busy cricket schedule.
Well,
there are some of the youngsters.
Ian and I have just done 5 games in 6 days, so a bit of life admin might have to come into it.
Yeah, indeed. Need to fill the larder as well. Here is that chopped away by Bailey down towards the third man boundary. They'll take 1, they'll come back for 2, they go on the throw. Oh yeah, Wood wants it, and they'll make it 3 from the throw right down in front of the players' dressing rooms. And I do get the fact that you want to be sitting today with the wind behind you, probably, rather than the wind into your face. It could easily be, actually it's sort of cool enough, it could easily be a day in late April or early May, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, I think Gloucestershire fans will know there's a lovely lady called Ruth Charville and her husband Adrian, who are regulars down here in the Jack Russell stand, and they've changed ends today. They're down on the benches in front of the Thatcher's Bar.
Wood waits once more and clips Tom Price away past wide mid-on for 4. It'll clear the rope now, and that's well timed by Wood.
Lovely shot. Shades of Viv Richards there, just working it through the leg side.
They haven't quite given up that 350 chase for the batting point, so it was
an off stump.
Yeah, it was on off stump, but worked away through the gap. Is Ryan Higgins going to be persuaded to put an extra man onto the leg side? Not at the moment. Still wants to persevere with the 3 slips. That not much really has gone the way of the cordon in the match, let alone in this innings in isolation. Again worked onto the leg side by Wood. So So Price just needing to get his rhythm back really at the start of this afternoon session. Lancashire with full bowling points and currently 3 batting points. Gloucestershire will need two more wickets to get to another bowling point. And there is a shot of Wood and Bailey, and that supporter at the back. Look at the huddled into that hoodie. That supporter looks quite chilly down on the left-hand side of the ground from our commentary position. But yeah, it is a day to be well wrapped up if you're a keen supporter. And here is Higgins to continue.
Here he comes, and Bailey gets onto the front foot. We can go back to that view of the fans there. There's a gentleman at the back there, seems to have shunned the fleece and the trousers. He's there in the shorts and what look like gladiators' Roman sandals on his feet there. So fair play to him. He's obviously a harder man than me or you, Ian.
Indeed so. So there were some arrivals this morning at about 9:30 who were in shorts.
Higgins, Bracey standing up to the stumps now, stopping Bailey from getting forward.
No, but thanks to Phil for his email, and if you want to drop us a line, you can do. Emails remain open throughout the play, and Cam will just put the address top right corner of your screen. There it is. You can get in touch with us, commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Oh, that's missed everything, including James Bracey's gloves. Goes for 4 byes. Oh.
I don't think that was really the bounce either, that he didn't misbehave as much as one or two others have done.
Let's have a look at this again. How has that missed? Good job he didn't hit the helmet behind James Bracey, otherwise there'd been another one on top of the 4 byes.
It almost, there is just a reminder of the email address, it almost appeared to go over the top of leg stump, didn't it?
Yeah. Higgins into the crease. Bailey gets on the front foot yet again.
And Gloucestershire were just short, weren't they? Ultimately they were all out, obviously, but they were just short of the 350, and Lancashire might well be the same. But they're almost at parity.
Higgins in, that's a pleasant looking drive. Well fielded though.
Ben Phillips was having just a few deliveries on one of the practice pitches during the lunch interval. Maybe just making sure that if he's required to bowl in this match he's ready, and also perhaps for Friday at the Aegeus Bowl.
Higgins in.
A reminder that game, the coverage of that match on the stream will be provided by Sky, because it is going to be a televised match on Friday at the Aegeus Bowl. Is it 7 o'clock or 5 past? They always tend to change the start times, but we think 7 o'clock. That seems to be the from memory in the box anyway. 7 o'clock start. Clearly a game that Gloucestershire would still be mathematically in with a chance if, for example, it was a no result. If they lost a game, they wouldn't be able to qualify. If they win the game, well, still very much in with a chance of doing so. So obviously the team or the squad for that game will be named on Thursday. Price is going to come round the wicket here to Luke Wood. Three for 60 in 21 overs. And Wood waits for him, again hits it into the ground, and Price fields off his own bowling.
Something of the Jack Brooks about Tom Price, I think. Both Oxfordshire lads.
A lot of batsmen getting starts in this match. goes back to your point about what do you think a batsman is ever really in. I think three we can genuinely say were. Wood again defends. Dent, Jennings and Croft, I think you could say definitely got themselves in. But others have got to a position where maybe they've been in for an hour or so and then still found a delivery that was too good for them. Second slip, third slip rather, has been dropped out here by Ryan Higgins. Price to Wood. He's got an extra man on the leg side, and Zafar Gahar is a deep backward square. There's the ball in underarm. As it's not really. I know Zaf had a very long bowl in the game at Old Trafford, but these conditions not ideal for him. Albeit, sometimes spinners like breeze, don't they? It helps the drift a bit.
Yeah, they do.
But when it's a bit warmer,
also holds the ball back a little bit. Yeah, it's hard to get the fingers going sometimes.
Two slips in a fine gully then for Tom Bailey, but three saving one on the offside for Tom Price, and Bailey tries to find the gap, and he's got it past Zafar Gahar, and that's away through extra cover for four. And
it was imperious.
Nice looking shot from Bailey. Lancashire just one run behind now, and our good friend Matt from Manchester was on during the lunch interval to say that Gloucestershire this season have, I think he must have checked the scorecards for this, have not had a first innings lead in any of the matches, and it would take a hat-trick here to prevent that being the case again. Bailey has a swat at that outside the off stump, not a particularly graceful stroke. What would you say, Dan, would be an awkward lead for Gloucestershire? Would sort of 70 or 80 be an awkward kind of deficit, do you think? Or should they still be able to bat to save the game comfortably from that position?
Yeah, they should do. They should do, but we saw it in the Kent game where they didn't bat particularly well in the second innings.
Bailey waits and defends once more, and it is that, I think that's 110 overs gone, so there will only be 3 batting points for Lancashire and 2 bowling points for Gloucestershire in the match. And now it's about tactics from here, isn't it? It's not about points, it's more about tempo and tactics.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think, you know, what we're seeing here from Lancashire, we spoke about the depth of Division 1 sides and the good sides around the country. Lancashire showing their depth, aren't they? They have never looked sort of in trouble, even 7 down when the score was 289. They could have been skittled for 300 and given Gloucestershire a lead of 37, 40 odd or whatever, but they didn't, and it goes to show the experience. Even the guys that come in at, you know, 8 and 9 like Wood and Bailey, sort of, you know, got really good sort of 20s here, which have got their side into a position where they're about to take the lead. Higgins into the crease around the wicket. Wood has a little dabble at that one, doesn't get anything on him.
Well, I think I'm sure that the bowl, as we're now into the bowlers, if I can call them that they'll, having bowled on the pitch, they'll have worked out what the pace of it is like, and indeed therefore how they can try and bat effectively on it.
Wood prods onto the front foot, plays it out to David Payne at mid-off. Lovely picture there of the club offices with All things Bristol, painted by the artist Silent Hobo. Street art there on the club offices, with Alfred the Gorilla in the middle there. That's Let's Go. Those of you who don't know who Alfred the Gorilla was, Alfred the Gorilla was a man, or a primate who was at Bristol Zoo between 1930 and 48, I think, and there's a statue to him there. And he wasn't very fond of aeroplanes. Apparently he used to go mad when an aeroplane went over. And he had a habit of, if he didn't like someone outside his cage, of throwing his dung at them through the bars. That's left alone. He's now the mascot here for the T20 and Royal London Cups. And yeah, so there's Alfred, along with the Clifton Suspension Bridge. And the Concorde, which was from Filton up the road. The balloons that come from Ashton Court over the other side of the Clifton Suspension Bridge, which we see sometimes here in the evening. Higgins comes in, and that's played square the wicket to George Scott, no run. And what else have we got here that's Bristolian? The different coloured housing. The M32 motorway, the flyover.
The suspension bridge.
The suspension bridge is there. The cathedral in the background.
That building used to be a very plain cream. You wouldn't think so now, would you?
That's played back to Higgins.
And that's, to be fair, it's not the only area of the ground that has the street art on it. If you walk from the Grace Gates along in front of the Thatcher's Bar, the area just behind the club office also has the street art on it. There's the full card, 25 extras at the bottom there.
There's the famous white van, which can be found in the Hardcliffe area of Bristol on a regular basis.
And is that just, Cam might know this, we're going to see Zafar Gahar into the attack, by the way. That batsman pose there in the white on the ground, is that almost looks like a James Bracey shot. Almost
It does look like Bracey, yeah.
Or at least a graphic taken from
was it Cameron Hasty?
from Bracey. So 20 minutes after lunch, back comes Zafar Gahar with a ball that is about 25 overs old. Gloucestershire didn't take the new ball right at the outset when it was due. They waited a little until the 87th over. So here is Zafar with a very short cover to the right-handed Bailey, just trying to stop him playing away through that gap. Chris Dent is the more orthodox cover. Higgins is in short himself. He wants to be really involved in the game all the time here, Ryan Higgins. Just the one slip, Glenn Phillips, and Zafar round the wicket. That did straighten a bit, but the line needs to be a bit tighter to really be effective. Ollie Price just backtracking on the leg side to a more orthodox mid-wicket. Zafar plays that in, or bowls that rather shorter, and George Scott goes for the direct hit. He's not going to get there, right by the bails for James Bracey, but good running from Wood gets Lancashire level. And the question now in the game, with still 64 overs left today and 96 tomorrow, so even my maths can work out we've got 160 overs broadly left in the match. What can be manufactured in those 160 overs?
I think the draw has to be the favourite now, doesn't it?
You would think so. You would think so. It depends how many Lancashire get as a lead. That, I think that is the, you know, if it's a 50-run lead, well, that's handy, but it's probably not match defining. If it's double that, that becomes awkward, I think, for Gloucestershire. And if it's more than that, it becomes very awkward. There is the threat, according to one radar I saw, that there might be some rain around later tomorrow. So Lancashire might have to factor that in, sort of 4 o'clock kind of time. I don't know which app on his phone Dan uses, but
Met Office, son.
yeah, you're with me on that then.
Yeah.
That tends to be the one I use. 3:37 for 7. Scores level overall, as you can see. Wood and Bailey still together. They joined forces when Lancashire were 289 for 7. So they've, as in the case with these stands, latter part of the innings, most of them have got to close to 50. And here is another one. 48 these two have put on.
Yeah, we're in for a little bit of rain tomorrow. From about 12 o'clock, chance of 50-60%.
Oh, well, that's more than I thought.
Precipitation.
But, you know, it can bypass us potentially.
Yeah, certainly can.
Tom Bailey, though, still with Bracey standing up despite that ball going through everything in the last over.
Higgins to Bailey, who plays that out to the covers where Tom Price does the fielding. 3:37 for 7.
Not too many in the pavilion, upper tier today.
Higgins, and that is slashed through the offside by Bailey. 4 runs.
I've had some emails in. Do you want to take the top 2, Dan, and I'll take the third one?
Yeah, Stephen G. Brady says that his fellow thespian, he's loving the informative comms. Higgins there gets one to go past the outside edge of Tom Bailey's bat. My fellow thespian and friend Dave Taylor and myself have an undisputed love for Lancashire County Cricket Club. With a Cave and I.
I think that's a typo. That should be Dave and I.
Dave and I are poles apart when it comes to the governance of the club. Lancashire Actions Group's ever increasing social media followers and the critically acclaimed Not the Spin fanzine. Higgins comes in and that's played out to mid-on. Being read by 1,000 goes to show that the Lancashire Action Group goes from strength to strength. And this is honestly the last email we're going to read out about the Lancashire Club and the Lancashire Action Group, because, you know, it's fine and whatever you've got going on up there, you know, I understand it. We empathise with it, don't we, Ian? But it's you know, this is the last one that we read out, and that is edged on the bounce there to Ollie Price at slip. But thank you, Stephen, anyway, for your email, keeping us in the loop.
And I think what we can say is both parties in this only want the best for the club.
Yeah, they do.
That is very clear. It's just that there are different thoughts about how that might be achieved. Do you want to take the second one as well? John Wilson's been in touch before, so thanks, John, for being back with us.
Higgins in. Bailey plays that into the offside. That completes the over. Yeah, John is fully refreshed after his Lancashire crumbly cheese butties and a glass of Merlot.
That's a nice lunch.
Oh, John, send us some down, mate. Send us some down. Regarding Lancashire making a dart for the 4th batting point, I think that's unlikely. Well, yes, it was. With an eye on the weather, they should first get that lead on first innings, then make a dart for quick runs. There's nothing psychologically more uplifting than subtracting a lead from the opponent's second innings. Good point, John. Good point. It's got to be said.
And
go on, Ian. You take the long one.
The last one is from Stu Kent, who's been a Lancashire member since 1970. Here is Zafakar in to Luke Wood. And Stu talks about the 100 tournament, which we'll get to in a moment. Again, on the bounce to Ollie Price. There's not a lot of time in Zaffa's overs, so I might actually just do it during Higgins' next over if there's time to do so. Zaffa again to Wood, who plays out defensively. Lancashire 4 runs in front.
It's an interesting email.
Oh, that's beaten most things as well, including Bracey, who looks to the sky. Leg by, I think. Nothing off the bat. Or by, in fact. Nothing off bat or pad. We can have a look at that last delivery if Cameron can sort out the replay. But Bracey's beaten by a couple since lunch. Can you read it? Oh, Cameron didn't quite do it in time. Zaffa's going round the wicket. It's time to Bailey, who again defends. That's the end of the over. So Stewart did an MBA at Bradford, he says, and he says, Michael Calvin wrote in a book in 2017, there is no hunger in paradise, and that success rates in football academies were 0.012%, i.e. 1.5 million entrants at age 9, only 180 successes. They find the training etc. too much, and obviously there are other attractions as the youngsters get older, develop differently, and you have the wrong physique at maturity. In terms of cricket, he says the 100 tournament is the result of greed. If you read various reports, he said we've moved to flag it up. We're still trying to grow memberships, but the 100 causes confusion as people equate being in Manchester with being in Lancashire as a whole.
Matt Taylor's into the attack, and it's greeted by a firm drive from Luke Wood, but
Stu says that the tournament is taking strength from the counties at a time when it is needed for other tournaments, but brings in people who expect all cricket to be the same. Afternoon spans are not what they were. Fairground cricket and baseball, as two fellow Lancashire members call it.
Taylor. Again, a firm drive, can't pierce the field.
He said, stop the 100. Remember the John Player League declined when the Sunday character changed. He said the brilliant Gillette Cup was 60 overs, a great length of time with the ability to develop an innings. Barry Wood, we mentioned earlier, was often our anchor. 55 overs, 50 overs, 20 overs, 10 overs, he said. Plot the graph from the very limited first over game, and the decline is exponential.
Left alone.
The remodelled Lancashire Pavilion, he says, in conclusion, has no museum now, with no sense of history, no photos, until the members pointed that out and asked that there was a promised heritage centre. So there's a lot of depth of feeling in Lancashire, clearly, about all sorts of topics, some of which are local to Lancashire, some of which are not. They're across the whole of the county system, and thanks to Stu for touching on those that apply in both categories.
Yeah, dot ball there, just nothing you've missed. So good email, Stu. It's an interesting points you make there, and we spoke about the other day about this 60 competition coming in the West Indies, and I don't know, where would it end? The flip of a coin? Taylor in, that's a nice shot. That's a brilliant bit of fielding there from the skipper, Ryan Higgins. Where's it going to end in? The flip of a coin?
Well, I think it does get that far. If you have matches where you can't split team, or competitions where you can't split teams on points or wins, or even run rates on occasion if it gets so tight. Wait, bowl offs? Where'd you go?
Yeah.
And it's a slightly random thought, but if you have a bowl off, do you then choose your bowlers, or do you have a bucket where you pull names out of a hat? That takes the lottery even further, doesn't it?
Well, I saw the other day in the 60, the crowd can pick something, can't they?
I think there is an element of that in it somewhere.
We're starting to get like X Factor, perhaps, where
just wondering actually here. Well, the
you
umpires
phone
having a
in.
chat about the light. The lights are not operative in this game, so we cannot have the floodlights on. With Zafra at this Ashley Down Road end, I should think we are fine to continue, but there might be an element of concern about the overhead conditions.
It's all right though in the distance, and that's where it's coming from, as one of the Lancastrians pointed out yesterday, over Bill's mothers.
Zafra in, asking about an LBW, but Bailey was quite a way forward there. Was there any bat in that? Neil Pratt walks out to the leg side for Bailey and indicates that yes, there was a little tickle of an inside edge, so wouldn't have had any chance of being given, despite the optimism of the Pakistani slow left-hander. Suffering very breezy conditions into wood, and they perhaps it is this Lancashire scenario of saying to Gloucestershire, right, you don't like being out there for 150 overs, your coach has said so, so we're going to try and keep you out there for a long time. And Zafra does bowl that into the footmarks a bit, and it does turn slowly to Bracey, and what that creates, Dan, isn't it, is mental tiredness when the batters come to bat.
It does, but at the same time, I'll come on to it.
Zafra in, and again Wood forward.
At the same time, Lancashire are third in the table, Gloucestershire are bottom. Lancashire should be looking on this as a chance to win and gain some ground on Hampshire and Surrey at the top.
Zafra wheels in once more. That's above the eye line, and would try to take that on. Just starting to see these two look a little bit more aggressive. Wood's faced nearly 70 balls now. That was a long way forward, killed any chance of any spin. Wood 19 from 69 balls, and Bailey 28 from 54. Those are the bowling figures. A lot of work for the top four in that list. And Zafra increasingly, I think, just being used to try and dry up the runs from one end and give the opportunity to rotate at the other.
Yeah, well, my point that I was going to go on to though is that I think Lancashire, some Lancashire fans have intimated it on their emails coming through earlier. They're a little bit disappointed Lancashire haven't made more of the running earlier in this match perhaps, and maybe now if they were 70-80 runs ahead of the target they could play a few shots and there is a chance still of getting a result. With the weather the way it is now, if Lancashire stagnate this...
Well, they can't afford to stagnate now.
No, they can't, but they don't seem to be pressing the accelerator down too firmly. Matt Taylor. Bailey gets that one fine. He's going to get 4 runs for that. I think it's an inside edge. Let's have a look at this on the replay. So, I think it's a thick inside edge that's gone. No, he's just got something on it and tickled it around the corner. It's more than an inside edge.
A little bit jumpy with the shot, but he played it securely enough in the end. That light has, even in 2 or 3 minutes, that light has just lifted a little bit.
347 for 7. Defended into the onside. Still under 3 and over. Just.
Yes, I don't know whether they could get there potentially. It's a long way to see them getting to 500 from here.
Taylor, Yorker. Dug out there by Bailey.
That's probably the dreams. Oh, he's split the bat. Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't like the sound it made. Either the sound was awful or it generally has split it right at the bottom. I mean, that would be the dream position for Lancashire here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so Bailey's got 32 off 55.
But it would
Luke Wood 19 off 69.
but it would take a really big stand to do so.
Or a horrendous Gloucestershire collapse.
Well, yeah, but I'm looking at it purely from a batting point of view.
Okay, sorry.
Actually, the record 8th wicket stand was Ian Austin and Warren Hegg at Cheltenham in 1995, which was that game. Actually, Gloucestershire won that match, interestingly, chasing 84. So I'm not sure which innings that was in. I've got a suspicion that might have been first innings, that Gloucestershire got a really good start on the Saturday in that game. And anyway, the stand was 102. It didn't ultimately yield anything for Lancashire in terms of a result, but we are talking about, well, breaking that record by some distance, if these two are indeed going to be the people to get them up to some kind of meaningful lead.
Taylor around the wicket. That's going to run away. That's going to be 4 runs. Down to 3rd. Warren Hegg still involved in the club. Got a position there. I think is he Director of Communications, or I can't remember his role at the club, but he's employed still by Lancashire County Cricket Club. And Ian Austin. Bully. What a man he was. What a bowler.
Billy, did you say?
Bully Austin.
Oh, Bully. Sorry,
yeah.
yes.
I think because he used to look like Bully from Bullseye. I think that's where his nickname came from. I don't know. If it isn't, I've done him a massive disservice there. But I think that's where it came from. Taylor around the wicket to Bailey. No run. So 350 up, by the way, with that 4.
Yeah, he's the senior cricket executive at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah.
That's according to his own Twitter account. So.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, Warren Hegg. Bouncer. That is going to go fine. 2 bounces for 4 runs. That completes the over. 355. Maybe this is where they're starting to motor now.
We've still had more than 25 overs with this second new ball now, and it maybe Lancashire are really trying to squeeze as much life and energy out of the Gloucestershire fielders as possible before being ruthless with their batting. Wood wants either some tape or something brought out. One of the Lancashire squad has come out to see both he and Bailey. He's got it was quite an urgent message to the dressing room from Wood. Whether he's got a blow there, or they're having to repair the bat in some way. He's not called for another bat. Is it? Are they putting a new handle on, I wonder, or a new cover to the handle? Looks like that's what Bailey is trying to do. Yeah, that's what they've done. Bailey's been more adept at that skill than Wood. He's just checking that he's okay with it. Didn't want to change the bat, but something was askew with it. Danny Lamb is the man there who's just trotting off in the dark jumper. And yeah, Wood just adjusting the grip cover. He's going to take strike again at the
Ian Austin here.
Ashley down road end. Sorry, Dan.
Ian Austin.
Known as the Tank, amongst other things, I think.
Yeah, got 114. Oh, come on, do it after this ball.
Zaffer continuing from this Ashley down road end.
149 not out for Haslingden against Church in 1985, which remains the highest score by an amateur in Lancashire League's 108-year history.
Worked away by Wood into the leg side. He'll pick up one. Goes past Chris Denton out to George Scott.
This is an old article though, so it may well have been beaten since then.
Talking about Alexa and such gadgets earlier on, it's amazing what the technology means. You can now look up, going back into the annals of cricket. Round the wicket goes Zaffer. He wants an LBW there. He's going to get one. Tom Bailey playing back. At last, says Zaffer. At last, I've got one to beat the defences of this stubborn partnership. 67 they'd added, but 67 is all they will add. Oh, that is absolutely, it's absolutely plumb. He's played back in the crease on the back leg, and Lancashire are 356 for 8. They're 19 in front, as you can see, 2 wickets in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Stone dead in front. And that was a bright and breezy knock there. Tom Bailey ended up with 40. And he was starting to just sort of motor this score along. Jack Morley's going to make his way to the crease.
That says Ben Williams on the scoreboard, so let's just see if...
Will Williams.
Will Williams, sorry.
Yeah. It might be Will Williams. Yeah, it is Will Williams.
Yeah, so he's come in ahead of Morley. Doesn't have a significant score in first-class cricket to his name, so there may be a little bit of farming of the strike maybe here from Wood.
Potentially.
Just to see what Lancashire can get. And in terms of, and I think I've had a couple of correspondents talking about the time that Lancashire have taken up in the game. There would appear to be little to be gained now that Bailey's gone from hanging around too much. If you're going to get the runs, get them quickly.
Yeah, you don't want him chewing up the balls there, do we?
And that's what, in a way, what Gloucestershire were able to do before lunch yesterday. They soaked up time that Lancashire couldn't really afford by batting almost until lunch with the lower order. Zaff around the wicket. Williams lets that go outside the off stump. Yes, that very dark cloud has bypassed the ground, and it's a little bit lighter again now. Zaff around the wicket, and Williams works that to Ryan Higgins on the onside. But at last, after not a lot of bowling, but 13 overs for Zaffer. 13th over brought a wicket, 1 for 38. He's bowled a lot at Lancashire this year, to be fair. He bowled 65 overs in that game at Old Trafford in the Lancashire innings. And in this one, I say only 13 so far, but he might get a bit more of a bowl now at Wood and Williams. Jack Morley, the one remaining batsman. But Lancashire today have lost 4 wickets. Salt for 38, Croft for 80, Balderson for 20 and Bailey for 40.
Taylor at the top of his run. Into the crease, and Wood gets him backward down to third, where it's going to be cut off there by George Scott. Oh, and Bracey has completely lost his geography and smashed all stumps out of the ground, much to everyone's amusement. Look at Glenn Phillips there. Is that Dental Phillips, I think, in the background? Look at this. Let's watch this come in. Bracey completely loses geography and takes all the stumps out of the ground. Look at Luke Wood's face. Brilliant.
Might do that at Winterbourne, but in a first-class game, it doesn't look quite the same.
It was Chris Dent there in the background who found it of the highest amusement.
Then still got a broad grin.
Umpires have rearranged the stumps.
Social media king at Gloucestershire might be putting that up later on, I think.
I think so.
Bracey might get a bit of stick for that.
Taylor in, and that's just played round the corner.
Wood's taken a single there, so I did wonder whether he would deal in even numbers with Will Williams at the other end, but he's trusted him enough to take the single. 22 off 72 balls. For Luke Wood. This is a very docile pitch though, Dan, isn't it?
Yeah. As we said the other day, I don't think the Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa and John Lennon all rolled into one could be more placid. So that's played back for no run.
And Cameron Hastie, who's on cameras with us today, was at Cheltenham last year in a very similar role, and I think Cam will hopefully agree with me that the bounce and the general nature of the wickets at Cheltenham very different to here at Bristol, and therefore the cricket you see is comparatively different as well.
Taylor pitched up. Williams plays it out to middle.
That is made to some degree by it's a smaller ground. I get that. You get full value for your shots at Cheltenham, but there generally are more chances for wickets made. That's the other thing. Here sometimes you feel as if you've gone a long time without even a chance of or a half chance being made by the fielding side.
That's edged past Ollie Price at third slip, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Just been looking at Lancashire dishes. Been looking at this thing called parking. I've never heard of parking. Have you, Ian?
No.
It's
Parkin.
Yeah, as in Derek Parkin, the old Wolves player. And Yorkshire and Lancashire have been fighting over the rights to this scrumptious gingery cake for centuries. And it's the ultimate cheering wintry treat, according to this website that I'm reading. Tried with homemade custard for a delicious pud.
Oof, sounds good.
Matt Taylor bounces one in to Will Williams, who defends that. I'm looking here at other Lancashire dishes, and we've got Forest of Bowland game. Forest of Bowland is owned by the Queen.
AONB.
Yeah. And what else have we got here? We've got Chorley cakes.
Jason from Eccles will have steam coming out of his ears.
It's a lesser-known cousin of the ubiquitous Eccles cake. Well, Chorley cakes are significantly less sweet, where spiced currants and sugar are enveloped in a buttery, flaky pastry. and baked, and a glaze of egg white and sugar gives them a satisfying crunch.
Oof, there you go. I'll put an order in. Here's Zafar into Wood, who drops that out on the offside. I need to bring you news of what's happening elsewhere, particularly at Chelmsford.
Corned beef hash. It says, we'll top it with a fried duck egg to make it extra filling. Ooh.
I think I prefer the cake, actually.
Lancashire hot pot.
Zafar Gahar round the wicket, and Williams defends. England's women 121 for 5 against South Africa at Taunton. They had a good start there, but Heather Knight, Sophia Dunkley and Amy Jones are all out since lunch. And Nat Silver is still there with 23, but they're 5 wickets down and still 163 behind. And at Chelmsford, Hampshire need 53 to win against Essex, but they only have 2 wickets left. 246 for 8, chasing 299 to win.
How many's Harmer got?
That's always the question, isn't it? How many has Simon Harmer got? How many overs has he bowled, more to the point? He's bowled 20, he's got 6.
6 for 152.
Yes, lots of bits and pieces in that Hampshire scorecard. Here, Williams again defends.
There's 14 in the match.
Yeah, the main contributor, Felix Organ, was 65, but they're trying to get them with 20s. Barker and Abbott together now.
Barker can give it a whack, can't he?
Just a bit of gentle spin from Zafar again, past the outside edge of Williams' bat, but no touch there. And Harmer's bowled 29 overs out of 58, so it does occur to me that is him bowling. He opened the bowling. I reckon he's bowled unchanged in that spell. 6 for 152, and Hampshire now need 49, so that is a live card. Elsewhere, Surrey bowled Kent out at this stage in their first innings. No, 291 for 6, still a long way behind. And Warwickshire 208 for 3 and replied to Northants 451. So Northants game almost certainly you'd think a draw. Kent have got a lot of batting to do yet to try and save that game with Surrey. The game in Essex almost certainly over today.
Matt Taylor in from the pavilion end. And that's hit firmly on the up by Luke Wood. Calypso style.
That's
lovely shot.
That's a long boundary out there, but that was on the up, very much so.
Let's have a look at this. It's not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Bit of width. Stand and deliver.
Crunched away. Lead is 31.
Taylor into him. That's got to be close. Rob Bailey
says no.
Oh, computer says no. Doesn't give a lot, does he, Rob Bailey?
He's been very, very cautious with his
that's got to be close.
Decisions in this match.
That has to be close. Probably still having nightmares of being given out off his iPad in the West Indies that time. And that looks like a leg by. Yes, it is.
The game doesn't move very far until these last 2 wickets fall down, does it really?
No.
Yes, Lancashire are ticking the runs up, and if they continue to do that for a considerable period of time, then clearly that will very, very slowly take the balance of the game towards them. But at the moment they're just squeezing the lead as far as they can.
Taylor left alone by William Salter, Austin Williams. I wonder where the name Salter comes from. Andrew Salter, who plays for Glamorgan, isn't there? He uses a Christian name, though. I've never heard of it.
No, sort has been a handy player for Glamorgan.
Yeah. Taylor left alone there again by Williams.
Quite good. Again, quite good bounce. If you've noticed, or you feel the atmosphere is a little bit quieter in the last half an hour or so, then you'd be right, because the schools element of the day has come to a conclusion. The youngsters have made their way back to their various schools in and around the BS7 area.
We do have that replaced with squawking seagulls up above us.
But other than that, we've just got that sort of general hum of conversation.
Oh, that's a good leave there by Williams. Yeah, there seems to be we had a seagull fight going on yesterday, didn't we?
Well, we had seagulls and a lot of air traffic yesterday over the ground, which was unusual. Certainly the latter was unusual.
I've got to ask you, Ian, if you were a seagull, right, and you found you found a bit of sort of discarded fish and chips at the seaside, would you then go and squawk loudly about it as you found it, alerting all your seagully mates to the said fish and chips, thus causing a huge row, which they tend to do? It's not the brightest move, is it?
I think I'd be scuttle away. Would. Zaffa starts another new over in this spell. Ollie Price in under the lid at short leg. Got a short fine leg, a deep backward square, an orthodox mid wicket, and a man out now at long on for Wood, who chops that into the ground. He tried to cut that into the gap towards backward point, who is away on the boundary, David Payne. So there's a comfortable single there. Zaffa over the wicket to Wood in this over. He's tried to bowl round to the right-hander and over to the left-hander, with those footmarks from the follow-through from the Lancashire bowlers in particular now quite visible. Zaffa appeals. That looks to be going down the leg side. Neil Pratt not interested.
Zaffa he seems to have learned his appeal from Mohammed Amir, hasn't he? He's got that sort of dancing backward that Mohammed Amir's got.
Price right down on his haunches there at short leg. Goes past him though, even the dive from Dent can't haul that in, so it'll go out all the way out to George Scott, and they'll pick up one more. 370 for 8. And Payne trots away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Four so far to Will Williams. Zaffa around the wicket and Williams forward. I think we raised this in one of the earlier games. That's the end of Zaffa's over. He's bowled 15 overs now and taken 1 for 40. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 40. I think we mentioned this in, I think, one of the earlier rounds of commentary. A number 10 in a first-class game, where would he bat if he was, as some players do, playing a Western Indian Premier League or a club game on a Saturday? Where in the batting order would he like to bat?
West of Indian Premier League, probably 4 or 5. Club cricket depends on who it is, really, because 10s and 11s can vary so much. Club cricket, I mean, if it was a sort of, say, Division 3 of a county, there's Matt Taylor, he's about to come in to Wood, who plays that down the ground. They don't take the single now. He'd probably bat anywhere in the top 4. I said about the story earlier in the year of Andy Clark, who played for Essex, who famously broke James Foster's arm in the nets that time. He was an out-and-out number 11. Taylor comes in, doesn't release the ball. Maybe a gust of wind there. Yeah, he was an out-and-out number 11, and yet we were a Division 1 side at the time, playing in Hertfordshire Division 1, and he took us for 143. So
batting where?
Batting at 3.
All right.
For a side called Old Southendians in what was known as a competition called the Bertie Joel Cup, which was played for the top 128 clubs around the southeast. Taylor in, big swing, Luke Wood. Nothing on it. Yes, he...
There's the example then.
And he was renowned as a rabbit at county level as well. He even a ferret who went in after the rabbits. He was an out-and-out Jack. Taylor into Wood, who will take the single this time.
Gloucestershire are prepared to give Wood a single anywhere, aren't they? They've got 7 men, basically 3 parts of the way to the boundary.
This game's drifting. It was alive up until lunch.
But Lancashire really are trying to extract everything they can, aren't they, from this first innings?
Yeah. Taylor's going to go around the wicket to Will Williams, and that is edged on the bounce to Ollie Price at 3rd slip.
Denton Scott probably thinking, well, might be 2 balls from batting. Got to be prepared.
Yeah. Forward there by Williams.
Although, to be fair, Williams, if he's looking to defend and not much more than that, looks reasonably competent at, at that one element of the game.
Yeah.
If you want to drop us an email, you can do. Our email remains open throughout the afternoon. I'll get Cam to put the little block in the top right corner of the screen. There it is. And thanks to those of you who've been in touch already with long emails or short, culinary or not. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk.
Taylor into Williams, leaves it alone. End of the over, 371 for 8. Williams on 4. Luke Wood on 29 off. I think that's 85 balls. And
it'll be 86 now because that last one has just ticked up. But yes, he's tried to pick his shots. I mean, he's played a couple of really nice ones. But yeah, Lancashire, they're trying to squeeze every run they can out of this lead, but it's soaking up time in the game. And time maybe is what they really want. Miles Hammond is down below us as the 2 batsmen just have a chat. Mid-pitch at the moment. It's about the tactics here. Jack Morley's still to come, so Gloucestershire still need 2 wickets. I don't sense a declaration from Lancashire, certainly not yet anyway. Zafar with plenty of men out, and they did want a single off the first ball there, or Williams might have wanted one, but Wood didn't. Round the corner to Matt Taylor at short fine leg. Remember that Gloucestershire play their penultimate T20 match on Friday at Southampton. There'll be live coverage of that on the stream from the Ageas Bowl, and that is well bowled by Zafar into the foot marks just outside Luke Wood's off stump. Having gone to the trouble of having that handle repaired on his bat, Wood doesn't want to give his wicket away here. Oh, I say that, he's just absolute swat at that into the leg side. Maybe that didn't bounce as much as he thought.
No, it didn't.
Just kept a little bit on the low side. Zafar's bowling in a sleeveless sweater there, as you can see. Phillips looks as if he's wrapped up for an afternoon at the rugby. That first slip. He's Probably got 2 sweaters on there, I think. Phillips only available to Gloucestershire until the end of the group stages of the T20. He's away then with New Zealand on their short ODI tour. Zafar Gahar just moving Matt Taylor about 2 yards at fine leg. And that's chopped on the bounce by Wood out to David Payne, who deprives him of a single. Lancashire's overall run rate exactly 3, and Wood again this time finds the gap. He'll get 1. He might get more than that, and David Payne does hold it in just before the rope. They could have run 2, but Wood said no, I'll take the single, I can keep the strike. End of Zafar's over. Wood goes to 30 and Lancashire to 372 for 8. There are the overall bowling figures: 3 wickets for Tom Price, 3 wickets for Ryan Higgins, and 1 for Zafar. 1 up from the bottom there. Glenn Phillips hasn't had a bowl today. George Scott hasn't had a bowl today. Tom Price, though, I think for the first time today from the far end. I don't think he's bowled from the pavilion end so far today.
No, he hasn't, no. Where do you think this game's going to go? I mean, if Gloucestershire don't lose a wicket before tea, Ian...
Or if Lancashire don't lose a wicket before tea.
So if Gloucestershire are stuck in the next sort of... if they've got an awkward 10 minutes before tea, or say if they only lose 1 or 2 wickets by the end of play tomorrow. Here's Tom Price. In, and Wood defends that. Price.
We're going to start, not yet exactly, but there may come a point where the tea interval has the potential to be moved. Gloucestershire are now -2 on the over rate, so they've got to just think about not getting caught there. They have lost 2 points already from the Hampshire match for a slow over rate.
Oh, and that is in the air. Oh, that went through. Was it Miles Hammond out there?
David Payne, I think.
David Payne. Was that a catch? I lost sight of the ball there in the...
well, I think Payne,
against the red roofs of the houses.
Lost it a bit against the seating.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in the air for a long time. Payne's come running in.
Cam can get us a wide-angle camera on that. You see Tom Price's reaction. That may take an over or 2 for Cam to sort the wide-angle camera, but we'll see if we can bring that to you to give us an idea.
That's down the leg side. Bracey tumbling away.
It was aerial. It was one of those ones where you're not sure whether to dive forward and try and make the catch or stop the boundary.
I saw the ball in the air, and as it came back down, I'd lost it just in the sort of red roofs of the houses there on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
I think there was an incident in the T20 at Canterbury where Benny Howell came towards a ball late in the Kent innings. And got caught in 2 minds, and in the end missed the catch and the ball went for 4. It looked to me like one of those.
Ryan Higgins, and it was off a free hit as well. There's just 1 there to Wood.
No, it's Ollie Price, in fact, who's I think may have been the fielder involved.
Payne's next to him.
Yeah, it was just that the fact that the ball was thrown in right-handed rather than Payne, of course, who would normally throw left-handed after the ball had gone to the boundary. But Lancashire have picked up another boundary because of it, so the lead is now 40.
Lead's now 40, and there are 51 overs remaining today. And unless Gloucestershire collapse in their second innings, to quote a Lancastrian band, this game is going nowhere, man. Played out to mid-off.
Mainly a Liverpudlian band.
Well, they're Lancashire. They were Lancashire at the time.
Yeah, they were.
Liverpool was part of the East Lancs Road, was it? Or the, yeah.
Hampshire 9 down now at Chelmsford. Last pair together, they still need 35, and it's Keith Barker and Brad Wheel who have to get them there.
Price in to William Williams. No run, end the over.
Aaron Beard has got the other 3 wickets aside from Simon Harmer. Is he still bowling? I think he is.
I think the camera's lost sight of the ball there as well with that.
Last boundary. There's the card, as you can see. 4 scores of more than 40 and 2 scores of more than 80 have built this Lancashire total. There's a drink being brought out for Luke Wood, and maybe some words of advice as well. Danny Lamb trots away, and Zaffa's going to...
I wonder if that's a message from Glen Chappell.
It might be. It might be one of those tactical ones.
Yeah.
Dent drops away here to deep mid wicket, so there's a single almost anywhere that Luke Wood wants one. Higgins is in on the offside, notionally patrolling at extra cover.
See,
But,
they took one there.
interesting, they took one off the first ball. So maybe that Wood has no problem with Will Williams dealing with Zafar Gahar's slow left arm spin.
You get a lot of people in Wales with names like Will Williams, don't you? And
there is Zafrin. So Will Williams would be one. You'd have David Davis, wouldn't you? That's sort of that's where you're heading with this, is it?
yeah.
Well, the scorer at my old club was called Charles. But he was known as Charlie. Here is Williams off the back foot this time, doesn't time it. That sounded like one of those...
Owen?
yeah. Who was Owen? Oh, that was a retail outlet.
It was a shop.
It was a shop, yes. Sorry. Zafar Gahar can't give him his full name with a little nudge off the hip by Williams there, down towards the boundary in front of the club office. They'll take 2 and they won't go for a 3rd. Glenn Phillips on the chase. Phillips hasn't had many of those chases, has he, from slip? He's been waiting patiently for the edge that has so far not arrived.
Yeah. So Charles was your scorer
at
your club?
Yes, known as Charlie. Charlie Charles.
Not Chaz?
No, definitely not. There's Zafar in, and clipped away by Williams once more into the gap. He'll get 1 this time, and along with many clubs, his son played.
Yeah.
His grandson played.
Right.
And there were various other father and son combinations. Wood pleasantly driven that. That was a fully pitched delivery outside off stump, and Wood picked it quickly and gets Lancashire up to 385 for 8. This will be annoying Gloucestershire, won't it, this partnership? They came together at 356, so they've only added 29, but again it's all about time. It's taking, I suppose Gloucestershire might say, well, it's time we don't have to bat, but equally the lead is very slowly ticking up. I think we had a category, didn't we? It was 40, 80, 120. 40 we said was handy, 80 was awkward, 120 was, well, that was very awkward. So it's definitely in the handy level at Lancashire, for Lancashire at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's got to go a bit further to have any meaningful impact, you would have thought.
I'd have said at 289 for 7. All 4 results were possible in the game. Tom Price from the pavilion end to Williams. Peel, they're going to scramble a leg by. Yeah, Rob Bailey signals it then. I was at 289 for 7. All 4 results were possible in this game. Now, I think there are only 2 possible results, and I think that's either a Lancashire win or a draw. I don't think Gloucestershire can win it from here.
No, I don't get the impression that Lancashire would offer some declaration bowling to set something up. I don't see that at this stage, because we know how difficult it is on the last day to take 10 wickets. It tends to favour the batting team in a chase.
And that's a thick outside edge from Luke Wood, and then it's going to beat Chris Dent down below us at 3rd. And that was exactly where second slip was. Had an email through from Jacqueline. Hello, Jacqueline.
So I can look at that slash from Wood, conscious that there was no second slip there, so...
Yeah. I'll come on to it after this delivery from Tom Price. Defended. Jacqueline, I think you should both know, when reading from previous correspondence regarding counties who never won the county championship, you managed to kick off Alexa in the corner of my living room, thus frightening Lewis the cat and me. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear her answer because Dan was still talking, enjoying the streaming. Oh, Jacqueline, I do apologise. I really, really do apologise.
There are 3 more emails, Dan. You want to take the next one down, and I'll take the bottom 2?
Yeah, go on. Tom Price into the wicket, just worked into the onside for a single. Hi guys, try Chadwick's black puddings from Berry Market, served with a dollop of homemade mustard, the food of legends, and of course Babby's Yed with chips, mushy peas and gravy. And a Yed is a Holland steak and kidney pudding. That's from John Andrew.
Others are available.
Well.
Kevin Drury says, lovely cake made with lashings of treacle and a favourite on bonfire night. That's not the Chorley one.
That's the parking.
That's the parking you were on about earlier.
Tom Price in. Williams defends.
Chris says, an excellent production which I'm watching because I'm stuck at home bored isolating with COVID. Lancashire's innings truly remarkable, as it's actually helped me drift off to some much needed sleep. This is the extreme, he says, after Headingley. Chris is in Bedford, so thanks for joining us from there. And Graham says, can you please refrain from using the name Alexa out loud?
Price in. That's worked off his legs there by Will Williams. Alexa, can you make something happen in this game of cricket, please?
Yeah. Graham says, Mike responded to the Somerset question and the follow-up one, which confused her even more. Other than that, enjoying the commentary, I do wish Lancashire would get a move on. Yes, I think there would be 1 or 2 Lancashire spectators on the ground who would be wishing for that, but they are still there and they are still ticking this lead up. And I think that there may be an element here of really, keeping Gloucestershire, what's the phrase, out in the dirt, as they say, for as long as possible. And to be fair, even after the first day, I think Dan and I at the close said, Lancashire might want to wrap the Gloucestershire innings up and bat once and bat big. How big might that be? Well, it's not huge at the moment, but they're still there and they're still adding to this lead. Zafar in. Wood wants a single and Williams answers the call. There's a big gap on the leg side, just beyond the short leg, who is Ollie Price, and Dent can't prevent the 1 run, and Wood's got to 46. He's got, I say, 2 first-class hundreds, Luke Wood. And now His 100 here is the number of balls he's faced. Zaffer to Will Williams once more. A little bit of bounce there. And again, gentle spin. But not on a radar line that will trouble the batsman. That's a bit straighter. That does turn as well.
Keep your Lancashire food coming.
Quite a long way, actually, that one. That spun quite a long way from... That might have been out of a foot mark, actually, from Matt Taylor and David Payne bowling over the wicket at that end of the ground. Zaffer again, wheels into Williams, squeezes that out. Cry of no from Wood initially, but they are going to come through for the single.
Keep your Lancashire food coming into us. Whether it's Lancashire hot pot, whether it's black pudding, Eccles cakes,
Hampshire need 13 now to win. Last pair together. Keith Barker's got 42, and that will be a tense scenario there at Chelmsford. 286 for 9 they are, chasing 299, and Barker's had a great season with the ball. And here's Zaffer in, and Wood again defends, and there's somebody else who, in a sense, he's been a dual sportsman in his life, Keith Barker, but in a sense the two have been completely separate because his football came first and the cricket followed after it. Yeah, there are some supporters in the stands down below our commentary position, most of them pretty well wrapped up, it must be said, and they've seen a long stint for Gloucestershire in the field once again here. 128 overs and they still need 2 wickets. David Payne's limbering up, and it may be a recall for him at the pavilion end.
It certainly is.
Hampshire are all out.
Oh.
Essex have won by 12 runs, and Simon Harmer has got Keith Barker for 42. Harmer 7 for 161.
A little bit expensive there, Simon.
And in the first innings,
taken him off.
In the first innings, he took 8 for 46, so 15 wickets in the match for Simon Harmer, and another 3-day win for Essex.
Sounds like a proper Bunsen burner in Essex at Chelmsford.
So their scores there: Essex 238 and 223, Hampshire 163 and 286. All out. Well, I might just tell you what that means for the table actually as well, because that will be interesting. I might do that in this over from David Payne.
Payne into the crease, gives Williams a bumper, which he ducks under, goes through to Bracey.
So I think that table has been updated. So Hampshire now 127, having played 8. Sorry, 127 match still in progress. Lancashire 108, match still in progress. Essex 96, now above Yorkshire.
Payne, and that's clipped nicely off his legs. Good work there by Ben Wells on offers 12thers. Not a very good throw in at the bootlaces of James Bracey. Does that include bonus points in that?
Yes, that table said that was updated 2 minutes ago, so
okay.
I think that that should be accurate. I will check. I will refresh that in a few minutes just to check, but that's that I think is correct.
If Gloucestershire get a draw out of this, they would be only 12 points behind Somerset and 17 behind Northants. The Northants look like they're gonna... Payne comes in.
Their game with Warwickshire looks like being a draw.
Yeah, so
and just to be clear from Gloucestershire followers' point of view, they still have to play Somerset away and Northants at home. The home game for Northants is at Cheltenham.
Yeah, Somerset are deep in a relegation battle by the look of it, aren't they? Having been amongst the favourites early season. David Payne in to Will Williams, another bouncer. Bit of chin music here for the New Zealander. Payne into the crease, one into the ribs of Williams. Just turned round the corner. Tom Price doing the fielding.
Yeah, that table is updated after that win for Essex at Chelmsford. So effectively, Hampshire would expect to lose top spot to Surrey when this round is completed.
But this is a real opportunity for Lancashire. Payne, and Wood gets up on his toes, because if Lancashire won this from here, they would get another 16 points, which would put them on to 124, and that would be just 3 points behind Hampshire, and probably 11, because that Surrey game has got draw written all over it. I mean, it looks like a real flat one at the Oval. So if that Surrey game is a draw, Lancashire would be 11 points behind Surrey, top of the table, and just 3 behind Hampshire if they win this game. So Lancashire really need to start making a running here, because they're playing bottom of the table Gloucestershire. They've already got a lead. If they can eke out a few wickets this evening, they'll be confident they could possibly wrap this up before lunch tomorrow.
Around the wickets, Avakahar with a second slip, as well as the short leg. Kent at 8 down in the first innings there. They're still 355 behind, so I think there's absolutely no issue what Surrey will do in that game. They will enforce the follow on.
No, Rory Burns will probably have a bat. We'll just need another 400, make it safe.
Bailey's just come across to point from square leg. There's a lot of traffic in his way in terms of fielders. That was a sole appeal from Zafri. He was the only person interested.
Yeah.
Bit of a grin from the bowler. Here's a second look at it.
You've got to be careful there, running down the pitch.
Williams has hung around here for nearly 45 minutes with Luke Wood, giving him honest support. And same again here. Good defensive shot. Just 2 runs shy of 400 then Lancashire here. The lead is 61. Wells is still out on the field as 12th man at the moment. And Ryan Higgins has just dropped himself out to short, fine leg. He's moving David Payne round on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's just trying to stop one of Williams' sort of scoring areas here, which is just that little flick off the pad if Zafra's bowling into the rough, which he is there, and Williams doesn't play the shot and just lets the ball ricochet away down towards Higgins. I think it's been a windy old day, and you've got to pick your vantage point to watch the game from, I think, to watch it in any comfort. We are a touch fortunate today that we are overlooking the ground but are actually almost inside. Good partial stop from Ollie Price with his boot there, as well as I think probably his right hand. Williams will let Wood have the strike again at the start of the next over. You've got to be really committed to watch your cricket on a blustery day like this, Dan. You've got to come with the right number of layers, haven't you? That's for sure.
Yeah, especially, it's probably not the most entertaining day we've seen this season either, is it? But we're trying to keep you entertained at home. 130 overs gone. Lancashire still yet to reach 400.
I did 81 this afternoon, Lancashire at the moment. It's almost a run a minute.
Payne into Wood. Just up onto his
It doesn't
toes.
feel like a run a minute though, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It's curious. On the face of it, you say, well, that's all right. If they were to score 120 runs in the session, you'd say, well, that's actually very good. But it just doesn't feel as if they're scoring at that rate. We've had, I suppose what it's come from is that Wood has picked his deliveries to get his boundaries from, and they've just been very ruthless in picking up the singles where they've been available.
Yeah, they have, and I think this game is going to completely come down to. Come on to it after this ball from David Payne. This game is going to completely come down to how well Bailey, Wood, Williams, Balderson and Morley bowl at the Gloucestershire order, because we don't get many wickets tonight. A little bit of rain forecast tomorrow. Payne in, Williams blocks it.
Yeah, I think
all I can see here is that the Paul's coupon will be ticked. It's got draw written all over it.
they still need for me to get that lead to 150 to give themselves a chance.
Yeah,
Lancashire.
I think so. You never know. You never know. Cricket's a funny game.
There could be some flexibility for Dane Villas in his fielding positions.
That is out. Williams has chipped it out to cover. And
David Payne with the catch, I think.
Is it Payne?
Oh, is it Scott?
George Scott, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it's George Scott. Away to his left, but Williams going for an extravagant shot. Doesn't really get hold of it. And that's the end of the man from Canterbury. And not in Kent either.
Now, in theory, the tea interval is, it's at 32 overs, isn't it? So we're a long way from tea at the moment. It's still 45 overs to go in the day. I was going to say, tea at 3:40, but still got 13 overs to go. So really, we're heading into the unknown now with Jack Morley's batting.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, really.
He's only played that one previous first-class match. He made 3 in his only innings. So the fact he's coming in at number 11 is perhaps understandable behind more experienced batters ahead of him. And
he's got a strike rate of 6.52, which doesn't bode well for the.
So I mean, Wood would like him to hang around for 20 minutes or so if he could.
Yeah.
For him to at least have a dart. And
he's had 7 List A matches where he's had 2 innings, 1 not out, 6 runs, highest score of 6.
So yeah, we're probably in the.
He's from Rochdale. You learnt that it's home of the co-op.
Home of the co-op. Yeah.
Yeah, home of the cooperative.
So
bit of triv for you, bit of statage.
Another left-hander. And can Gloucestershire? Well, I think getting another 100 from here would be unlikely for Lancashire, but Wood might be able to crash a quick 20.
Yeah.
If he can farm the strike. First of all, though, Morley has to survive.
Payne, 2 balls at Morley. Bouncer. Welcome to the game, Jack.
And he's got a leg slip as well as 2 orthodox slips there, as you can see. Tom Price in at leg slip. And a short leg as well. So
I like the look of his bowling now. I thought he bowled well, Morley. He'll come into the game more and more, I think. Payne, and that's it's really on side. Morley wants one. Luke Wood is having none of it whatsoever.
Doesn't want to get stuck on naught, does he?
No.
Understandably.
No.
So David Payne's got a second wicket.
Brings his career strike rate down even further there, with Luke Wood turning down singles off him.
2 for 81 for Payne, 3 for 77 Tom Price, 3 for 55 Ryan Higgins, 1 for 51 Zafar Gahar. There is the Lancashire card. An innings that started before lunch yesterday, and here we are 20 past 3 on the third day, and they are still out there. And Zafar, I think, is being given a breather. 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 51, and Tom Price coming back into the attack at the Ashley Down Road end. So, again, Gloucestershire quite happy to give Luke Wood the single anywhere he wants it here. There's only one slip, everybody else pretty well spread. And it's a short one from Price, which Wood gets underneath. This is the 45th over, I think, with this ball. It was the 87th when Gloucestershire dispensed with the old one. Wood into the leg side. They'll take one, and it's a comfortable one, and that's all it is. Wood to 49, the 400 up for Lancashire. It's been a real innings of determination, resolute batting to get there. They've made it in the end, and they've got a lead. Now, how much pressure that lead will create, as Dan said, will go down to how well and how much help remains in this pitch for a new ball and these Lancashire bowlers who, you know, by and large have had a day and a half with their feet up. Price with 2 slips to Jack Morley. Morley works that onto the onside. He wants one. That's a sharp single, and there's a good bit of backing up down here by Zafar Gahar, but Morley's off the mark, and he'll feel like a bit better about life. Ryan Higgins is at mid-on, and the field trots out into the deep in just about every part of the ground. Well, Wood only wants 1 for his 50, so he can play tip and run here.
So if there's a wicket now, is tea taken?
Oh, no, because there's so many overs to go. And there is Wood's 50. Way down behind square on the leg side. They think about 2, but they'll settle for a single. And Wood's 50 comes up off 108 balls and 7 fours. And it's taken him nearly 2.5 hours.
Yeah, what batted Luke Wood?
He's done a very resolute job for Lancashire in the lower order, adding useful runs with Tom Bailey. 67 in fact with Bailey for the 8th wicket. Round the wicket, Price to Morley, who just does a bit of a squirty kind of shot out to Miles Hammond in the jumper.
1 ball left.
Mid-wicket.
Odds on this being a bouncer?
Price doesn't bowl much that's short though, does he? That's the
No,
thing.
but they'll want a full over at Morley, won't they? So it wouldn't surprise me if this is a short one that Wood's forced to take on.
Wood's at the non-strikers end. Morley in and Price in, and Morley defends.
Sorry,
We've been
so used to left and right hand combinations.
Yeah. It's two left-handers out there at the moment. Price takes his sweater from umpire Neil Pratt. stats just been given out over the PA by Dan White for the 50 for Luke Wood. Yeah, so 4. You've had a 20, 2 scores in the 30s, a 40, a 50, an 80, and a 94. You can see how Lancashire have built this total.
Gloucestershire have made them work for it, though. Here's David Payne. Wood plays that
in a sense
into the covers, doesn't take the one.
Both have made the other work hard, haven't they? You Gloucestershire are going to have to work hard for your 10 wickets, and it's quite within your rights to make us work hard for the runs that we're going to score. I don't think you'd have a long session like this necessarily in the second division.
Payne, and where's that? That's gone up in the air, and that's out. That's caught by George Scott. I think that is out in the deep at mid-wicket. And that is the end of Luke Wood for 50 exactly. And the end of the Lancashire innings for 402. So that's caught Scott, bowled Payne for 50. Morley is 1 not out. So the Lancashire card is Luke Wells was bowled by Tom Price for 3. Keaton Jennings caught James Bracey. Bowled Ryan Higgins for 94. Josh Bohannon was bowled by David Payne for 34. In what can only be described as a patient innings. Stephen Croft batted well, caught Bracey, bowled Higgins 80. David S was trapped LBW by Tom Price for 1, as was Phil Salt for 34. Same mode of dismissal. George Balderson caught Bracey, bowled Higgins 20. Luke Wood, last man out, caught Scott, bowled Payne for 50. Tom Bailey, LBW Zafar Gahar for 40. Will Williams was caught, Scott, bowled Payne for 12. And Jack Morley was 1 not out. What's the Gloucestershire bowling card, Ian?
29 extras in that 402 as well. David Payne 25 overs and 2 balls, 6 maidens, 3 for 81. Tom Price 25 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 80. Matt Taylor 24 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 73. Ryan Higgins 27 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 55. Zafar Gahar 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 51. And neither George Scott nor Glenn Phillips bowled today. Scott 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 34. And Glenn Phillips 3 overs for 9 runs. Gloucestershire finished that innings -2 on the over rate, and the board hasn't quite adjusted yet to take account of the overs remaining in the day, but I think when it does, it will say that there are 40 overs left, so we will have 8 overs until tea, and then the session of 32 after the tea interval. I suppose it is, the umpires could say, as it's now within 10 minutes of the scheduled time, they might take the tea interval now, but I suspect with the overs left they probably won't. And Gloucestershire's challenge is to eradicate that lead of 62 and also get to a position tonight where they're in front overall.
Yeah, I think Tom Price, for me, the pick of the bowlers. He was 3 for 80. I thought he bowled fantastically yesterday, especially. Removed Luke Wells, who's in fine touch with a big in swinger. He removed the skipper Dane Villas, who's had a good season as well, got him LBW, and also the dangerous Phil Salt for 34. Ryan Higgins had a good day today. Obviously he removed Keaton Jennings, good catch standing up to the wicket by James Bracey yesterday, got rid of him for 94. The removed George Balderson by the same mode of dismissal, and removed Stephen Croft as well for 80.
Tea is now being taken, we understand, and that is shown by the fact that the overs on the board have gone down to 42 rather than 40. So the umpires have decided that tea will now be taken to save us 10 minutes of a later finish. There will be 42 overs tonight for Lancashire to bowl at Gloucestershire, and they have a lead of 62 runs overall on the that's not right. My maths has not worked that out correctly at all. They have a lead of 65 runs, as you were, overall, and that's what Gloucestershire have to eradicate when we resume at about 10 minutes to 4. So we'll be back with you then. Go and put the kettle on. We'll do that here. And if you want to drop us an email during the team talk, you can do so. commentators@glossccc.co.uk. We'll leave you with the graphic of the scene of the roller being applied for 7 minutes, the heavy roller on the pitch here, and the Lancashire all-out total across the top of your screen. We'll see you again at 10 minutes to 4 for the resumption.
Welcome back to the evening session here, where Gloucestershire have got quite a tricky 42 overs to negotiate. They're 65 behind, and Lancashire will come out steaming, because if they can pick up 3 or 4 wickets in this 42 overs tonight, they'll fancy their chances of wrapping this up tomorrow morning. But if they don't, then I'm afraid this match is no doubt destined for a draw. Lancashire looking to make headway, looking to make some inroads into Surrey at the top of the table. And they'll know that Hampshire have lost to Essex in an absolute thriller at Chelmsford. But we're going to see Tom Bailey bowl to George Scott here as he opens
with
up. Chris
Neil Pratt now at his end of the ground.
He is, yeah, they swap round, don't they, in the second innings. Rob Bailey's gone for the cap. He's shunned the Panama.
Oh. Lights lifted again a little bit. There is some dark cloud in the distance, but no evident rain with that cloud.
Bailey, oh, Scott jams down on it and squirts it back behind square. Saw George Scott get a first baller to Peter Siddle in the game against Somerset here. This will be the one they want though. Chris Dent, 110 in the first innings. And Lancashire, 3 slips in place. Danny Lamb's on as a substitute fielder. He's at second slip. Luke Wells is at first. Keaton Jennings at third. This is the one they'll want, it's Chris Dent. And that's a full delivery as well, which is played into the onside. Ball comes into Phil Salt. Stephen Crofts at point. Dane Villas, the skipper, at mid-off. And then we've got Bohannon at mid-on. Balderson at mid-wicket. Got a square leg, and we've got Will Williams down at long leg down to our right. As Bailey comes in, and that's a thick outside edge. Squares Chris Dent up a little. Jennings goes herring after it, and that's 2 more onto the total. Do you think Gloucestershire have got any pretensions of scoring quickly and then leaving Lancashire 2 sessions to get a total tomorrow? Do you think that's even come into their thought process?
I would doubt it very much. I think they'd have to assess where they were at close of play tonight, I think.
That's left alone by Dent.
Let's just say there are 42 overs tonight. Let's say Gloucestershire were 120 for 1. So they're 60 runs ahead, 1 wicket down. It would need a captain's conversation to say, right, okay, what can we set up? What are you prepared to let us chase, and how many overs are we prepared to let you have?
Bailey around the wicket, Dent puts that in the air, not far away from the square leg. It's gone for 4 runs, but it was in the air for a long time, and there was a scream of catch from the bowler. In 72 overs, on the way that this pitch has played so far, Gloucestershire wouldn't be much more than maybe 150 ahead at that point. And that's a thick outside edge. That's going to go away for 4 runs.
There may be some.
That's 11 off the first over.
Yeah, there are some runs potentially available here if Lancashire really attack, and they have to because they need wickets. They've got a smallish lead overall in the context of the match. But if they're going to go at 11 runs and over, whether it's off the edge or not, then things will unravel pretty quickly. This Ashley Down Road end, we're going to see Will Williams. Just to give you update elsewhere on matches in Division 1. Essex have won by 12 runs against Hampshire, as you know. Warwickshire 250 for 5 still trail Northants by 201, and Kent all out for 331 against Surrey, so they still trail by 342. We've not had confirmation yet because that's at the tea interval in terms of whether Kent will be asked to follow on, but I feel sure that they will. And in the test match where they are at tea, England 176 for 5 against South Africa, that innings being pinned by Nat Siver, who's got 56 not out at the moment. So 2 slips and a floating fourth for Will Williams into George Scott, and there's going to be quite a bit of chat out there, I think.
I think so.
Dan, don't you?
A little bit of chirp, yeah. We had some emails. Edward Dobson. Hi guys, being an avid cricket fan, Lancashire supporter, having watched a lot of televised and streamed cricket this season, have noticed that the balls have been changed regularly. My question to you, expressing my concern at the frequency of changes, have the design or specification of the balls been altered to suit different requirements?
Williams into Scott, edged on the bounce but short of second slip. Danny Lamb, good stop, but it was never a chance. I think the answer to, as far as I'm aware of that, is no and no.
No, they've got a different batch, didn't they? They call for different batches, but I think it's a combination of a dry spring. But the balls have been batsman friendly, shall we say? Williams
In and Scott drives pleasantly past point. There's a chase for Lukewood and they'll pick up 1. Looks as though Williams is bowling in a different pair of boots to the ones he wore in the first innings. The first innings ones were not particularly white, and the ones he's got on this time round look a bit newer. Maybe he's run them in some early morning net practices.
Dave's enjoying the stream whilst working in the office. Liverpool is historically in Lancashire, and of course where most of the home fixtures were our glorious championship winning season of 2011 was played. Happy memories of watching a one-day international down in Bristol many years ago with my late dad, which New Zealand went on to win.
Williams thought about an appeal for an LBW there, but it was 2 sounds, and hence he stopped his appeal. Alan Burks is a Lancashire fan watching in Failsworth near Oldham. Just listen to your comments about Williams, Charles, etc. Of course, the father of footballers Gary and Phil Neville was Neville. Best wishes, thanks for all your efforts. Thank you. Williams round the wicket, dent forward.
That was Gary Neville's song, wasn't it? By Man United fans. They used to sing Neville to the tune of Rebel, I believe. And
Des, also in Failsworth, sends us an email for here's another Lancashire food delicacy. Well, they can open that. Lancashire, I think, can bowl Gloucestershire out in a day and half a session. Yes, but the question is, what would the lead be? That's the question.
Ooh.
Because Lancashire would still need to bat at some point in that situation, Des.
Des has sent us rag pudding. It's like steak and kidney pudding, except it's steamed in a cloth, or rag, hence the name, rather than a bowl or basin. They're made of suet pastry and the very best cuts of beefsteak without the use of any preservatives. They can be baked, steamed, microwaved and even boiled in the bag.
Wow.
Ooh, well.
You see, there's... I've got to be a bit careful here. I mentioned something in a minute, but after this ball from Bailey.
Bailey Scott, lovely. Drive through the covers, 4 runs.
Have you heard, Dan, of a dripping cake?
No.
Oh.
No.
See that?
I'm more of a London jelly eel pie and mash type of guy myself.
Yeah, so or as it is known sometimes, a dripper or a drip.
Right.
So it is dripping flour, brown sugar, spices, currants and raisins, and you can often get them in bakeries in this part of the world.
Bailey in. Scott leaves that alone. So it's a West Country dish, is it? Dripping cake?
Yeah, so in Gloucestershire it says here, the dripping is allowed to form a toffee-like layer on the base, and it can be confused with a lardy, which is very similar, apart from the principal ingredients being lard instead of beef dripping.
Oh, it sounds like a heart attack on a plate.
You only have them in very small quantities.
How busy are the cardiology units around here? Bailey in. Scott leaves that one alone as well. Rag pudding, I mean, made with suet, which is it's basically fat, isn't it? Suet?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
A dripping cake tends to be a thing if you're somebody who walks a long way in a day. It's one of the things you might put in your rucksack along with the Kendal mint cake.
Okay. Oh, and that's well bowled. Nearly sneaks through. Scott, he's a little bit late on it, but played back.
But as a rule, generally not eaten in large quantities.
No. No. But Oldham, as I said yesterday, was the best curry I have ever had. Was in Oldham, little place opposite Chadderton Town Hall. Little Indian restaurant there, and absolutely fantastic. Here's Bailey in, and that's a good delivery. Beats Scott outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce and nip there from Bailey.
He showed some ability with the bat today. Very adept at just picking his shot, and that's been something that you and I have both discussed about Gloucestershire's shot selection on occasions. The Lancashire boys work very hard on that.
Played into the offside. I'm surprised the people of Lancashire make it past 50. I really am. I mean, I've been to Blackpool, and it's quite a heavy battered fish and chips there. All this talk of black pudding, suet pudding, rag pudding. It's a wonder that they make it to pensionable age. But no, keep them coming in. We love them. We love them. Mushy peas, hot pot. We love it.
Williams around the wicket to Dent, who appears to have quite a lot of time to play that. Out to Stephen Croft. Remember the overall lead for Lancashire at the end of the first innings was 65 and 42 overs left on the day. The tea was taken between innings to just soak up a little bit of that, but we could be here till 10 to 7 or so, light permitting. I'll say that because it is overcast now, light perfectly playable at the moment, but certainly from a long-term position, with the radar at one stage today suggesting that there might be rain around about 7, so we might just about get to the close.
Yeah. Got a tweet from a chap called John Errol, who's from Potters Bar Cricket Club, same as George Scott.
Williams again draws Dent forward, and his batting reflected that just genuine competitive nature, didn't it? Will Williams, he stayed in for nearly an hour for his 12, just helped Luke Wood get Lancashire up over the 400 and Wood to his 50. Dent defends.
Yeah, his tweet was another Lancashire delicacy, which is Uncle Joe's mint balls, which were mints produced by W.M. Santos in Wigan. And it was also a song by Mike Harding, I believe. He was a Manchester songwriter, comedian,
Known for a very curly head of hair, as I remember.
Yeah.
Williams again outside the off stump, then lets that go.
Sort of, maybe Ryan Higgins modelled himself on Mike Harding, perhaps.
Yeah, but he had those, what my dad would describe as owly glasses.
And we've got some Lancashire cheeses as well. We've got, they're all cow's milk. There's young creamy Lancashire, mature tasty Lancashire, and crumbly Lancashire.
Dent was big appeal for an LBW from Williams, and I almost thought he'd been bowled then, but there was, because there was,
I think he's outside the line.
The big appeal, it was obvious that it hadn't bowled him and that Williams was asking for the LBW. Is he outside the line here?
Oh, no, he's not.
You can understand why you
no, he's not.
really wanted that. And Rob Bailey, once again, says nothing doing. Williams takes his sweater and walks away.
Ooh. Ooh. Bailey to Scott. Defended down the pitch. Bailey there, using his football skills. Preston lad, Tom Finney.
Deepdale.
Yeah.
Much renovated Deepdale. It was done a lot of work on that ground in the last, what did I say?
20 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, even less than that, even like 15 years.
Yeah.
Almost been completely rebuilt, and also home, of course, of there's some big football museum there.
Scott plays that into the offside, no run. Home of Andrew Flintoff. Not bad Lancastrian cricketer, was he?
No, the Reverend Glyn Jenkins has been in touch, enjoying your coverage as a Lancashire supporter now living in Ross-on-Wye. He said, I look forward to being at Sedbergh to see Lancashire play there in August. You mentioned doubling up of names.
Bailey comes in. Scott nearly chops that one down onto his stumps.
He said the very famous William Williams was a hymn writer who wrote the most famous Cumronda. Another bit of trivia, he says.
He was known as what? William Williams?
William Williams.
Of Penticlelyn. Thanks, Reverend.
And John Wilson says, you mentioned the parking cake earlier. He said it's readily available during early November, during it being a popular bonfire night food.
Scott gets that one behind square. He's going to get a single.
And that the goodies, that is Bill Oddie, Graham Garden and Tim Brooke Taylor, not the parking cake, which you might describe as a goodie, made the black pudding famous when they invented the martial art Eki Thump in a sketch, which included the black pudding as a weapon. Best wishes.
Well.
And Tom, from the Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3 blog, says, hi chaps, it's nippy over here. I snuck over to the Thatchers for a coffee, and it's going to be tricky to price us out of the balmy Caribbean climes that we find ourselves in.
Dent just tucks that one away behind square on the onside.
I think we've earned it though. Stay warm, he says.
Yeah, it's well, Ian Randall, let me tell you, it's got to be below 80 degrees. It's got to be just slightly below 80 degrees for him to remove his coat. He's not a man who removes his coat easily, are you, Ian? But I'm wrapped up in my Gloucestershire fleece today. My Gloucestershire hoodie. There's Bailey. Comes into score, and that's out. That's a cracker of a catch there. Danny Lamb on a sub. That flew. And that's a low diving catch. And what a grab. Here we go. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, that's a good. He's plucked that one off the turf. Fantastic work there by Danny Lamb. And that's the end of George Scott for 7.
He's got to drag himself away, George Scott. And I wonder whether that is James Bracey walking down the steps here. Let's have a look and see as he...
It certainly looks like him. No, it's right-hander. The arm guard seems to be on the... Oh no, perhaps not.
And he walks past the dugout. The new batsman as George Scott walks off, and the answer is that I think it is Glenn Phillips, because normally we'd see Bracey go through a very similar routine every time he walks out, and he hasn't. This batsman hasn't done that, and that is definitely Glenn Phillips walking out now at number 3. Did think it just for a moment it was Bracey who was making his way across the steps in front of the players' dressing room. Just the way he was carrying himself, but no, it is Phillips. And I wonder whether Gloucestershire will say, right, okay, we are behind here, but the best way to get in front is to counter-attack.
Attack being the best form of defence.
It was a good catch though by Bailey. Bear in mind to say he's a sub-fielder. It was low.
Yeah, Danny Lamb there, grabbing it just inches off the turf. Good pair of hands, isn't he?
So the right and left hand combinations stay.
So 20 for 1. Bailey into Phillips. Lancashire are up for this. That completes the over.
Well, I'm sure that they know that this is the key phase in the match. Still 37 overs to go tonight. The advantage is small, 45 runs, so they've got to get wickets tonight to give themselves, half a chance of winning the game tomorrow.
Yeah, there is a chance of precipitation tomorrow in the afternoon. See a plane in the distance taking off from Bristol Airport there.
Williams then to Dent with 2 slips of cover, a point, an extra cover and a mid-off on the offside, and Dent goes back into his crease and defends. There's quite a bit of comment on social media about Chris's 100 in the first innings, and it was Jack Taylor, I think, who said, words to the effect of, was the phrase used? Absolute gun was, I think, the phrase used. So this is a different kind of situation for Dent compared to the first innings, where his main objective will be to defend, certainly this evening anyway. So it's a test of concentration, resilience, good shot selection, which deliveries to leave, all those attributes. Oh, that's a decent ball from Williams. That's just straightened a bit and kept a little bit low outside the off stump. Dent knew exactly where his off stump was, covered everything, but look at where the pitch of the bounce of this ball as it goes past the stumps. Yes, it's not probably even stump height. What does your radar say about tomorrow?
I'm just having a look at which plane that was taking off.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
It's a Bristol to Berlin flight.
Williams round the wicket and Dent defends. I thought he was going to say it was your private jet for a minute.
Oh, yes. It's going over Western-super-Mare right now.
Private jet to Winscombe.
Yeah. Well, cuts out the traffic on the A38, Ian,
In terms of fielders on the leg side, Lancashire have only got, I think that's Morley at square leg and Bailey at mid-on. Williams staying around the wicket to Dent, who again is drawn forward.
He's got an interesting wrist, Williams, hasn't he? He sort of looks sort of floppy wrist, and then all of a sudden it just comes through straight behind the ball. But I wonder if that's where he gets his swing from, because it comes in late. If you look at his wrist action there behind the ball, it sort of goes all over the place, and then it does actually come in straight behind the ball. Let's see if we can have a look at that.
Williams staying around the wicket to Dent. Again, well pitched up, and Dent again defence. He's bowled very little at the left-handers from over the wicket in the match. Will Williams, I mean, whatever works for you, you have to persevere with.
I should imagine that because he's always there, he's probing, isn't he? He's doesn't bowl much rubbish, and I should imagine that on pitches which are helpful, I reckon he's probably a right handful. Here's Bailey to Phillips, and that's a firm drive fielded by the skipper Vilas, who hurls it in and makes Phillips duck. Batsmen don't like that, do they, when the ball's hurled in back at them? And Jack Russell, I interviewed a few years ago, that Gloucestershire side of the one-day successes back in the early 2000s, used to have this thing called Space Invaders, where they would hurl the ball back at the batsman and get into their space. That's just let go by Phillips, because batsmen just want to sort of concentrate on the next ball. They want to drift off, don't they, and just lose their concentration. The last thing they need is someone winging it in past their ear hole. Jack barking instructions there from behind them.
Jack chatting all the time, you can imagine that. I bet Jack doesn't like people chatting when he's painting.
Bailey in, Phillips plays that into the covers.
I don't know that, but I can. You can, given the concentration that takes, and I've interviewed Jack a few times over the years. But the actual the building of that picture, it comes from maybe a photograph initially, and then a pencil sketch, and then a more detailed sketch, and then you start looking at the paint. It's a proper layering of the whole process.
Bailey, huge admiration for anyone who can do that, because I certainly can't.
And that's a creative skill.
And massively.
In the same way that you had a passing reference to the Fab Four earlier on, but the ability to write music, I think, is an unbelievable skill.
Yeah, I think the ability to write a book. I mean, we've both written books. I think you need to have the concept and then actually get it down and get it done. Here's Bailey to Phillips, and that is caught behind, is it not? Oh, big appeal there from the Lancashire fielders. Salt throws the ball in the air. Bailey is flabbergasted. I think it's touched Phillips' back thigh. I think that's what he's intimated. Look. Oh, look. They can't believe it.
Convinced. Absolutely convinced about that.
They can't believe it. We've got to be a little bit careful here, Lancashire, because Vilas himself got done last week, I believe, and got some demerit points. Bailey was in a little bit of hot water in the first innings. Here he comes in to Phillips. He was in a little bit of hot water in the first innings with Rob Bailey, who's now at the other end from where he's bowling. And I believe, judging from the emails from Lancashire fans, that any more indiscretions will lead to a points deduction. I've had that confirmed. It's only what we've been told. It's only hearsay.
And Bailey just put his hand up there he didn't. He took his sweater in ordinary fashion, if I can call it that, and he just put his hand up to the umpire. Maybe that was to indicate that he was going off, because Luke Wood has come back onto the field again.
Yeah, Bailey's gone off.
Bailey's just trotted off here, but he's only bowled 4 overs, but Anyway, he's trotted off. Woody's on. Woody's back on the field. Danningham's still at second slip, and Williams in to bowl to Chris Dent. So just if you've just conscious, it's 4:15. People may be getting to us now, haven't been with us all day. Lancashire started the day still in arrears on the board.
Phillips and Williams just having a little joke there. A couple of Kiwis here.
With Salt and Croft, the not out batsman overnight. Dent forward once more. It's a very consistent line from Williams, and Dent therefore no. I think Dent's got a pretty good idea where Williams is going to bowl it. Here's a second look at that appeal against Glenn Phillips.
Phillips didn't have a look behind him, which is often the sign of a guilty man, isn't it? Williams again draws Dent in against the same defensive shot. Very low on the ground with the bat, trying to kill any movement. So Lancashire started the day still in arrears at 226 for 4, and they finished at 402 all out. Croft made 80, Wood 50, Bailey 40 and Salt 38. So there's a trend of consistent and steady contributions down the order. Wood was last out when they got to 402, but they only managed to get 3 batting points. For Gloucestershire, David Payne 3 for 81, Tom Price 3 for 80, Ryan Higgins 3 for 55, Zafar Gahar 1 for 51, the wicket takers, and therefore that made the deficit, or the lead for Lancashire, when they were all out and tea was taken, 65, with 42 overs left on the day, and of course a full day tomorrow, weather permitting. 2 slips and a gully for Williams, a little bit shorter. Dent again goes back into his crease. And Williams at the moment has only conceded one single. He's in his 4th over. But he was very accurate in a long spell first up in the first innings. That's what Lancashire will be looking for again here. And it's, I don't wish to be unkind, I mean this in a very respectful way, it's metronomic from Williams, isn't it? Great word. What an adjective.
4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 overs, 3 maidens now, 0 for 1. Bailey's coming back on again. Is Wood? No, it's Wood. One would be going off. No, he's not. It's not Wood. In fact, it must be. I guess that's Josh Boyden actually, because he's got a squad number on. It's not a squad number that correlates with any of the numbers in the Lancashire group that were travelling down. So he trots away.
Bailey's going to continue. And that's firmly hit back, and Bailey parries it onto the stumps, but luckily Chris Dent's home, and he's given it a big grin there. That would be a horrendous way to get out there.
It's a good shot actually from Phillips. That was a good bit of fielding, and Dent watchful.
Bailey in. Phillips defends. Bailey strikes me as being one of those fast bowlers who chunters quite a bit, I think. I think that would be the description.
Don't most of them?
A lot of them do, yeah. But he looks like a man full of chunter.
Sky a little brighter than maybe it was 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Tom Bailey. Phillips defends.
There is plenty of encouragement coming from the Lancashire fielders for the bowlers at the moment, unsurprisingly. They've got 1 wicket. I wonder what they would think they would need tonight. I think they probably feel they'd need 4 tonight. I mean, that would say Gloucestershire would be. That would say Gloucestershire were 50 runs ahead, 4 wickets down.
I think it depends on how many runs are on the board. That's left alone by Phillips.
No ball call, I think.
Yeah, it is a no ball. 2 to the total, so score moves on to 22. Phillips yet to get off the mark. Dent on at 11. But yeah, I think it depends on how many runs, because what are we looking at? We've got 34 overs left in the day. Let's say that's scored at 3 and over. That's played out. That's well fielded there by Stephen Croft at point. So we're looking at 122, and they were what, 65? So that would give them a lead of 40. They'd want 3 or 4 in the hutch, wouldn't they?
Yeah, if Gloucestershire were kind of 50 for 4 net, the game would not be over.
No. Left alone by Phillips. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Met Office forecast.
I think the issue probably is necessarily after lunch tomorrow. I think is sort of 3 o'clock time. I think it was this morning when I looked.
Yeah, sorry, I've been waylaid by Lancashire cheeses here on my Google. It's going to be nice until we're going to start on time tomorrow. That's left alone by Phillips. Good tight leave. Goes through to the gloves of Phil Saul. That completes the over. That's 9 overs gone. Still trailing by 43. Yeah, so the forecast for tomorrow is sunny intervals. This is for Bristol, and it's Met Office, which is generally quite reliable. Not casting aspersions at the BBC by any means, but the Met Office is my go-to sort of weather app. And 11 o'clock tomorrow, there's cloud with the sun poking out of the side. Chance of precipitation 10%. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Dent waits for Williams, who again draws him forward. Good length ball. And then Dent defends.
And we've got a chance of rain at 12. 50% chance of rain at 12, but it's only one little drop coming out of a grey cloud.
Okay, so hit and miss chance then there.
One drop coming out of a grey cloud at 1 with 60%. One drop coming out of a grey cloud at 2. And then at 3...
I'll keep you in suspense until this delivery from Williams, which Dent tries to cut but can't find the gap. That's rather spoilt the analogy then, which was going to be bowl, defend, repeat, which paraphrases James Anderson's autobiography.
At 3, we've got a white cloud with the sun poking out and 2 raindrops falling out of it. And that's what's called hedging your bets, isn't it?
It is a bit.
With a 60% chance, 4 o'clock 70% chance.
So conditions might be worsening latter part of tomorrow then. That might be where we're going with that.
At 5 o'clock, we're back to 1 drop of rain with a 40% chance.
But yeah, you're getting into...
and at 6 o'clock, we've got a 70% chance with 2 drops of rain.
Yeah, so from mid-afternoon tomorrow, there has to be, based on that, there would be a doubt about how much more cricket we might get. So yeah, Lancashire have got to make early inroads here if they're to have any chance of winning this. Then goes back and again finds the fielder. And this is a very old-fashioned thing to say, but Williams is bowling to his field here, isn't he?
Yeah, certainly is.
You know, it's a simple concept. He's not. There's no great variation. It's the same ball in the same place, on the same length. That's fractionally shorter, but Dent still defends it back up the pitch, and Williams fields off his own. But it's almost as if these two are having a game by themselves.
Yeah.
We're in it's two brothers in the back garden, and one's bowling and one's batting, and they haven't got an awfully big garden, so the one's got to defend all the time.
Yeah, if this was club cricket, they'd be getting full value for their subs. There'd be a lot of guys having a fresh air game elsewhere.
Williams round the wicket to Dent, who just turns round there a bit, and Dent out on the offside. I don't think Phillips has been down this end yet. In fact, I'm sure he hasn't. And that means that Williams' figures advanced by another maiden. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 1. His figures. And Bailey, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. So far, Gloucestershire, 10 overs. They've negotiated with just the loss of George Scott, caught by Danny Lamb at second slip off Bailey for 7 when the score was 20.
We had a nice chat with Chris Dent's grandmother this morning, didn't we?
No Simba on the ground today. Simba is the Dent family hound.
Bailey that's a good bit of fielding off his own bowling as well. That's firmly driven back by Phillips. And Bailey, who's a big man, gets down and defends it. A couple of the Gloucestershire lads walking around the ground there. David Payne. Enjoying a little stroll. That's just onto the pads. Phillips misses out. Dribbles into the leg side. David Payne just keeping the lactic acid from settling on the muscles there, having a little stroll around.
Long leg and a mid wicket and a mid on the leg side for Bailey. So 6-3 field. Jennings going back into the gully. Wells and substitute Danny Lamb are in the slips.
And that is going to be Phillips off the mark. Just nudging one back with a square on the offside. And despite the dive there from Keaton Jennings, the ball evades him and runs down towards the Jack Russell stand here at the Seat Unique Stadium. That's going to take the score on to 26.
Yes, I think it's Bohannon who's not out there at the moment, by the way. It's because Balderson is at extra cover.
Bailey in, turns Phillips around a little bit. Who's mid on?
Is that Wood?
It is Wood at mid on, isn't it?
So I think it's Bohannon who's not out there
Yeah.
at the moment. For whatever reason.
Bailey into Phillips, who's equal to the task.
Morley's just restrapping his boots, or retying his laces at mid-wicket.
I expect him to have a long bowl. Do you?
I think he'll certainly have a bowl. I mean, we've still got Wood and possibly Balderson to be involved with this newish ball, but Morley was introduced quite early in the first innings.
Bailey into Phillips. Yeah, certainly. I think what we'll see is with the ball hard, it will spin faster. And I mean, he got through nearly 30 overs in the first innings, so I'm expecting Jack Morley, who I think is a cricketer with a fantastic future ahead of him. And I'm expecting him to have a good twirl. 4 for 91 he was off 29. And it's good to see the likes of him and Tom Price in this game coming to the fore. That's a good tight lead from Phillips. And that completes the over. So 28 for 1. 11 overs gone.
So Bailey's had 6 now. I wonder how Dane Villas will look at this evening's session. Still 31 overs to go. He may need a second stint from Bailey at some stage, and more to the point, we're going to see Morley right away.
He's bowled 3 no balls, Tom Bailey. Lancashire bowled quite a few in their first innings. 11, I think they bowled. Is it 11 or 12?
And Morley wasn't
Without blame.
without blame in that regard. Yes, 11 they bowled in all. Morley bowled 4 and Bailey bowled 4. They were the prime culprits. But the young spinner's going to be into the attack from this Ashley Down road end, with only 11 overs gone. Despite the fact that Williams has only conceded a single, Lancashire want to get the spinner in. And Phil Salt and Dane Villas just between them, setting the field. They want the man to come in from deep square. There may be a bit of swapping of fielders here. Wells is staying at slip.
Trying to see who that is. It's David Payne. Matt Taylor having a little walk, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And I think it might be Tom Price with them, actually. So here's Morley with a slip and a short leg. Deep backward square. Orthodox mid-wicket on the 1. Mid-on, mid-off. Short extra cover and backward point. Morley over the wicket. Oh, it's beaten everything. It's gone into the foot marks, gone past the keeper, past Wells at slip, and it's gone all the way for 4 byes. That was quite wide, actually. It was awkward for Salt to take, but it's a freebie, and Gloucestershire will take those. Everything helps as they try to get that 65-run deficit down. How wide was this from Morley's first ball? Yeah, pretty wide. It's actually not
taken it.
Not very good keeping from Salt.
No, he should have taken it.
One of those ones where he took his eye off the ball, I think. Only then after a loosener, would he be accurate with the second one? That was almost a wide. And long, hard look from Rob Bailey. And there is a little bit of, I don't like, a little bit of expectation on the spinner here, isn't there? To try and have a role in the game. That's a better ball. Much better ball. Best of the 3's bowled, and Salt takes that just outside the off stump as Dent goes back.
But that is how, that is the life of a spinner. In the first innings, he's supposed to bowl tidy, keep it tidy. Second innings, pick up wickets.
Morley, high leapy bowls, and Dent squirts that away on the offside, past the diving Wells, along the ground at slip. He'll pick up a single for it. Goes through the shot a second time now at the non-striker's end, and I think Morley will probably go round the wicket to the right-handed Phillips. 33 for 1. Gloucestershire have erased half of the deficit. And deep square leg is coming in now to point just behind the umpire, who's staying on the offside. Morley around the wicket to Phillips. I will say that's around the wicket. That's down the leg side once more. His radar's not been 100% accurate in this first over. It's been a bit ragged.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
Hasn't settled yet.
I'd like to see Dane Villas get a man on the offside in close. A silly point.
Phillips waits for Morley again. That's off the pad and down to short fine leg. End of an over which Morley, I'm sure if he thinks about it for very long, and he probably won't, will know that it was a bit rough around the edges. chance to settle into a bit more of a rhythm, perhaps, in what's to follow.
I don't see Villas get a man under Phillips' eye line there on the offside, looking for the bat pad out to silly point. Personally, I wouldn't stand there myself because Phillips gives it a right good whack. But it would be nice. It would be good attacking cricket if Villas could do that, maybe. He needs wickets.
Yes, there's a bowling change at both ends here, and we're going to see, I think that's Balderson from the far end. Indeed it is.
Yeah.
So only had about, was it 9 overs in the first innings and 1 wicket. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Glenn Phillips.
Here he is, Balderson, and it's Chris Dent.
It's Dent on strike, I do apologise.
Who plays that into the offside, no run.
So Paley 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27.
First over went for 11, didn't it?
Yeah, I did.
Balderson, Dent defends. Professional cricketers there in their standard garb of coat, shorts, socks and sliders.
Sliders?
Yeah. Oh, and that's a thick outside edge, but they've got a third man in. Tom Bailey's the man down here.
What are sliders?
Yeah, sort of like flip-flops, like sandals, but without the sort of do-uppy bit.
Oh.
Like shower shoes, sliders.
What, you slide into them and slide out?
Yeah, Cam's giving me the nod. Sliders. It's not just a London term that I'm down here using, is it? It's a well-known fact. Balderson over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery this. Let's have another look at it. Bit of shape there. I think angle back in. Oh, that's a good delivery, that. Just takes the seam, moves away off the pitch. Here he is to Phillips, who plays that out to Will Williams in the covers.
The verbals are trying to create, from the Lancashire fielders, are trying to create the impression that every ball can produce a wicket, aren't they? I'm sure Phillips has heard it all before, but that's what they're trying to do here. They've got one. I think we both feel they probably need another 3 tonight to make it a game.
Balderson into Phillips. Yeah, there's plenty of chirp out there. It's like Mike Baldwin's factory, isn't it? With Vera Duckworth, Ivy Tilsley and all that lot going at it. Bit militant.
I'm probably one of the few people in the country who's never watched an episode of Coronation Street.
Don't know what you missed here. That's left alone by Phillips. That completes the over. 36 for one.
See, what I was doing was reading the book that finds its home in your toilet.
What, the outgrounds of Great Britain? Oh, that's... but surely you need other things to do in your life when you're not on the toilet.
I have to say that the television in my house is sometimes referred to as, quote, neither use nor ornament.
Okay.
In other words, it's not on very much.
Ah, okay.
Morley into his second over and draws Chris Dent forward. Again, in defence.
I like to maximise my licence fee. I like to get value for money out of mine. Even ITV.
Even.
Other channels are available.
Morley got a leap, can't York Chris Dent. If that was, we suspect he tried to with that one. But Dent's first movement here, almost to every ball, whether it was Williams or Morley, is forward.
Forward press, isn't it?
He's almost put that stride in as Morley is bowling. He's not giving him enough chance to adjust it, but he's almost making sure that he's right there. Still the slip and a short leg. And again, Dent says, well, I get the pad outside the line there, don't need to play a shot at that. Morley being on will certainly keep the over rate where it should be, and again that's outside the off stump. Dent.
Why does he run there? It must have come off Salt as keeper, because if it's come off Dent, yeah, it has.
It's come off the keeper as a bye. He didn't really play a shot at that. But Gloucestershire up now to 37 for the loss of George Scott, and Morley switches to around the wicket to Glenn Phillips. That's a bit shorter, and Phillips has got plenty of time to just punch that out to Stephen Croft. Made 80 earlier today. A bit like Keaton Jennings, who thought he was going to go on and get the three figures, but his attempt to do that halted by Ryan Higgins. Couple of catches for James Bracey to remove both Croft and Balderson. But Lancashire stuck at it right through until the tea interval. So they basically batted for just over 4 sessions to get their 400.
Balderson around the wicket to Dent. Oh, and Dent has a little fiddle at that one.
He looks to have a very good idea, though, in this match, in these two innings, and maybe the one is a result of the other. So we look at the second look at this, about where his off stump is.
Yeah. Here's Balderson, that one. Dent doesn't have anything to do with that one. Lets that one go through to Phil Salt. Keep your emails coming in to us. It is commentators at glosscc.co.uk.
There it is, top right hand corner of your screen.
Yep. Balderson around the wicket to Dent. Doesn't make him play. Dane Villas will want to see his bowlers making the Gloucestershire batsmen play with this new ball.
Bear in mind, this is the 15th over with it, so there may come a time shortly where there's a bit of reverse potentially.
Yeah, I think it's got to go over 30 overs probably to start reversing, maybe. Balderson. I think it's too early. In fact, I think this is prime conventional swing time. I think once the lacquer comes off it, I think sort of overs 6 to 20 are probably the prime time for conventional swing out of the fingers, whereas I think sort of after sort of 30, 40 overs maybe we start to see, that's just defended there by them, that's when we start to see the reverse, especially. It's been quite dry here in Bristol, and the conditions are quite, the pitches are quite abrasive. So I think we're going to start to see the ball reverse late, but not for another 25 overs, maybe 20, 25 overs.
Which may question whether we actually get that today or not.
We've got 42 in the day, haven't we?
Yeah. So there might be a bit late on. News of a good stand in the women's test, a century partnership for the 6th wicket between Nat Siver and Alice Davidson Richards. So Siver has 91 And Davison Richards has 52. England 243 for 5. They are now 41 behind South Africa. That match going on at Taunton. Day 2. In the other 2 games in progress in Division 2, I'll give you those scores during this Morley over, in Division 1 I should say. And again, his leg side from Morley, but Phillips and Dent not interested in a single. At Northampton, Warwickshire 296 for 6 against Northampton, who made 451 all out. So that game, you think, almost certainly heading for a draw. And Kent are following on against Surrey. That's forced Phillips to go backwards, and there's a terrible mix-up here. And Phillips is lucky to get back. It was behind square, so it was Dent's call. Phillips is calling for something, not quite sure what. Maybe he wants another sweater or something, I don't know, but he was in a terrible pickle there. Dent quite right to send him back, and Morley draws Phillips forward. So at the Oval, Kent following on, 38 without loss, still trail by 304. Sorry, you've still got all day tomorrow to get those wickets. Morley in was flatter, and whereas Dent's first inkling is to go forward, Phillips' first inkling is to play off his back foot, Dan, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah, and he's got to be a little bit careful. We've seen a couple sneak low.
Morley staying around the wicket, and again Phillips goes back, trying to give himself a bit of room there, but could only play a bit of a hoik back down the pitch. I say hoik, hoik implies it's to the leg side, but it wasn't the shot out of the textbook. It's wider outside the off stump from Morley. He's got to get his own rhythm. He can't try to hurry through his overs and lose his radar as a result. He's got to just, in a sense, bowl at the tempo that he wants to. Don't force it too much, and see if he can cause 1 or 2 more issues for the Gloucestershire batsman. Phillips has asked for a change of gloves. Maybe the ones he was wearing weren't comfortable, although that was just a breaker point to get his concentration back in gear again.
Yep, here's Balderson around the wicket to Dent. Who's hit that? 2 sounds there, I think. Yeah, he's hit that one. Wonderful tweet from George DeBell, who is at Lord's for the Owen Morgan press conference, and the Eton versus Harrow game is taking place at Lord's during this. George isn't sure that he's ever heard the chant, "We've got more prime ministers than you," before. Balderson around the wicket to Dent.
See, there's been a lot of again, debate, chat, stick, call it what you like, for the ability of cricket to get out into certain communities, and in a sense there's been the finger pointed at fixtures like that Eton Harrow game, saying, you know, why?
That's just defended by Dent. Yeah, certainly it's St Thomas More versus Wood Green School, a local derby. It was played at Pond Park on the Tottenham borders by New River Sports Centre and not Lord's in my day. That's defended by Dent. 37 for 1. Dent's on 13. You know, Phillips on 4.
Is that the sort of game that makes cricket elitist? And I know that you've got an article going into the Cricketer magazine, haven't you?
Shortly,
yeah, about you know how many cricketers come out of state schools compared to those come out of private schools.
Yeah, I have. There are parts of the country. As Balderson comes in, there are parts of the country where there's a study done last year by a chap from the University of Birmingham, where in certain parts in London you're 17 times more likely to become a professional cricketer should you go to private school. In the East Midlands, it's the highest, where it's 22 times more likely. And that's defended by Dent round the corner. No run, end of the over, 37 for 1. Phillips 4, Dent 13. So you're more likely, and that doesn't take into account either the likes of Joe Root, who went to state school until he was 15, 16, and then got a scholarship to Worksop College. So Joe Root went to a place called King Egbert School in Sheffield, which was a state school, and then he got a scholarship to Worksop College. So it doesn't take into account those either. So it goes to show how bad the problem is.
Morley from the Ashley Down Road end with his slow left arm. That's punched away past Tom Bailey. Won't chase it. He doesn't need to chase it. It will go all the way for 4. And Gloucestershire slowly squeezing this deficit down. Now just 24. 41 for 1. Bailey's gone to find the ball and at wide long off. He's going to come back in though to an orthodox mid-off. They're not going to change the field here, Lancashire.
How hard can it be to find it in the professional cricket ground? It's not like you have to go in the nettles like in club cricket.
Morley. Again, Phillips goes back. Contrasting approach from these two. One almost back to every ball, one almost forward to every ball.
Yeah, again, I think Villas would stop Dent from lunging forward if he had a silly point in.
Or too short from Morley, and Dent does go back to that one. A tumbling stop from Stephen Croft at mid-wicket prevents the single. That was very short, and Dent had to actually adjust quite a long way there. Is it Villas under the lid in the red socks? There at short leg. I think it might be.
No, he's at cover.
Oh, is he? Who's in there
it's
then?
Balderson.
He's got the bowling in the light pads if he's doing that. That'll be unusual. Morley over the wicket with his slow left arm again. Dent forward in defence. So it's
Bohannon, is it?
Wells is definitely at slip. It's too tall for Bohannon.
Is it Jennings?
Might be Jennings, yes, that's a good call. Morley with half an appeal.
Yes, Jennings.
It is Jennings, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say it didn't look like Balderson or Bohannon because he's got these lightweight pads on under his trousers, and because the pads are obviously tight under the trousers, you can see his red socks. Keaton Jennings, not that easy to run with those on actually. I mean the pads, not the socks. And just to be clear, 42 for 1. Deficit is 23, and there are still 24 overs left in the day as we tick round to 5 o'clock.
Remember how frowned upon it was for David Gower to wear blue socks while batting for England. That's punched off the back foot there by Phillips. No timing, just goes out to Will Williams. Remember David Gower used blue socks, wore blue socks when he was batting for England. There was all sorts of outcry from MCC members, etc. And I mean, there'd be incandescent with rage to see Keaton Jennings' red socks there. Balderson. Oh, and he's bowled Phillips. He leaves that one alone. And it takes the top of leg stump. What's happened there? Or is it the top of off?
It looked like, I'm with you, it looks like the leg bail is the one that's been displaced.
Yeah, let's have a look here. No, it's the top of off.
That's really weird. He's clipped the top of off, but it is the leg bail that's gone.
Whatever it is, that's a huge wicket for Lancashire. 42 for 2. And the danger man, Glenn Phillips, who never really looked at sorts, did he? He looked a little bit sort of struggling. But he's gone for 9. And that...
So 2 low scores for Phillips in this match.
That, ladies and gents, is game on.
Miles Hammond coming out to bat at number 4. And I think our view was that Lancashire would have felt they wanted 4 wickets tonight. They've still got 24 overs left, and it is an interesting equation now, because Gloucestershire have to do what they did at Canterbury, and they're trying to, well, they've got to get in front first, but then they're trying to bat time to squeeze the equation for Lancashire into one that doesn't work. They've got to get them into a point where the run rate is just completely out of the reckoning later on tomorrow. But they've got 2 wickets, and they'll know that Gloucestershire middle order, based on how they've batted this season, is a bit unpredictable.
Balderson to Hammond, who just turns that one around the corner.
What Gloucestershire supporters won't want to see from Miles Hammond here is 2 glorious off drives and then a nick to the keeper.
No.
It isn't the situation for that.
He's a lovely player though, Miles Hammond. Balderson to him. Gets up on his toes.
He has, as we know, he has played some resolute defensive innings in his career. Notably one here against Middlesex, where he got his second first-class 100. He made 2, but that was his second one.
Defended out to mid-on. The thing about Miles Hammond is you can expect the unexpected. I think even in T20 cricket, where anything goes, to see him reverse sweeping a 6 first ball of the game the other week was an interesting shot. Balderson to Hammond, who defends that into the onside. That's the end of the 19th over. 42 for 2.
Yeah, Gloucestershire still, as you can see from your screen, 23 behind. Wicket for Balderson in that over. He has 1 for 3 from 4 overs. So actually, Morley, Balderson and Williams all very economical. Bailey, the one bowler who's been a bit expensive, but quite a few of those shots were off the edge. Quite a few of those runs were off the edge. Still, though, no silly point for Dent. As Morley's into bowling, that is short, and Dent's hit that away to deep backward square. The man at short square leg, Keaton Jennings, had to get out of the way of that, because that would have been awkward for him. And now, obviously, Morley can stay with the same line of attack because he's got 2 left-handers to bowl at. Still just 2 men in front of square on the leg side. 3 saving 1 on the offside and cover on the boundary with a sweeper. A bit flatter for Hammond, who is adopting the Dent policy at the moment of going back. Tends to be thought of as a good player of spin, Miles Hammond. There's psychology is coming from the Lancashire fielders here, with 2 wickets down. They're trying to create a mindset where they Gloucestershire think there's more in the pitch than there is, and Hammond just turns Morley round the corner for a single. He takes him to 2. Earlier today, Lancashire all out for 402. 3 wickets for Payne, Higgins and Tom Price. And Dent again defends from deep in his crease. Croft made 80 and Wood 50 earlier today. Morley to Dent, who goes back and sees the ball hit him on the body. No bat anywhere near that, so Morley takes his cap and sweater and walks away. 44 for 2. This Gloucestershire innings started at the resumption after tea, and we're nearly halfway through the session. 2 wickets gone, Scott and Phillips, and therefore it's the 2 left-handers who are now shouldering the responsibility of getting them past the deficit initially and then to try and build the lead. There's still 21 in arrears.
Yeah, if they get Chris Dent out here, they'll be cock-a-hoop. Balderson. Hammond lets that one go.
You hope Hammond's judgment is better than Glenn Phillips's. I mean, whether he thought Balderson couldn't bring that ball back from his line, because he bowled Phillips from over the wicket, but here he's bowling round to Hammond.
Yeah, I'll come on to it after this ball as Balderson comes in around the wicket. That's driven pleasantly by Miles Hammond. Not sure it's going to go all the way despite being a fast outfield. No, it's good work there by Keaton Jennings in the Red Sox as Hammond gets 3. But I think Balderson has generally been shaping it either back into the left-hander or away from the right-hander. And I think that one went the other way back into Glenn Phillips and took the outside of his off-stump. But it only just clipped it, but as long as the bail comes off, it's good enough, as Chris Dent just defends that one gently back.
And it was almost as if, I'm trying to think about the way of explaining this, it clipped the outside of the off stump, but the bail, the off to middle bail, was forced across, and as a result the leg bail had nowhere to go, therefore it dropped to the floor.
Oh, Chris Dent plays at that and misses. Balderson's bowling really well here, and I was surprised that we didn't see Luke Wood, but he's justifying his Dane versus faith in him here. It's a good delivery. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know whether that was just a trick of the light, perhaps. That's down the leg side.
Yeah, Wood is at mid-off at the moment. Now, you know, he did have quite a long time batting today, but he's just starting to do some limbering up. So it may be that a first spell from him will be with us shortly.
Balderson around the wicket. That's hit Tom Bailey in the knee there, who's giving it the long barrier. And I think they're having a little bit of a chuckle, the Lancashire lads there, because that's given hit Bailey in the knee as he's bent down there and made a bit of a clunk. We've all been there, all done it. There he is, just testing his knee.
Well, when I generally did that, the ball went past me.
Anyway, it's one more on to the total. 48 for 2 at the end of 21 overs. Chris Dent's on 15, Miles Hammond on 4. We're going to see Jack Morley from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, wheeling in for the continuation of this quite early spell. He was introduced with only 11 overs gone. This is his 6th. Still the slip on a short leg. 5 fielders arguably saving a single. And again, Dent forward. He's been forward to Williams and forward to Morley from this Ashley Down Road end. I think he is conscious of those footmarks that Bailey is either previously was scuffed up and arguably has done more towards in this second innings. That's very fine down the leg side. It's going to run away all the way to the boundary off the pad for 4-leg byes, and Gloucestershire will take all the extras gratefully in this second innings as they try and eradicate a deficit of 65. I think this would be a different scenario in the game if we were at 8 minutes past 3 rather than 8 minutes past 5 on the third day. Short, too short from Morley, and it's gone round to deep backward square. Just a single.
But Keaton Jennings was absolutely thrilled with that one. That short leg, wasn't he?
He's had to get out of the way to about 3 shots from off Morley's bowling because they've been just too short. Morley again. Oh, this time Hammond does go back, and Jennings on the bounce. Does the fielding. He's probably only 4 yards from the bat, or maybe not even that. Morley, this quite pronounced leap. Hammond goes back. Luke Wills trots out from slip. The end of Morley's over. He's bowled 6 overs for 8 runs. Williams and Balderson equally tidy. Bailey 1 for 27 from 6.
Umpires having a chat here. What is they discussing?
Well, where are they on over rates at the moment? They've got 20 overs to go, 10 past 5. If Morley stays on, Lancashire might be through these by
6:30.
25 to 7 perhaps. Overhead conditions reasonably good. Visibility in the distance is not obscured at all by any sign of rain, and it may be that we may get through this third day once again uninterrupted.
Balderson around the wickets at Dent, just reaching for it a little, plays into the covers where Stephen Croft goes sprawling across. 53 for 2. That's left alone by Dent.
The proportion of the strike is Dent compared to the other batsmen. He's just about half, actually. It's not disproportionate. He's got 73 balls. The other batsman 65. So not much in it.
Balderson to Dent, defended off the front foot. It's probably been the chilliest day's commentary we've done for a while. I mean, it's not in the league of when we did the pre-season friendly against Exeter University.
Yeah, that was about 5 layers, wasn't it? That was very cold.
I had my heated seat on for about a month after that, and that's have to be said. Balderson.
Soft hands.
Dent. Tom Bailey doesn't kneel down for this one, and he fields it with a big grin across his face.
Well, one thing that is noticeable, actually, just seeing Bailey throw that ball in there, and for people who maybe, I mean, obviously Gloucestershire playing in Bristol today, But some supporters are unable to come to Bristol, so they may only watch the county play at Cheltenham.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Miles Hammond outside the off stump.
He does push at it.
He does. Let's see Miles Hammond get some runs here today.
There's a second look at that. And see how Hammond's got everything covered up here, I think, though.
Yeah, he's a good player, and I like him.
But the way the professional players literally throw the ball around like it's a tennis ball.
And defends.
Which it obviously isn't. And you know, they're throwing it at speed as well. That's the other thing. So a little tap for Balderson as he trots out to the outfield. And that might be it for his spell, I think, from that end. Morley's going to continue, but I wonder whether we might see Luke Wood from the far end of the ground. He's not bowled yet in this innings. See what happens at the end of this Morley over. He's lost his run. So rather than bowl a no ball, he's gone back to correct it. Dent waits for him. Lancashire looking for a third breakthrough. And Dent goes back. Steers it out of the outside half of the bat. Luke Wells is a tall man at first slip. Morley in once more to Dent. That's again, he's got that the low angle just to check any movement at all from the young spinner. He's quickly into his work once more. Overcast skies, that's too flat. And it's pulled away. It may go for 4. There's a chase around the boundary. It's a good bit of fielding. And Stephen Croft will get the throw in from way out there, and Dent will come back for 2. 56 for 2. When Gloucestershire get there, there will be a cheer for passing the Lancashire total. And big stride from Dent. Fielding done by Lancashire captain Dane Villas. Extra cover on the 1. Morley staying over the wicket. And again, Dent gets his pad well across, well outside the line. And bat well out of the way as he goes through to Phil Salt. To go down that same channel. There's not much for him though in the pitch. There are the footholds are there, but if he can't pitch the ball in a foothold, it still isn't turning very much or very quickly. There are the bowling figures for the 4 bowlers used so far. I suspect though, but I thought Balderson, the impression I had from Balderson was he might be taken off. In fact, here is a change, and Williams is going to bowl from the far end for the first time in the match.
Yeah, we haven't seen him from that end. 18 overs left in the day. Keep your emails coming in to us at commentators@glossccc.co.uk. And
comments or questions particularly welcome.
Yeah. No abuse.
No abuse.
No abuse, please. Unless it's
I
directed towards Ian Randall and not me.
Yeah, I think we've had enough probably culinary suggestions to get today to keep us going for a month.
Yeah. Yeah. Williams around the wicket. Hammond defends. Out to skipper Vilas at mid-on. There's something of the New Zealander, just about the way he walks, isn't there, Will Williams? Sort of unfussy approach.
What?
Just the way he walks is sort of got a Southern Hemisphere gait. Here he comes in, on the money straight away, as he's been all game.
Yeah, he looks... I mean, obviously he's signed a short-term deal at Lancashire, but he just looks somebody who would be an honest, hard-grafting county professional over a season, doesn't he?
If you had him over here on a wetter summer, I think he'd be a real handful. I really do, because I think he bowls ideal for English spring early season conditions.
Slips are Wells, substitute fielder Lamb and Jennings.
That's played into the onside. Lots of oohs and ahs coming from Wells, Lamb and Jennings.
Yeah, but you get nothing for an ooh, do you, Dan?
You don't? No, not in this game. So Bruce Forsyth used to tell us.
You get nothing for an ooh. If you're looking at the card and thinking, okay, who are the two men out? You can probably work out that it's Scott and Phillips. Bracey due in next.
Oh, that's off the pad. More oohs and ahs.
Reminder that earlier today, Hampshire beaten by Essex by 12 runs at Chelmsford. Tense finish there. Simon Harmer taking 15 wickets in the match. In the second innings, 7 for 161 after taking 8 first time round.
Williams in, Hammond leaves that alone. It does go back a long way, but I think Hammond was always in control.
In fact, 15 for 207 he took, which is, overall, you'd have to say is very economical for a spinner. But unusual for him to concede 161 in one innings.
Hammond just works. They think about a single there. Dent doesn't fancy it.
Des in Felsworth said, would the restaurant referred to be the Paprika Delight?
I'm going to have a look at that. You carry on with the next email, yeah?
Okay.
And I'll have a look at that one.
In terms of more culinary offerings, Steve in High Wycombe says, in Tewkesbury, fried elvers were a delicacy. We used to catch them by hand in the Swilgate Brook, but we were in big trouble if we tried it now. Very expensive and mainly exported to the Far East, I believe. Certainly, elvers are a delicacy in this part of the world. Good afternoon, says John Walmsley. It's a long email, but he's put lots of paragraph gaps into it. Enjoying the live stream, unable to get down to Bristol, so he said I've been to Headingley to watch the test match. Oh, lucky man. Morley to continue, and Dent just making him wait at the moment because they've asked for another head guard. Is there a more unlucky captain than Dane Villas, he says? They say that luck evens itself out, but in his case, I'm not so sure. This season in the Championship, he won the toss in the first game away at Kent. Since then, he's lost 7 on the trot. Last season in the Championship, he won only 3 tosses out of 15. This makes a grand total of 4 out of 23. Losing the toss on such a regular basis makes it so much harder to control matches. There's also a little rhyme afterwards, which we'll get to in a moment.
Ooh, dangerous.
Morley just trying to entice Dent to cut that, but it was quite close to him. That's almost the first time he's tried to go back and play something from Morley off the back foot. Almost everything he's looked at the moment has been forward, 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 again back, but that was bat and pad, so tentative appeal for upheld, for LBW not upheld. Dent again forward. And it comes back to the conversation we were having earlier about people whose Christian name and surname was the same. So William, Williams, Charles, Charles, etc., etc. Didn't want to single. It's a sharp call, and Hammond answers it, and they go through for the single. So he said, by the way, to the David Bowie song Rebel Rebel, the song about the Neville brothers was this: Neville, Neville, they play in defence. Neville, Neville, their talent's immense. Neville, Neville, they never play bad. Neville, Neville is the name of their dad.
Love it.
Good work. Reverse sweep from Hammond, attempted to try and break the shackles a little bit of young Jack Morley. Didn't middle it though. Thank you, John, for that. Emails from all over the country.
It was the Paprika Delight, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. I've just looked it up on Google Maps.
That was your curry house in Oldham, was it?
That was my curry house in Oldham. Yeah, it's opposite Chadderton Town Hall, the road opposite, and just on the left there. I think it's opposite a car park.
One more single to Hammond at the end of the over. Adam Thomas says, good afternoon from sunny Morton in Marsh. With our poor form in the Championship and a quarter-final place in the Blast not certain, I'm already thinking ahead to the Royal London Cup. Would you agree that a top three of Dent, Harris and Bracey would have been one of the strongest in the country? And the next two names on my team sheet will be the Price brothers and then the Taylor brothers. Is there any injury update on Charlesworth and Van Buren? If they are both fit, then those 9 are the basis of a strong team. So,
well, yes, there is.
So a couple of things to say about Graham. Has been in the nets, and the Championship match at Essex is on the 11th of July. And our information is that he is not without a chance of playing in that game.
Williams in, and Hammond plays him through the onside. Good sprawling stop there by George Balderson.
Charlesworth might be a bit longer. He might be fit for the Royal London. That would be certainly true. He might even be fit for one of the weeks at Cheltenham. But certainly, as far as he is concerned, that's a bit of a longer term issue. And I think you are right. If you put that 9 in a team in the Royal London Cup, that is the basis of a decent side.
And it's left alone. Bracey, will he be in the 100?
No,
he's not in the 100.
And oh gosh, there are quite a few emails here.
Michael Bird, who's a Lancashire fan exiled on the fringes of Dartmoor, thoroughly enjoying the match on live stream and your commentary on it. My 2 penneth on the private v state schools question is the simple one that private schools attach a greater importance to sport and are not subject to the political whims of local authorities. That's a lovely shot there, Miles Hammond. That's down the ground. He's going to get probably 2. Yeah, he's thinking about a third, but doesn't want it. So he says that which over the generations that they've sold off the playing fields of state schools. They also offer employment as dedicated sports masters to ex-players like Lancashire's Frank Hayes, who became a sort of cricketing Mr. Chips at a private school. Stuart Broad's coach, wasn't he? And we had his father in Chris on Sunday. As Will Williams comes around the wicket. The loss of playing fields may be the politics of envy or economic necessity, I know not. But I personally believe that to be the biggest single factor. My own alma mater when I attended was a direct grant school, which was a kind of hybrid and produced Atherton, Crawley and Chiltern as old boys. That's Manchester Grammar, I believe, amongst others. I believe it has more or less been bullied into the private sector since I nervously approached through the endless acres of playing fields. That's a dot ball circa 1955. I, alas, and one of the sporting failures. All the best, Michael Bird. What a lovely email. Thanks, Michael.
And there's a great question from Mr. R. Edwards at the foot of that string of emails, and I think Gloucestershire supporter, I'm guessing. How many of our current squad do you believe are genuine Division 1 standard? That's a great question.
Without naming them. 4, 5.
Okay, I just hold you to that, and I go back to an old line I was
Williams around the wicket, Hammond defends.
I was told by a coach. A different sport, I get that, but it was a sport of 11 aside, and his line was 8 can carry 3, but 3 cannot carry 8. And I think Gloucestershire's balance at the moment is probably short of the Div 1 v Div 2 is probably in the wrong half. Now, if everybody was fit and available, you might debate it's nip and tuck. Here is Jack Morley to continue this spell. Gloucestershire only 5 behind now. But I saw a tweet the other day where one correspondent said that it was very tough cricket in Division 1. Well, I think we probably expected that. But maybe the gap was bigger than Gloucestershire thought it was. Maybe I think Don Topley, obviously a former player, now works across the media on various platforms, said he thought that the cricket in 2020 and 2021 had been soft, as he put it. And comes Morley once more, and again Hammond out into the leg side, and that the real Div 1 v Div 2, if you like, the comparison should go back to 2019 when you're making it this time. Hammond a long way forward there. Yeah, but
I don't think it was soft. I thought it was quite good. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was soft at all.
That's too short for Morley, and that will get Gloucestershire to level. Punished. Hammond couldn't resist that. Pulled it away to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Gloucestershire have erased the deficit of 65 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jennings, as you can see, ducking there to get out of the way, quite rightly. And Hammond goes to 11. And there it says the scores are tied. You can Gloucestershire with still 14 overs to bat tonight. Can they get 50 in front? Perhaps still with these two together, that would be a long way towards a safe port in the game, you would argue. So you reckon, Dan, 4 and 7, do you? And I think it's a tight one because
5 and 6.
5 and 6. It's of that order, I think. Some players clearly have produced Division 1 level, but it's the case of doing it day in, day out, isn't it? And that's what these players have not been asked to do that before because of the club's long stint in the second division.
Yeah.
And in reality, perhaps what the season has shown is that if there were 3 divisions of 6, Gloucestershire would be comfortably in the middle group, and they'd be competing well in the middle group.
Yeah. Well, here's Williams. Oh, that beats the outside edge of a man who, never mind Division 1 standard, I think he might be England standard. Chris Dent.
But that transition, so Div 2 to Div 1, new coach as well. That's the other thing that has changed since Gloucestershire won the promotion.
It's a big learning curve. Williams to Dent, who plays that into the offside. But if Gloucestershire do go down, and, you know, I mean, let's be realistic. They're looking down the barrel at the moment, aren't they? They're 20 points adrift at the bottom of the division. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's going to need things to go Gloucestershire's way to survive in this division. And I'm wondering if this stint in Division 1 will have done the youngsters the world of good. People like Tom Price will have got a lot of confidence out of that, and that's edged, and there's no third man now, and that's just 2 to Chris Dent.
I thought there might have been more of a reaction to Gloucestershire being ahead from the sprinkling of spectators that are now here.
Yeah,
but they now lead by 2.
But I think, you know, people like Tom Price would have, you know, taken a lot of confidence today. He's bowled at some good batsmen, the likes of Luke Wells, Keith and Jennings, etc. And you know, if Gloucestershire do go down into Division 2, I think that I'll come on to it after this ball. Ooh, as that comes back in, angled back into Chris Dent, who defends well. I think that he might absolutely run through possibly some of the lesser sides in Division 2 if Gloucestershire are down there next year. You know, without being rude, the Leicestershires or the Sussexes maybe.
And a lot will depend on the conditions. We've had, you know, a very, very dry first half of the season this year.
Yeah, Williams, and that goes past Dent's outside edge as well.
I mean, in another year where there's some more moisture about, I know that there's, you know, been complaints about, you know, bowlers of a certain pace, you know, getting wickets on helpful pitches, but the bowlers this year have had to work a lot harder for their wickets, no question about that.
Yep, certainly have. Williams around the wicket to Dent, who plays into the onside. I think about a single. These two run very well between the wickets, but no one needs a calamitous run out. That completes the 29th over now, so we've got 13 left in the day. 67 for 2. Chris Dent has got 23. Miles Hammond on 11.
And still no Luke Wood, rather surprisingly.
He's been on and off the field, hasn't he? And I wonder if there might be some form of injury there.
Morley into his 10th over. He's got 4 close catches with the slip and the leg slip now, and the short leg. Hammond looks up to see him bounding in once more. And again, using his feet to come down the pitch. Got a half
getting on the dance floor, as they call it.
Yeah, from memory, got a half century in the second innings at Old Trafford early in the season. And again, Hammond goes back. The wind picking up once more. They blow away that dark cloud that's lurking beyond the pavilion. Not seeing a great deal of the sun today, to be fair. Hammond goes back and off the outside half of the bat, nudges that away down towards the club office. Luke Wood's on the chase, and they will come back for 2. So Gloucestershire now ahead by 4 overall. 2 wickets down in the second innings. 1 day to go tomorrow. There is the threat of some rain at times tomorrow, but chiefly from sort of mid-afternoon onwards. Morley bounds in again. Hammond goes back. I'd be lovely to know the and probably the Opta stats don't do this. Opta is the company that does a lot of the numbers that are crunched by the analysts for first class cricket. How many balls in Miss Morley's spell have batsmen played back to? Hammond doesn't play back to that, and he squeezes that past the dive of Wood, and it will go out towards the boundary for 4 at point, and Rob Bailey has a chance to stretch his arms a little at this Ashley Down road end. 73 for 2, Hammond up to 17, picked the delivery there, and Morley has bowled 10 overs for 24, but not had the impact that his captain would want. I wonder what the chat from Lancashire will be at the end of today if Gloucestershire can reach that far. 2 wickets down. I mean, to some degree, it's not all been about what Lancashire have or haven't done. You know, Gloucestershire have fought hard to get themselves into a position where they ought to be able to save the match.
Oh, and that goes past. Williams all over Chris Dent here.
I mean, what they didn't do, Dan, was which they could have done, was crumbled at the end of that first innings. That stand of Dent and Zafar, which went across the first day and the second morning, probably was actually, looking back, was quite a tipping point.
Yeah, they showed a bit of heart there, a little bit of ticker. Williams to Dent. Angles that one backwards, and that's a good sprawling stop there by Tom Bailey. Big man, got down well.
But Lancashire might have had thoughts at one stage of bowling Gloucestershire out for 250, and 250 to 330 is on a slowish pitch like this is a big difference.
Yeah, well, they were 214 for 7, so you know, they'd have that would have sort of gone through their thought process without doubt. Williams bending back from outside the off stump, but Dent's got it covered. Dent unfussy. Williams just working the breeze. The breeze is blowing as you look at your screen there from right to left, and Williams just bending the ball back into Chris Dent on the breeze. See Miles Hammond's jumper there fluttering. Oh, that's a good ball, and that's the end of Chris Dent, with Williams having been all over him and beating him outside the outside edge 4 or 5 times in the last couple of overs. Finally gets Chris Dent to tickle one through to the gloves of Phil Salt, and that is a hammer blow for the hosts. 73 for 3.
Well, I think that's Williams' first wicket in the match, and he has bowled far better than that would suggest. He bowled 26 overs in the first innings without a wicket, and this is his 9th. It's 35th over in the match it's taken to get his first wicket, but he's been tidy. He's kept the batsman playing a lot, and Chris Dent unfortunately has to make the long walk back to the pavilion. No big score for him this time, and James Bracey comes out at number 5, and we know that Dave Bracey is a talented player, but to go back to the conversation we had about Clive Lloyd earlier on, he's been a sketchy starter lately.
Yeah, there's a long way to go in this game.
So Hammond and Bracey together.
Long way to go in this game.
Still 12 overs tonight.
Yeah,
so
can nick 1 or 2 out tonight.
Well, I think we both agree that 4 was probably par for Lancashire in this session. If they could get 4 with Gloucestershire's lead, say, under 50, they still might feel they have an outside chance of winning this game. But we know that Certainly taking 10 wickets in the last innings is difficult. We don't know what it would be like in a short chase on this pitch. That's the one thing we don't know. Gloucestershire mustn't allow it to get that far.
Williams into Bracey. Oh, Bracey doesn't know much about that one. Squeezes it down to long leg for a single. He's off the mark.
Could have played that on.
That could have gone anywhere. Here we go, here's the replay. As we said, Williams just working on the breeze.
Wells can't believe it's missed the off stump. He was back at the end of his run.
Here he comes into the crease. Hammond, thick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That gives them a lead of 13 now. Leads into double figures.
13 for 3 net, and here's a...
The other thing we don't know, we think it's going to rain tomorrow. There's Glen Chapel down in front of us, having a little wander around the ground. We know it's going to rain tomorrow, but it might be on and off rain, so they might be able to, you know, nick out a couple of wickets between the showers, perhaps. You don't know. We don't know what it is.
And it also might mean that they can use fewer bowlers if there are breaks, which is what happened on the first day when Williams and Tom Bailey bowled unchanged until after lunch.
Yeah, it allows you to rest and not rotate.
But here, Lancashire trying to get one more tonight. Gloucestershire trying to resist. Morley in and Bracey goes back. And look at the spinner for the first time in this current innings. Lancashire also conscious of their over rate here. Bracey again doing what Dent did, playing off the back foot, defending out on the offside, so he's still got a deep backward square, Morley. He's got Balderson and Bailey on mid-wicket and mid-on. Morley just beginning to really get his rhythm going here to the left-handers. And they really... when Dent played everything off the front foot by just trying to put a big stride in, Phillips by and large was everything off the back foot. Both those men are now out. Here Bracey goes back and Balderson does the fielding. Which of those two would you rather see, Dan? All back or all forward?
I think a bit of both, depending on where the ball pitches.
Morley again. That is too short. Is that hit Keaton Jennings?
No, it's hit. Bracey's missed it. Or he's Q-ended it, I think, hasn't he?
Well, Jennings is helped to his feet. Let's see if... Has it gone through to Salt, this?
Where's this gone?
Second look at it. Yes, it's gone actually it's rebounded somehow through to Luke Wells, and Jennings took evasive action. You think the ball's going to go flying past him, and it doesn't. There are the Lancashire bowling figures. Morley 11 overs for 24. Wickets to each of the 3 quicker bowlers. 10 overs to go. Might be getting possibly into night watchman territory shortly if Gloucestershire were to lose another wicket.
Yeah. Williams around the wicket. Hammond defends. Gloucestershire won't want to lose any more wickets. They're going to want to get through these 10 overs without any collateral damage.
They're not going to be very far ahead tonight, are they? Might be looking at 40 perhaps. 40 max, 40 to, well, no more than 50 you wouldn't think.
Defended by Hammond.
Got to be careful with their calling here.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a run out in the game, but we've seen one or two occasions where there's been the yes, no, wait, sorry.
Oh, Ian. Oh, Ian, have you just put the mockers on them? I don't. Well, it would be downright foolish, wouldn't it, if in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, if there was one off a parry on a follow through when you're backing up, that's just unfortunate. But
yeah,
you really wouldn't want a bad call here anywhere.
Through to Phil Salt.
What have you thought of the keeping of Bracey and Salt in this match?
Not of the highest standard, however. I think the bounce has been a little bit inconsistent in mitigation. I'll probably describe both as being batsmen who don the gloves as opposed to genuine wicket keepers. But that's the way cricket is going. That's defended by Hammond. That's the way cricket is going, isn't it? And we saw it with Jack Russell. I'm sure Gloucestershire fans will be nodding their heads in appreciation that the television sets at home, because Jack Russell should have played far more for England, but Alex Stewart was probably a better batsman and tended to curtail his test appearances. There's Williams, comes there, Hammond plays it back to him, and what we're seeing now is that's the fashion. You know, people like Stewart and Adam Gilchrist have changed the mindset regarding, you know, proper glovemen or batsmen who can keep. And I think what we're seeing now around the country is there aren't many sort of genuine keepers around
who don't bat to a reasonable level.
Yeah, who don't bat. Williams, that's thick outside edge. That's going to go down to Tom Bailey here at third. I mean, I would say that the sort of the best keepers around the country are Ben Folkes and John Simpson at Surrey and Middlesex. Ben Cox is a very good wicket keeper at Worcestershire.
But just to go back to our conversation earlier on about the former Players' Day and Andy Brassington sorting all that out, you know, if somebody who played 120 first-class matches for Gloucestershire, he didn't make 1,000 runs.
No,
he had an average in single figures. I'm struggling to think of anybody on the county circuit now who would keep wicket with that kind of average.
Yeah, yeah.
Morley continuing this long spell, which is good news for the over 8.
Bob Taylor
apart from anything else.
Bob Taylor batted at 10 at times for England, you know.
Leg slip and a short leg for Morley. Hammond goes back. It wasn't the most gainly stroke.
And we've seen it with England in recent years, where they've picked the likes of Butler, Bairstow, who, you know, got both decent bats, but they're as genuine out-and-out wicket keepers.
Let's push through a bit flatter. And of course, there is a good tale of somebody who left here because he couldn't get a game behind Jack Russell. Went on to play, I think it was something like 17 years at Notts. Chris Reed was developed into a decent bat.
Yeah. But as wicket keepers, you wouldn't put Butler or Bairstow probably in the top 10 in the country. They are batsmen who've learned another skill which has got them into the England side.
Yeah, Chris Reed's, I think his ultimate first-class average was very respectable. Hammond again comes forward, trying to kill any movement. And Stephen Croft is out in the extremities of the playing area.
Yep.
in front of the mound stand.
Reed's up there, one of the best I've seen in my lifetime. James Foster's up there. Bob Taylor's up there. But for me, Jack Russell is obviously up there. But for the best I've seen is Alan Knott.
Look at Reed's numbers here in a moment. Get the opportunity. 15 test matches he played. End of Morley's over. 80 for 3. Takes 65 off that. You've got the Gloucestershire lead at 15. So Reed obviously came through at Gloucestershire but couldn't get a game here, not on a regular basis, and he ended up playing 349 first class matches in his career, over 300 list A and over 100 T20. That's a great record. And 16,000 runs he scored at 37. that's a very, very good career. And he was a good keeper at the same time.
When I interviewed Jack Russell a few years ago, Jack spoke about Folkes and Simpson. Jack seemed to think that Simpson was... There's not a lot between them, but Simpson's footwork... Simpson's often described as unfussy, and Folkes gets the plaudits because he'll do the spectacular dive, but Simpson's footwork gets him into position to not have to put in that spectacular dive. Simpson let go by Lancashire when he was a young lad. Joined Middlesex at 18 years old. Has been there ever since. Came through Ramsbottom Cricket Club, Lancashire League, went to Haslingden, and then played for Ormskirk for a little while in the Liverpool competition.
Williams likes that angle of delivery round the wicket, trying to just move it back off the seam. The angle means that the batsman isn't sure. He's trying to get the batsman to play at every ball if he can, and if he's going to leave it, it's going to be a tight leave.
I'm looking forward to seeing Ben Wells in the Royal London.
That was an extravagant swish from Hammond.
Yeah, Ben Wells, I'm hearing very good things about him, both batting and keeping wise. And he was came up from Somerset, didn't he, last year, 2 years ago?
He had a trial at Somerset. I think he'd had a trial elsewhere as well. Might have been Warwickshire, I think.
Okay.
Cam's nodding at us. I think he'd had a couple, but made runs in a Gloucestershire second team game, and they said, right, come on, we're not going to hang about. We'll offer you something if the others are.
That's just let go
delaying.
Through to Phil Salt.
Light isn't great at the moment. That dark cloud has just hung around a little bit. Might just about be okay. Williams is, in this kind of light, is a good bowler to have on because he doesn't bowl it short.
Yeah.
And therefore the umpires probably feel that it isn't dangerous.
Yeah.
With his approach.
Here he is into the crease. And Hammond just works that one. He plays a little bit around that front pad, doesn't he? But he's in control of it.
I take it that Gloucestershire here are not necessarily trying to score quickly, but equally Lancashire are just trying to dry the runs up to keep Gloucestershire in range for the first session tomorrow.
Yeah, 7 overs remaining in the day.
I don't think we're going to see Luke Wood tonight now. I don't get that impression, do you?
No. Wonder if the physio might get into him and
Morley might well bowl right through to the close from this Ashley Down Road end. Good stop on the tumble by Dane Villas, and in a way we spoke about kind of the expectation on the spinner to try and take wickets, but equally there's not scoreboard pressure on him here, is there?
No.
There isn't the impression that Gloucestershire batsmen are going to get after him in that sense. So, chance for him to try and really get into a genuine rhythm. Again, Bracey goes back. Salt wants to be involved in the game, pushes out of the way both Wood and Vilas to get the ball. Just 2 men in front of square on the leg side for Morley, and again Bracey gets well outside the off stump. This requires just as much concentration in a different way as facing the quick bowlers. Tense situation. That was a loose one though, rare loose one from Morley, and a good tumbling stop by Croft. He'll get the ball back in, but they'll come back for 2. Bracey with a paddle sweep right round behind square on the leg side, and Luke Wells applauds the chase from Croft out in the distance there in front of the mound stand. 82 for 3, 17 runs ahead. Slender lead. That's 4 more though.
That's a glorious shot.
Nice shot from Bracey. It's the first one that Morley's really tossed up, and Bracey's gone after. He's felt comfortable enough to go after it, and there's a bit of a pat there from Hammond. How wide was this from Jack Morley? Oh, not that wide actually, but Bracey just got his feet into position and picked the gap on the offside. 85-86 for 3, lead 21, and the men out so far. George Scott first to go when the score was 20, caught by Danny Lamb at second slip off Bailey for 7. Glenn Phillips then was bowled by Balderson, leaving a ball or shouldering arms to a delivery that just clipped the off stump for 9, and then Dent caught by Salt off Williams.
Williams to Miles Hammond, who leaves that one alone, much to the anguish of the Lancashire slip cordon. 86 for 3. Six overs left, or 5.5 now.
Definitely getting into night watchman bracket, I think.
Yeah. That's left alone as well by Hammond.
Williams, for all his accuracy and bowling that sort of 4th, 5th stump line, from a Lancashire point of view, he's just got to, if he can, just tighten that a little bit, because if Hammond is going to leave those, he might just get an error. And
Williams around the wicket. That's too wide. Hammond has nothing to do with
it. Actually, I mean, Luke Wells, he's been at first slip for the whole innings, and he didn't have a bowl first time round, but would it be worth... I wonder if the skipper's given him a hint, or whether he's just limbering up here. A couple of overs of leg spin might be interesting at the end of the day.
It might well be, because at the moment...
Danny Lamb, obviously, the second slip, Danny Lamb can't bowl. He's a sub. Just to clear that up.
But here's Williams. Oh, and Hammond has a flash at that. But that is the 4th ball out of 4 in this over, which has been outside the off stump, and Hammond hasn't had to. I know he plays and misses at this, but he didn't have to play. He didn't have to play. And that would be 4 balls out of 4. At this stage of the game, Dane Vilas would want his bowler to make the batsman play, not just leave it alone outside off stump. Here comes Williams. Again outside the off stump, and
it was almost a who blinks first there, and Hammond did blink fleetingly.
Yeah. But
perhaps they think if we do tease him often enough, there is the risk he'll have a dart at one. Obviously, in the first innings, he played one glorious cover drive, then tried to repeat it second, the ball after, and was caught at point.
Yeah, big. That looks high, and Hammond, big appeal, but that completes the over. Umpire Neil Pratt says no. Couple of emails come through.
But here is that.
Here's the replay.
LBW shout.
Yeah, it's a little bit high.
Not by much, but he was just bending down a bit with that pad. But
yeah. Steve has said Dan, I can't agree on Alan not being better than Bob Taylor at all. Taylor was also always known as the best wicket-keeper on the circuit for years. Was only kept out of the England side because of Knott's batting. Opinions, eh? That's from Steve. Well, some people were Knott men, some people were Taylor men, weren't they?
They were. And our good friend Jerry Wolstenholme has been in touch from Blackpool. He says, mention of Anthony Brassinger was interesting. He said 882 runs at 8.01. He did better in one-day matches, an average of 9.46. What an improvement. A great character and a good wicket-keeper to have in your team. He moves on to Bristol Rugby, if I remember rightly. Is he still there, I wonder? No, he's actually running his own hospitality business now, and he's also involved in the what they call the Walkers and Talkers here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
And a great bloke he is as well, isn't he? Fantastic bloke.
And here is Luke Wells. In fact, we did wonder whether he might have a little bowl here at the end of the day with his leg spin. Good mind, the end of a chilly day to come in and see what he can offer. But that's tossed up, and it will be comfortably defended.
Yeah, Luke Wells, 69 wickets in his career. He's more than an occasional leg spinner.
But often in warmer conditions than this. Again, that's floated up and again defended by James Bracey.
4 of those this season at a cost of 50.75 apiece. He bowled 70 overs.
Around the wicket again, down the leg side this time. A bit too wide, and they'll pick up one for it. One to Bracey, takes him to 8. Hammond's got 23 now. Can he check the attacking urge late in the day here? Just look at the. Sometimes batsmen say they don't look at the scoreboard, but Hammond just needs to understand the match situation. Wells off a gentle 3 or 4 pace run again, floats that right up. Hammond plays it out quietly to Vilas and then sets himself once more. Just a slip on a short leg for Luke Wells, and that's again defended as he goes back. There's Hammond, the distinctive red socks of Keaton Jennings. Under the lid there at short leg. Tall figure Wells. Balls to quite a high action too. And that's short and stopped on the bounce by Dane Vilas. But I think that's worth a go at the end of a day when you're trying to get the overs through, which Lancashire have done pretty well actually, considering we didn't start until, was it 10 minutes to 4?
Yeah,
I think it was 10 minutes to 4, and they'll have bowled 42 overs in probably about they'll be well under 2.5 hours for 42 overs. Now, I know we've had Morley on for quite some time at one end, but spinners don't always get through their overs that quickly.
I like the look of Morley. He's just turned 21 on Saturday, I think, wasn't it?
Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, so 25th of June. Will Williams going to continue? But how much of a look in will Morley get when Matt Parkinson comes back into this Lancashire side? Oh, Williams doesn't release the ball there.
I think
dead ball.
He went to put his did he clip the stumps?
Yeah,
I wonder with his follow through there.
If the bails come off, it's a no ball.
Or whether
That law changed a few years ago when Stephen
he went
Finn
to put the front foot down and just felt he wasn't balanced. It's called as a dead ball.
He didn't release it, so no issues. Williams there. And that's cut by Bracey.
Good stop.
Great stop by Croft. But be interesting to see if Morley gets a go, because Callum Parkinson had to, find employment elsewhere, didn't he? He's Matt Parkinson's twin brother, Bolton lad.
I wouldn't. You could see him playing in the Royal London Cup, couldn't you, Jack Morley?
Yeah. Or sometimes, Old Trafford can turn. That's defended by Bracey. Old Trafford can turn, and sometimes, there might be a case of playing two spinners at Old Trafford. So it'd be interesting to see. But Callum Parkinson, I like the look of. I think he's a proper slow left arm spinner. He gets it above the eye line, and I think he's a decent bowler. Matt Parkinson, he knows all about having to wait his turn. Will Williams in. Bracey leaves that alone. He'll know all about having to wait his turn. I mean, he's been the drinks waiter on the last few England tours. Why they've taken him, I don't know, because he's so adept at being a drinks waiter, he can probably knock you up a rather decent Harvey Wallbanger these days. It's got to be said. But, I thought we might see him here. But he's 25 years old, Parkinson now, and he's a bit slower through the air than most leg spinners.
Just news of elsewhere where actually all the games going on, although incomplete, are still playing.
Bracey defends. Go on. What's going on?
So at the Oval, Kent following on 94 without loss against Surrey. They still trail by 248, but Joe Denley and Ben Compton have done a decent job there for 35 overs in the second innings. Still need to bat a long way into tomorrow.
Compton will block it out all day
to save that game.
Williams to Bracey.
And Northampton, Warwickshire 378 for 8. Still trail Northants by 73. They're well beyond the bonus point period there.
There's a lot of rain washed a day out there, more or less, didn't it?
Yeah. Century there for Dom Sibley. And Michael Burgess in the runs there too with 77.
Jacob Bethel get any there?
Did Bethel get any? He made 6 only. And I'll give you the news from the women's test in a moment.
Williams. Oh, Bracey has a little fiddle at that one. No harm done. So we have now got
3 overs.
3 overs remaining in the day.
And play still going on at Taunton, where England women are 328 for 5 against South Africa, and there have been centuries for both Alice Davison-Richards and Nat Siver. Siver 119 not out, Davison-Richards 107 not out, and they have put on 207 for the 6th wicket. Wow. England lead by 44. And that game is still going on in Taunton. So Luke Wells to bowl his second over and the third last of the day. What a man, very specifically placed it way in the distance on the deep square leg boundary. Wells round the wicket, that was the googly. Went the other way and was spotted by Miles Hammond. I saw an article about Luke Wells that he was a leg spinner, but also that he was allegedly one of the most sledged players on the county circuit.
Really?
Yeah, apparently so.
Why is that? Did he dish a bit out himself?
I don't know. I don't know why that was. Dan's notes are flying everywhere. Here's Wells once more in. Bracey drives pleasantly, but straight up to mid-off. You need those notes tomorrow, Dan, don't you?
I do. I don't want to. In the Yorkshire game, they flew over the balcony here, didn't they?
Wells around the wicket with with his right arm wrist spin. Oh, no, if that was a straight one, but if it just turned a touch, Hammond might have been in trouble. He let it go.
Why is Luke Wells the most sledge player? I want to know the ins and outs of this.
Just one close catcher behind the wicket with the one slip. And Hammond happy to take the single. Gloucestershire's lead is a slender 23. Miles around the wicket and Bracey solidly forward. Well, they've only got 2 overs to negotiate now, and then it will be job done for today. But because they have scored very slowly, they are by no means out of the wood here. It almost becomes almost a one-day match. The lead is small. They've lost 3 wickets. You've probably got to bat a good portion of tomorrow to save the game. The way that sides think about chasing totals now, particularly if you're only slowly ticking things along, Gloucestershire's going to have to bat a good part of tomorrow to make this safe. And Lancashire are going to give Tom Bailey 1 over at the end of today.
They'll have one eye on the rain radar, or both sides will, won't they?
Yes, it remains to be seen what happens with the weather tomorrow. Now, is Bailey going to bowl off his full? No, he's not. He's going to bowl some gentle spin by the looks of it.
Here we go. That's short and crash through the offside. Miles Hammond extends the lead to 24.
I'll say spin, or is it just Tom Bailey off 4 paces rather than 12?
Let's have a look. I can't really see. Yeah. Oh, it's nearly got the edge. That is off spin, because that goes away from James Bracey and goes for 4 runs, but that was perilously close to Luke Wells. That slip. Let's have a look at it here again. Look at the turn here from Bailey. Oh, turn and bounce. Ooh.
Just a bit of creative thinking here from Dane Villas, just to do something different right at the end of the day.
Here's Bailey, and Bracey defends that one. Danny Lamb doing the fielding on a sub. That's a much more pleasant shot, more in control of that. James Bracey plays it out to deep cover. 1 run, score on to 94. Lead now 29. 8 balls left to negotiate this evening. Oh, and that's jumped and bounced, and that is going to go through for what looks like 4 byes. Yes, it is. And Tom Bailey is extracting some naughtiness out of this wicket. Look at that. Wow.
That has spat, hasn't it?
Yeah. Like a cobra.
We've seen nothing do that before.
Wonder if it's his extra height, Bailey. And Hammond negotiates the final ball. But I tell you what, if I was Dane Villas, I'd be tempted to get him bowling a few offies first thing tomorrow, first up, and just have a little look at it.
Well, he and Wells are probably 2 of the tallest players in the Lancashire team. And Wells now is going to complete the day's play with the last over. Bracey just has to see this out, but it was certainly a nervous moment off that edge in the last one. Lamb could have pulled off a brilliant catch, wasn't quite within his range, and here is Luke Wells to bowl the last over. Bracey goes back and defends. So overall today, again nearly 300 runs, but not quite 300. Wells round the wicket. And again, just slightly more in the wickets column today, 9 in all. Had 7 on each of the first 2 days. So Lancashire will feel if that pattern is continued, they do have a chance of winning. Wells round the wicket, and Hammond defends. That was an interesting over from Tom Bailey.
It was very interesting, and unexpectedly interesting.
Yeah. Wells trots in once more, tosses that right up. Hammond, long stride in. So the lead is 34. Gloucestershire 34 for 3 net as we come to the end of this third day. Oh, Wells again, hands on his head, can't believe he hasn't beaten the bat there. Vilas is going to make a change with 1 ball to go, I think. Cam says 2, but I think it is 1 left.
From the most sledge player in county cricket.
Yes, he's going to bring a silly mid-off in for 1 ball. He'll get the lid himself. Try and crowd Miles Hammond.
And he's in the silliest of silly mid-offs, isn't he?
That's very close there.
He's just about off the cut strip. It's where he's illegally allowed to be.
Wells has to produce the right ball now with his captain right in close. And it is tight, and they think they've got him, but not in Rob Bailey's opinion. And Hammond and Bracey survive, and they walk off at the end of the day. Here is the last ball, a second look at it. And it was a tight one, but umpire Bailey happy there was nothing off the glove, and it's the final action of a day of 98 overs, bowled in only 20 minutes beyond the allocation. So well done to Lancashire for getting their over rate well up in that final session. 99 for 3. The lead therefore is 34 only. It's small with 3 wickets down, and I think I am with you, Dan. The only 2 results that are possible now, in all probability, and we know that cricket's a very odd game on occasions, is the draw, which probably is still favourite, but Lancashire not without a chance.
Yeah, it's been an intriguing day, and we saw that Lancashire started off on 226 for 4. They finished up on 402 thanks to Stephen Croft 80 and Luke Wood 50. Tom Bailey chipped in with 40 as well, with David Payne 3 wickets, Tom Price 3 wickets, and Ryan Higgins 3 wickets for the hosts. So Lancashire had a lead of 65, and Gloucestershire lost George Scott early, caught by a sharp chance from Danny Lamb off the bowling of Tom Bailey. George Balderson then bowled Glenn Phillips without offering a shot for 9, and Will Williams got his first wicket of the game, finding a thin edge after a spell of good bowling at Chris Dent, and Dent went for 23, being the danger man for Lancashire, being the man who's obdurate, can hold up one end. So, Gloucestershire are going to commence in the morning on 99 for 3. Miles Hammond is still there. He's on 25. He's batted for 77 balls. James Bracey, 14 of 29 balls. They're going to start us off in the morning. There might be a little bit of rain overnight, but do you trust the weather forecast, Ian Randall? Are you a man who trusts the weather forecast?
I think I do. I mean, most of the models were predicting some rain this evening. The ground staff getting the pitch ready. They're just making sure they fill in the footmarks before they put the covers over it. The Lancashire bowling figures: Bailey 1 for 33 from 7, Will Williams 13 overs 1 for 11, Jack Morley 13 overs 0 for 31, Balderson 6 overs 1 for 8, and Luke Wells 3 overs, which have cost 3 singles. Thanks for your involvement on the emails today. We've had some varied topics, shall we say, some of them culinary, some of them not, some thoughts about the politics at Lancashire cricket, which I think we'll leave to our correspondents in the north on the final day, but always welcome your interaction. Thanks to Cameron for his work on the cameras today and also on monitoring your emails. Thanks to Dan as ever for his company, and to you for yours. Still unsure which way this game is going to go. It still could be a tense first session tomorrow if Lancashire get a couple of early wickets, but the ball is now 42 overs old, and therefore it may be down to the spinners, and that over from Tom Bailey late on tonight may have given Dane Villas something to think about. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Join us tomorrow at 10 to 11 if you can. From us all, goodbye.